Yo, yo, yo. How are we doing, beautiful people? Oh, we're back. Guess who's back? The alternate corner is back. Oh, what a May I've had. What a May. Lost my charger. No, lost my charger. Charger broke. My new charger came just after midday today. I was panicking it wouldn't work, but it did work. Couldn't believe it. Just didn't work. Can you imagine that? Just chilling out and just thinking, why is my screen going dull? Why is there a sign saying batteries? Trying everything, every plug, gone. But we're back. We're back, baby. So, thank you, Sarah P. As Sarah P says, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining. Please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so, and please hit that notification bell on the way in and press it at all. I know some of you it doesn't work for whatever reason, but try it again. You know, notify yourself and try it again. I don't know, just a thought. But it's so nice to be back. Join the alternate corner. Yes, loads of people have joined recently. Well, not loads, but quite a few. So thank you to you guys. You can either be a taco club member or a blue wench. Same thing, same deal, just different price. So thank you very much. Official merch. I don't think anyone's buying at the minute. I've not checked, to be quite honest with you, but I don't think anyone's buying anything, which is fine. If you want to support the channel, you can do PayPal, and this is PayPal, the tip one. You can just press that, and I might put that actually as a might put that one up the top, Sarah P. Just to mind, because I always PayPal is much better for me than the YouTube ones. Hello, Mary. Quite contrary, Mary's been on my videos. She's been looking. She's been updating. Hi, lovely people. Does it work today? I do work today, Emma. How are you, Em? Hey, Mary. Hi, Dylan. Hey, Mary. Mary, just I saw the other day you said hi, can you hear me? No, it wasn't a live stream. It was a video. It was so I didn't see your comments, but you're here now. Any excuse for a day off? Well, I got a day off tomorrow, and I not tomorrow. Yeah, I got a day off tomorrow. So I'm not streaming tomorrow because out of respect for you guys with your Thanksgiving. That's why I'm doing that. Because most people should or will, if they're able to, be with their families. Hello, all you fine folks in Dylan. Hello, Dandy Lioness. How are you? Hope you're well as well, Dandy. Nice to see you. Hey, Dandy. Hello, Emma. I pulled my back. Thank God you can't. I told you, once you go black, you just go back. You don't go back. Jesus, Em. What you do in your private life, Emma, don't bring it to the stream. Jesus Christ. Just tell your husband to be more gentle next time. I hope you're okay, though. I hope you're. Best wishes out there to Hens as well. She left a message. She's going through it as well. So, best wishes to you all. And I hope your back is okay. It's not too bad, but there's nothing worse when you pull your back. I can attest. I know. So, for those that have been following, we are back with Rebecca Rudd. Let me read out a description about Rebecca Rudd in case you're not sure about it. So Rebecca Rudd, this is a teen daughter murder. Rebecca Rudd is the biological mother of the teenager. The teenager is 16 years old. Her name's Savannah Leckie. She was 16 when she died. This is a case in Missouri. And so she grew up, Savannah did, in Minnesota, but with adoptive parents. She moved in with Rudd and in Missouri, and Rudd has an 81-acre farm property. She is also a volunteer firefighter, and Savannah was also a junior volunteer firefighter. But apparently the mother did treat her like crap basically quite abusive. She used to put salt and alcohol in Savannah's wounds if she ever got injured. Also made her roll in the pigpen and bathe in muddy ponds. Savannah also has special needs. She's diagnosed with ADHD and with high functioning autism. And she developed behavioural issues as a teenager and was diagnosed with depression as well, according to her adoptive mother. So allegedly, the biological mother, Ruud, allegedly contacted the fire department on July 18th, 2007 to put out the fire on her property. She was later arrested at the Greyhound bus station in Springfield, Missouri, after she purchased a ticket to go to Kansas City. She and her husband, so she got married to her husband literally about a week and a half after Savannah disappeared. So Savannah disappeared in July. I didn't know, July 18th, sorry, something like that. Didn't know that she died. They got married on something like the 4th of August or something. So they both indicted them for first degree murder. So on the day that Savannah was found, the remains were found, was the day that they got married. So they're arrested for first degree murder, second degree murder, abuse or neglect of a child resulting in death, abandonment of a corpse, and tampering with physical evidence. But the husband has offered his testimony against Ruud. So I'm not really sure what's happened with the husband. But that's where we are. We've had a few testimonies from the firefighters and stuff like that. But yeah, hang on. I was cleaning the oven. That's what they all say. That's a great excuse there, Emma. Why does it only seem to happen when you're doing something simple? Hope you're feeling better soon, Emma. This is Washington. This is Chase Young. Is it Chase? Young's jersey. I got it. Literally 2 weeks later, he went to 49ers. I know, Dandy. Why couldn't we save a cat in the top? I could say something there, but I'm not going to say anything there. Right. So anyway, let's get started. I mean, people might join us. We had a really good. This is gutted because we had a really, really good. I don't support Washington, by the way. I don't support them. It's just I'm a bit of an NFL collector, jersey collector. That's why I got them all. But anyway, welcome everybody. As gutted, we had really good amount of people here Monday watching this. Then I was hoping everyone would come back to yesterday, but then my charger broke. And it doesn't look like we're going to get that many people today, but it is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. I know what you're thinking that. Right. Here we go then. Day 2. So we're doing day 2, 3, and verdict. This is going to be a long day. They'll come back to that. Oh no, it's all good. I don't care. It's more. I know I do care, but it's more of a gutted because we had something really going. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Right, we're here now. So we're doing day 2, day 3, and the verdict today. I think today's going to be like a 12-hour day. So it's going to be a long day. There she is. That's Rebecca. One day or another, you're gonna leave. Gonna be here. I'm gonna be one day or another, you're gonna find you. So I'm not sure what to think about this. Oh, is that quite loud? How is the audio, ladies? For stream.
No, you're on.
I'm working on it.
Just stall.
Uh-oh.
We're in trouble.
You can't hear me over the court. Okay, that's fine. But I just won't speak over court. That's okay.
Probably the
I had
best.
told her that, I think I told you that in my courtroom, it's real time in my computer, so I can save it. I was telling you after yesterday, I kind of wish I had real time. Go back and look at testimony. I don't know how jurors would do these things with all the facts going around and that. I mean, if they just tried to read that transcript and that, plus the other 18 pages would be, I can't be here all day.
Right.
Just to read the document. So, yeah. But I saw the fact last night, he had a case with a lady, road rage, and then she hit her and then backed up and hit her. It sounds pretty simple, but when he was explaining it, and I was just talking to Emily and the Vincent who tried it, but it was not a simple case that everybody in the world, because the media said, oh, how far can this be? She hit her and then said, oh, yeah, I wanted to kill her. But there was a lot of medical issues and stuff that was quick on you, because she's been psyched a couple times. So it wasn't an easy case. That never stopped me from saying my opinion.
Yeah, right, Judge.
I just have to
I
go
kind of
friendly
know, yeah,
reminder.
if you want to know something, just ask. I also joke that, like when we're waiting on Maryland, there's 15 seconds of downtime, I'm going to tell it.
People need entertainment.
Maybe it doesn't.
I think it's about there. It had to update.
If Windows update. Well,
I thought I did. I
We'll be
saw
here all
that.
day now.
I saw that last night, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna do it, last night and get it done. And I thought I did, but
So I was going to ask the media if they would just kind of come up and do a report for us, because I understand there's a bunch of people are responding by text.
Yeah.
So can you guys just come up and say you're doing about a 6 or an 8? We'll just kind of color the comments running. I guess I could give the speech I did to jurors about, because one of the comments was about, we seem kind of relaxed because this is a big case. But, so I tried to tell jurors that we do this all the time, and not that we know this is a big case. So, not that you should be offended if you don't think we're taking it seriously, but we all are. That's for the live streaming audience that
Okay, here we go. Started with kept comments.
you're still under oath.
Deputy Dobbs, I just have a few follow-up questions from our discussion yesterday. Did you collect a lot of evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Among the items of evidence you collected, did you collect a pill bottle?
No, I did not.
Was an effort made to locate a pill bottle?
Not a particular effort for a pill bottle.
Did the sheriff's office, during the searches of their property, search every building on Miss Ruud's land?
Yes.
Okay. And in those buildings, was a pill bottle found?
No.
All right. Did you search the camper trailer?
Yes.
Was a pill bottle found in the camper trailer?
No.
Okay. I would direct you back to August 1st of 2017. Did you regularly correspond with the defendant via email?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what that email address was?
Not verbatim, I believe it's like narrow books or
Okay.
something like that.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 33. I want you to look over that and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That's a correspondence, I believe it's on a Google account that I had, the name deputydobbs@gmail.com. What I corresponded with Ms. Ruud.
Okay, and is that is that email address that you corresponded with Ms. Ruud at? Was that an email address you regularly used to correspond to Ms. Ruud?
Yes.
Okay, and on August 1st of 2017, was there a discussion between you and Ms. Ruud about, via email, about dreams that she was having?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the court about that correspondence?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay. Do you need a record?
I mean, it's a bench trial, so.
Well,
Well, let's go in there.
Okay.
I mean, so that's early. That is an early approach. Can we approach? Jeez, just started. So this is a witness that was there on day one that just recalled him. But just a reminder, this is a bench trial as well, not a jury trial. So it's a little bit different, which I think is good, to have something a little bit different. But today, we finished with the trial today. I'm playing at 1.25, we'll be finished today. So you can either catch up or whatever you need to do at another time. And then we'll take it tomorrow off out of respect for our American friends. Is it just America that celebrates it? Does Canada celebrate it? I don't know. I've got my sweet potatoes, I've got my carrots, I've got my parsnips, I've got... I'm not sure what else I've got. My turkey, I'm going to take I'm using a frozen turkey. Not fresh, but a frozen one. Got stuffing. Who doesn't like a good stuffing? Hey, freezing, hey. So got that. I'll have gravy from the turkey. I got cranberry in a jar. Got applesauce in a jar. Yeah. Oh, I got sweet corn and peas, green peas. Not the beans, peas. So, yeah, I think, it's not going to be totally Thanksgiving meal, but never done one before, so I'm going to try making it as American as I can. Oh, and bread rolls. Even though everyone thinks I'm weird for having bread rolls with dinner. But what can I do? It's what you Yankees do. Yankee Doodle went to town. Yeah, do Canada celebrate it? That's the thing I don't know. Do Canadians celebrate it? Who else celebrates Thanksgiving? I just thought it was America. Oh, chat's quiet today. No one's here. It's all good though. I do also know there's a lot of people say they're prepping for Thanksgiving today as well. I'm prepping tomorrow morning. But I understand. Oh, and the potatoes as well. Potatoes. And I'm going to put some videos out tomorrow as well. We'll see what happens. Why are they taking so long? Yankee Doodle 1, 2. Here we go, they're back.
Deputy Doc, I'm going to show you what Market States Exhibit 33 again. Is that a fair and accurate representation of that email that you received from the defendant on August 1st?
Appears to be, yes.
All right. At this time, Judge, I'll move to admit States Exhibit 33.
No objection.
Admitted.
Your Honor. I have no further questions for Deputy Doc.
Well,
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Deputy Dobbs, I believe the state just asking, I think you testified yesterday too, that you had collected evidence, a great deal of evidence.
Yes.
On the Ruud property, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the collection of that property, did you collect a rake?
Yes.
And did you have that rake tested
Yes.
by the Missouri State Crime Lab?
I believe so, yes.
And did you receive the results of the testing? Well, let me back up, sorry. Did you request that it be tested for certain things?
I believe so, yes.
And what were those things?
Human DNA, I believe, or human body fluid or something of that nature.
Okay.
I'd have to read my request.
Yeah, I'll compare. If I told you that one of the reports was for fingerprints, would you agree or disagree with that?
I would say that'd be a possibility.
Okay. And blood? Would that be a
Yes.
possibility? Okay. And do you recall what the results were of the?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, he observed he's the one that actually got the reports back.
Well, he can't testify as to the report from the Highway Patrol Lab. If she wants the Highway Patrol Lab here, she can subpoena them and have them testify.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
No further questions for Deputy Dennis.
Thank you. Make that down.
Your Honor, the state will call Tiffany Fox.
Tiffany Fox. That was a bit of a big tune just to finish there, wasn't it? Tiffany Fox.
She's in the restroom, Your Honor.
Tiffany Fox, previous sheriff, I think. Hi Christine Fortunato. Hello Christine. Happy Thanksgiving, Christine. How are you, Christine? I hope you're well, Christine. Welcome, Christine. She's in the toilet, Your Honour.
You swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
I hope she washed her hands, though.
but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and be seated.
Is this the clerk's story? Correct. Thank you.
Could you state your name for the record?
Tiffany Fox.
Ms. Fox, how are you currently employed?
I work for a medical company currently.
Okay. How were you employed back in July and August of 2017?
I work for the Ozark County Sheriff's Department as a deputy.
How long were you a deputy with the Ozark County Sheriff's Office?
From April 2014 to May of 2018.
And were you in law enforcement before that?
Yes,
Okay. How long have you been in law enforcement?
since 2008.
And you have to have special training experience for that?
Correct.
Could you tell me about your training and experience?
I went through the Jury Law Enforcement Academy here in Springfield and got my post certification.
So you were post-certified when you were a sheriff's deputy at the Ozark County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Okay. And when did you leave the Ozark County Sheriff's Office?
May of 2018.
All right. Do you recall August 4th of 2017? Why do you recall that date?
I went with other members of the Sheriff's Department to serve a search warrant.
Okay. Do you recall where that search warrant was served at?
Yes,
Where was that?
at Rebecca Ruud's residence.
Okay. Do you see Ms. Ruud here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you identify her for us, please?
She's sitting at the defendant's table wearing a black blazer and white shirt.
All right. As the record reflects that the witness has identified the defendant.
Very well.
Thank you. And can you tell us, do you recall what time you went out to serve that search warrant?
I believe it was right at 7 a.m.
And when you arrived at the property, could you tell us about the condition of the property?
You had to go through a long driveway because there was like a field before you got to there was a gate. And we arrived at the gate that was locked.
All right. Was an attempt made to contact the defendant?
Yes.
To unlock that gate?
Yes.
And did she come down and speak with members of law enforcement?
Eventually, yes, she did come.
How long did it take her to get down to the gate?
It was quite some time. I remember we arrived there at 7 and we didn't actually get onto the property until about a little after 8.
All right. And did anyone else come down with her to the gate?
Yes.
All right. Who came with her?
Robert Peake Jr.
All right. And was that gate eventually opened?
Yes.
All right. And did you and the other members of law enforcement enter the defendant's property?
Yes.
What was your role during the execution of the search warrant?
I was there as support. I wasn't there on the original call when all of everything started. Excuse me. So I was just basically support. I assisted in helping collect evidence, take pictures, just different various things that they needed me to do.
Okay. Okay. And were there also cadaver dogs present that day?
Yes.
All right. And was what did anyone advise the defendant on what to do during this execution of this warrant?
They were just told not to interfere. They were free to do what they want to do, but just not to interfere with what the investigation.
Were they being detained in any?
Hello, Sarah P. I think most people are preparing today, so don't worry. Hope you have a good day off today. Hello, Josie, as well. Hello to you. I think a lot of people are prepping for Thanksgiving, so it's all good. It's a long day today, so don't worry. It's all good.
Anyway.
You're welcome.
All right. And do you recall during the execution of the search warrant if there was some activity at the top of a hill?
Yes.
All right. And where was the defendant when this activity was occurring?
She was just outside of where her residence was by vehicle in some lawn chairs.
Do you remember about what time this activity occurred?
I would say around 9, a little after 9.
Okay. And when you saw this activity occurring, did you observe the defendant do anything out of the ordinary or unusual?
I didn't observe it. I was just notified that she had.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is what she's about to testify, I believe, was going to be hearsay.
I'm going to show you a copy. Did you write a report in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Let me approach. All right. If you could review your report starting at this at 09:14 hours, and don't read it out loud, but review it and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, Maxie.
Okay.
How are you, Maxie?
Did Miss Ruud inform you of anything that morning?
Yes, she did.
All right. What did she inform you of?
That she had urinated herself
At what time did that occur?
at 9:14.
Okay. Did the defendant herself?
She did what? Did she just say she urinated herself? Hang on, what the hell? I have to go back, sorry.
Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Did Miss Ruud inform you of anything that morning?
Yes, she did.
All right. What did she inform you of?
That she had urinated herself
At what time did that occur?
at 9:14.
Okay. Did the defendant herself ever complain to you about needing to use the restroom?
No, she did not.
All right. And do you know if where was the defendant and was the defendant with Mr. Pete?
Yes, they were together.
Okay. Where were they in relation to the top of the hill?
I don't know the exact feet, but it was quite a ways. I would say a couple hundred yards.
Was the top of the hill observable from that spot?
No. No, it wasn't.
Okay. Could you see activity from that spot?
Couldn't see it, but you could tell the presence of activity had increased.
Okay. Could you explain that for us, please?
There was more tools that we were needing from all the vehicles down kind of by where she was at, the sheriff's office vehicles and.
So were more items and tools being brought up that area?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And when the defendant notified you that she had urinated herself, how did she react?
Just pretty calm for somebody that, she didn't really have a lot of emotion.
Okay. Did she complain to you that she was being detained?
She did mention that, and again, we told her no.
All right. And did you go to the top of the hill that day?
At some point, yes, I did.
And did you assist in disassembling that brush pile?
I did not take pieces off of it, no.
Okay. Was that the extent of your involvement in the investigation that day?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I will pass the witness.
Well,
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Hi, Nunya. Hi, y'all. Can like the video stream, guys, please. I see half the people have not liked it. So if you can like the video stream, thank you very much. If you could, please. It means a lot.
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
you may step down. Thank you.
State will call Joe Marcello.
Sir, you'll come on, cut off for you. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead, be seated.
S-I-L-O.
M-A-R-S.
M-A-R-S-I-L-O.
First part. Adrian.
All right. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Joseph Marcello.
And Joseph, how are you employed?
I'm retired, actually.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Region G K9 search team?
Yes, sir, I'm the K-9 coordinator for that team.
Okay. And is that something you do in your retirement?
Yes, I do.
All right. Have you volunteer? Is that a volunteer thing or?
Volunteer, just like a volunteer fire department.
Okay. And could you explain to the court what the Region G K9 search team is?
Region G K-9 search team is a team made up of volunteers and trained canines that primarily work the 9 counties of Region G, but we also get called out to Greene County, Marys County, Phelps County. We work any place that they call us. And we look for people that are missing, alive and deceased.
And is Ozark County in Region G?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, you said, oh, let's see. Let me go back. Did you receive a request to assist with an investigation involving a missing juvenile in August of 2017?
Yes, I did.
And what agency requested your assistance?
It was the Ozark County Sheriff's, I believe it was Sheriff Ruud that called me.
Was this in reference to Savannah Leckie?
Yes, it was.
And did you agree to assist with their investigation?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about how your involvement in that investigation started.
Well, they gave me some specifics about the case, and we agreed to bring a cadaver dog or 2 cadaver dogs down and search the property.
Let me ask you about cadaver dogs. Is there a difference between a cadaver dog and a dog that would find somebody that may just be missing and alive?
Yes, we don't use the term cadaver dog anymore. We use a human remains detection dog. A human remains or an HR dog specifically looks for decomposition. A live-find dog, such as a tracking dog, trailing dog, or an area search dog, looks for people that are missing.
Okay. Do you have any special training or experience of handling those dogs?
Yes, I've been doing it for 15 years now.
Okay. Can you briefly tell the court about your training and experience regarding those types of dogs?
Well, going way back, I started in 1970 training bird dogs, which is basically a scent detection dog. And I did that up until about 2006, 2007. I joined Nebraska Task Force 1, which is a disaster dog task force. I stayed with them for about 17 months, and then I joined a team in Illinois called St. Clair Special Emergency Services. And along the way, you go to training seminars. They have pretty good instructors out there. You learn tracking, trailing, human remains, and you keep going to these seminars until you feel confident enough that you can get your dog certified to go out on a case. The dog becomes operational.
How many dogs do you currently have?
I have 9 dogs.
Okay. And can you tell us about the certification process of those dogs?
Certification, I'm currently an evaluator for American Working Dog Association. I go out and I evaluate cadaver dog teams, live find teams. The dog has to be a minimum of a year old, and there's a certain standard that dog has to pass. Like in human remains, the dog has 4 stations that has to complete. Buried, elevated, surface, and a blank station. The handler has 30 minutes to complete each station before the dog passes. And it's pass or fail. I mean, if the dog doesn't find the decomposition, they fail. They have to come back another time.
Okay. And are all of your dogs currently certified?
Yes, they are.
And I'm going to direct you back to August 4th of 2017. Do you recall going out to a piece of property in rural Ozark County?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what the address of that piece of property was?
Oh, that was,
Would it be did you write a report in this
I've
matter?
got a 7-page report.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to refer to that report?
It's on, yes, it was on 4118 County Road, 905 in Theodosia.
Okay. Good. And was this, did you go to this property to search for potential human remains?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How many dogs did you bring with you that day?
I brought 2 dogs.
All right, which dogs were they?
My German Shepherd, Tara, she was 8.5 years old. And I bought a Belgian Malinois by the name of Ice. She was 5 years old.
And why do you bring 2 dogs to a site like this?
It's always good to have a dog verify what the other dog finds. At that time, those were the only dogs that I had on my team. Currently, I think we have about 6 HRD dogs, and we don't go on search with no less than 4 dogs. Sometimes there's an environmental factor that will make a dog alert, such as methane gas or pocket gophers. The dog will stick his head down in a hole and he'll alert. Well, there's nothing but gopher down there, so we run 2 or 3 other dogs to make sure that there's really human remains there.
So the reason you bring multiple dogs is to confirm the first dog's findings?
Right.
All right. And did you enter this property with members of law enforcement on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was the weather like that day?
Well, it was,
Would that be in your report?
that's in my report, if I could refer to it.
Yes, if it would refresh your recollection.
Temperature was 65 degrees, wind was 4 miles per hour out of the north, sky was overcast. That was weather.
Okay. Is noting the weather important for the use of your dogs?
Yes, it is.
All right, how can the weather affect your dogs?
Well, first of all, if it's too hot, the dog's gonna overheat on you.
And did they stop working?
I wouldn't say they'd stop working, they'll work until they drop, and then you'll find yourself in a situation where you have a dog that's got heat exhaustion. So you always have to be aware of the dog's safety.
All right. So would the weather be more for the dog safety than anything else?
Yes, when you go on a search like this in July or August, you always want to get there 6, 7 o'clock in the morning and start as early as possible, and then pace yourself. If you see the dog's overheating, then you stop.
All right. And what time did you get to the property? What time did you actually get on the property that morning?
I believe I got to the property. We arrived at the property at 0724, 7:24 in the morning.
And was this, to your knowledge, was this pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, it was.
All right. And did you search the entirety of this property with your dogs?
I believe I searched, I think there was either 82 or 84 acres in total, and I think I searched around 40 to 45 acres of it.
Did you search multiple buildings as part of your search?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Which canine did you bring in to, let me back up. Did you bring in a canine into any of those buildings?
Yes, I brought Canine Barra, the German Shepherd.
Okay. And which buildings did you bring? Is it a girl dog?
It's a female dog, yes.
Which buildings on the property did you bring her into?
First building I searched was I believe it was a camper trailer. It was supposed to be the residence of the missing girl. And then I went into the main residence. There was a garage attached to it. I searched the garage, I searched the first floor, searched the second floor. And I don't know if there was any other outbuildings there, but at the very end of the search, I searched the trailer on the back of the property where we found a dead goat. There was some hay. It was a hay storage building. We searched that also.
All right. Now let me ask you about your dogs. When they discover...
They found a dead, so she's pissed herself, and they found a dead goat. What's going on?
How do they let you know that they've discovered something?
Well, both dogs have what they call a passive alert, which means when the dog detects human remains, it's going to either sit down or it's going to lay down. My dogs sit down when they alert on human remains.
And do your dogs detect, does a body or human remains actually need to be present for your dog to alert?
No, sir.
Okay, could you explain that for us?
There's such a thing called residual scent. Residual scent, basically, to make it simple, is you walk into an elevator 10 minutes after somebody's been in there with an overwhelming amount of perfume. And you can smell that perfume even though that person's not there. Or you walk into someone's house that's a smoker and you immediately know they're a smoker without seeing anybody smoke. If the body is present, it gives off decomposition, it contaminates everything. Currently, I've got 2 videos that I recently took of 2 of my newer dogs that are working on grave dirt. Okay, the body was in the grave, we took the body out, we were lucky enough to get portions. We got this at a seminar. That grave dirt was obtained in 2010, that's 12 years ago. The dog's still alert on it.
So are your dogs trained to alert on residual scent?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And
they will either alert or you'll get the term we use in search and rescue as a noticeable change of behavior.
noticeable change of behavior, okay. So When you went into the camper trailer with your dog, did you observe a noticeable change of behavior?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. And when you went into the other outbuildings on the property, did you observe a noticeable change of behavior?
No, sir.
All right. And now, was there anywhere on the property where you observed your dog have a noticeable change of behavior?
Yes, there was.
And where was that?
We were coming down a hill after searching, I believe we searched a number of burn piles. We were coming down a hill, and we noticed a very large brush pile that they had cedar trees piled up. And I was with Sergeant Warren Wiedemann. He was acting as my flanker. A flanker is a person that stays on either side of you and your dog, and they watch out for barbed wire or anything that can, hurt us. And he said to me, that looks like a pretty good place to search. Of course, when you're out searching, what you're looking for is depressions in the ground, mounds in the ground, rock piles, vehicles, outbuildings, any place where you figure a body could be. So he said to me, that might be a good place to search. And I said to him, I'm going to go past it and turn the dog around into it because I want to be downwind of it. In other words, the wind was blowing towards our backs. So when we passed this brush pile, I turned my dog into it and I gave her a command, which I say soup. Soup is search in German. And I put her into the brush pile.
Okay. And when she was placed into the brush pile, did you observe a noticeable change of behavior from her?
I noticed a full alert. She pulled her head back and she sat down and she looked at me. And that's their cue to, pin me.
I'm going to go back just a little bit. I didn't ask you this question. Are your dogs trained to find bones?
Yes, that's part of bones, blood, human tissue. That's part of the process of training it for that.
Right. So bones, tissue, blood, scents of a decomposing body.
Anything. We use a lot of placenta. We get people volunteer with placenta when a baby is born, and that's human remains. And we cut that up and use it in little vials and hide that, and that's how you train that dog.
Okay. So when your first canine gave a full alert, did you seek to confirm that alert?
First thing I did was Warren Wiedemann said to me, I've got gloves on. How about I tear that pile apart and see what's in it? And I said, no, don't touch it. I'm going to run her through it again. And I redirected the dog. In other words, I took her out of the pile and I gave her the command to sleep again. She put her nose in there and she did that 3 times. So I told Warren, I said, don't touch the pile. I'm going to put my dog up and I'm going to get another dog to verify it.
Okay. And did you get your other dog?
Yes, I did.
All right. And tell me about that.
I took canine ice over to the pile. I gave her the command soup. And she put her nose in the pile and she immediately sat down and looked at me.
And to the best of your knowledge, were remains located in that pile?
After they took the pile apart, there was a long line of ashes. And I didn't know it was remains at the time, but it turned out to be remains.
Now, you mentioned earlier finding a dead goat. Can you tell me about that?
While law enforcement was processing the scene, they were sifting the bones, were sifting the ashes. Warren said, well, how about you search the rest of the property while we're doing this? Because they really didn't know if it was human remains. And I continued searching. I searched a couple of fields, I searched the pond, and I searched another trailer, that had hay stored in it. And I noticed an odor coming from the bottom of the trailer, and I looked underneath it, and there was a goat there, dead goat.
All right, so you found the goat, not your dog.
Yeah, my dogs don't pay attention to dead animals or rotten meat, or that's a fallacy that you're going to be able to mask the scent of a body by putting rotten meat on top of it. That doesn't happen because dogs' noses are made completely different from ours. We have 6 million scent receptors in our nose to smell by. A bloodhound has 300 million. A German Shepherd has 225 million. And a Belgian Malinois has 200 million, so they can smell way beyond what we can even comprehend.
And so let me back up here. How many, over the course of your career as a human remains dog handler, how many bodies have you located?
Canine Bearer located approximately a dozen finds. Bodies and full bodies, pieces of bodies. We found all kinds of situations. But she's credited with at least a dozen finds.
And did your canines alert anywhere else on the property that day? At this time, I'll pass the witness.
He says a dozen fined. That doesn't sound like much. That doesn't sound like much. Only a dozen, considering how long he's been doing it for. I thought it'd be a hell of a lot more than that, but maybe I'm wrong. Chips are the best fry. Yes, I agree with you. Right, deviled eggs. Yes, that's deviled eggs, Nunia. But Meckie's on. She's Meckie's. Luckily, we're all weird here, so it's fine. She's on about frying it. Meckie frying the white of the egg and then putting the yellow back in. I have no idea either. Mustard. I would put mustard, yes. Similar to like what we do in egg sandwiches. I would imagine. Yeah, we do that. Mayo. Sweet relish. Oh, okay. Never tried that before. But what is Meckie? What is Mexi on about? I have no idea. She is in a world of her own today, I think. I think she might regret saying or frying it. What a complete weirdo. I love it though. Love it.
Forgive me, is it Marcio or Marcillo?
Marcillo.
Marcillo, okay, thank you for correcting me on that. All right, well, Mr. Marcillo, I do have a few questions for you. You said that prior to conducting the search that you were briefed on what you were getting ready to deploy your dog to, is that correct? And who spoke to you about that?
We met at the sheriff's office at 6:30, and there was a sheriff, a highway patrol investigator, Warren Greenman, and basically they showed me a map of the property and showed me where we will be searching.
Okay.
I always kind of like to know where we're going to be searching, what kind of terrain it's going to be, and that's what they discussed at that time.
Okay. And Mr. Marcillo, you indicated that the temperature at the time that you arrived at the property was 67 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you also made a note about the wind speed, correct?
Yes.
And was that the wind was out of the north, do you call that?
Wind was out of the north to 4 miles per hour.
Okay. And,
We do that on every search. We put down the temperature and the wind, just a matter of record.
okay. Do you make any other observations about the weather typically in a report?
A lot of times we'll put the humidity down, whether it's raining, overcast, sunny. We also put the GPS coordinates down.
And in this search, did you note the humidity?
I don't believe I did. Okay, I don't believe I did.
And why would the humidity be significant to note in a search?
Well, I know we have a lot of, we've had humid weather down here in Missouri. As good or bad as it is, you still have to deal with it when you're out there. I don't believe it plays a big part in scent. What does play a big factor in scent is whether you're searching in the morning or searching in the evening. Towards the evening, the sun starts dropping lower to the ground. It could settle down in ditches and holes. In the morning, it rises. But humidity, I put it down as a matter of record. But like I said, no matter what the humidity is, we still have to go out and search.
So humidity does have an effect on the scent or the availability, I guess, of whatever the dog is trying to detect?
It may. I've never noticed any kind of a problem when our dogs are out, whether it's hot, cold, raining, or, whether it's always high humidity down here. But we still have to deal with it. I can't say, well, my dog didn't find anything because it was too humid. That's not a factor.
In your training, as a human remains detection dog handler, is humidity a topic that you either instruct on or were instructed on?
No, sir. It's just something like the GPS coordinates. We put it down, we put down the wind speed, direction, whether it's light, whether it's dark. I don't care if there's a tornado out there. I mean, we worked Joplin for 5 days, and we had really bad weather days. There were days there, but I could care less. We still go out.
Okay. And I believe your testimony too was that one of the biggest factors whenever deploying the human remains detection dogs is the temperature, correct?
Yes.
And if it's too hot, that your dog might work itself into heat
It's all
exhaustion.
overheat. You don't want to show up on a search at 10 o'clock in the morning in the middle of August or the beginning of August. I mean, it's a no-brainer. You're going to go out there and put this dog to extreme temperatures. You're not going to last an hour, 2 hours. You go to overheat on you, possibly die.
How long were you at the property in Theodosia?
Well, we got there at 7:24, and I believe I left the search ended at 15:30, which is 3:30. I left at 1600, which is 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. And did you record or make any record of the temperature whenever you departed?
No, ma'am.
Was it warmer than 67 degrees at that point?
It wasn't a scorching day, but it was probably, I don't know, maybe mid-70s. It was tolerable. If it wasn't, I would have ended the search. If it got to the point where I thought my dog was in jeopardy, I would stop the search.
And the 2 dogs you had with you were Bera and Ice, is that
Ice.
correct? And do they have the same credentials or the same training?
They do, but Bera was a much more experienced dog. I started training her when she was 4 months old. She's certified at a year old, and she had been on multiple searches. We've done over 200 searches. Ice was a dog. She was a rescue that I got, and I think she was probably 3 or 4 years old when I got her, and she was pretty hard-headed when I got her. And I worked with her. Matter of fact, she certified, I believe, on July 31st of that year. And I took her out on that search, and she did very well. But she didn't have as much field experience as the other dog did, which is important.
Was that K9 Ice's first deployment with certification?
It was the first fine, yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Marcillo, I think you indicated that you're now an evaluator with the American Working Dog Association.
That's my AWPA.
And were you certified as an evaluator prior
No.
to, when did you become an evaluator?
It was probably about 3 years ago. You have to go to what they call an apprenticeship training. And basically what you do is you go with another evaluator, a person that is already an evaluator, and you have to go through 10 HR certifications with them. I believe it's 10 trailing, 5 area search, and 2 water searches. And ultimately, you find yourself going to Texas and Illinois, and wherever there's an evaluator putting on a certification, you go down there and you work with them and you get credit for it and log it in. And at the end of that period of time, you become an evaluator.
Okay. Mr. Marcillo, was it your testimony that only K9 Vera searched in any of the buildings on the property?
That's right.
So you did not deploy a second dog in the buildings?
I didn't need to. If I had gotten an alert, I would have taken the other building.
And prior to deploying the dogs, had you spoken to anyone at the scene that day about what the alerts look like? If you recall?
Anyone in law enforcement?
Correct.
I don't believe so. It's none of their concern, really. I mean, I may have mentioned that if I do find something, my dog is probably going to, she's going to sit, that's what alert, but that's really not, they're not concerned with my dog's alert. They're concerned with me finding what I'm looking for.
And was the dog that was actually actively searching in your sight at all times?
Yes, ma'am. That's the only way you can, that's the only way you can read your dog is if you constantly look at it.
And I think you stated that it was Sergeant Wiedemann that was your flanker or accompanied you?
Sergeant Wiedemann.
Was he the only law enforcement officer that accompanied you on the search that day?
No, I believe I started out with some of the deputies from Ozark County. We did a couple of the burn piles, and then we kind of switched back and forth, and I ended up with Warren. Warren has been, he's been my flanker on quite a few searches. So I already knew Warren before I got to the search.
And was it your testimony too that Sergeant Wiedemann had pointed to the pile where ultimately Vera alerted?
Well, he really didn't point to it. We were kind of looking at it at the same time. And he said, that'd probably be a good area to search. And I said, yeah, I was thinking that. I said, but let me get past it so I can put the dog into the wind. You always want to work with the wind blowing in the dog's face.
Okay. And Mr. Marcello, you had indicated that the dogs will signal on either a buried, elevated, surface, or, well, those are the three. Are those the three types of?
There's surface, where you hide something on the surface of the ground. There's buried, where you can put it 3 feet below the ground. We have guidelines. And elevated, you can put it as high as 20 feet up in the tree. Naturally, you're not going to put something 20 feet up in the tree, so I put it maybe about 8 feet. I'll stand on a tractor with one of these poles, and I'll put it, the hide, what we call it a hide. We'll put it up in the tree, and then we'll come back, and then about an hour later, we let them run the dog on it, and the dog has to pick that up. They also have to be within a certain distance. So on an elevated find, that dog has to be 1.5 times the distance. So if I put it 8 feet up in the tree, that dog can be 12 feet away and indicate and still pass. If it's on the ground, they have to be within 2 feet before they pass.
And Mr. Marcello, when you were searching in some of the buildings, did you have some concerns?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain your concerns?
When I got to the main building, I understood that they make soap, or they make live soap, and there were some areas in the rooms that had bags of powder. There was like white powder on the floor, and I assumed that it was live. So I expressed my concern to the deputy that I'm not going to let my dog go over there and put his nose down and get lye in his nose. Again, my main concern on any search I go on is the safety of my dog. So there was a few areas that I stayed away from. I mean, you could visibly see there was nothing there, but I didn't want the dog to go over and walk in, step in the lye, or put his nose in the lye.
Mr. Marcello, you said that in the training process that it's typically human placenta that is used as a, I guess, as a way for
Well, human
dogs to...
placenta is decomposition. It decomposes. And it's readily available if you know people that are going to have babies. I have a form letter it's not that I go follow a pregnant woman around, but if you know somebody that's going to have a baby, I'll give them a letter and say, would you consider donating your placenta to our training? I actually had I had a female doctor at the VA center up in Columbia, and she gave me 2 placentas. So what I do is I go up, pick up the placenta, I bring them a thing of flowers, to show my gratitude, and I take that, I put it in a special freezer. I certainly don't keep it with my hamburgers. And that's what we use to train. Now, we have a training field right outside where my kennel is, and there's one area of the training field where I buried 3 placentas 3 feet below the ground for the backhoe. And every training session, we run the dogs by there to make sure that they can still alert on them. And we get a positive alert every time.
Mr. Marcello, in your training to become an evaluator with the AAUWDA, just frankly, how much science do you go into in your training?
How much what?
Like the science of the chemicals and things like that the dogs are detecting. And also whether human remains, like a placenta, doesn't have skin, correct?
Yeah.
But if there was a human remains that were covered in skin, I guess, do you go into any sort of depth, or are you trained on different things there? What's the scope of your knowledge?
You don't do that as an evaluator. That's something you've picked up along the way from the experience you gain. You find out what works and what doesn't work. There's some people that don't want to, some evaluators don't believe in testing on blood. They say, well, what if a person cut their finger and they wrap the rag around? We go by everything from the human body. Blood, skin, fingernails. I've got a jar full of teeth that I got from the dentist. We could take one tooth and hide it behind the bumper of a car, and we do vehicle searches, and the dog will alert on one tooth. So we use everything that's available. Some people are lucky enough, and I know it sounds horrible, but some people are lucky enough to get a foot or a finger or some kind of a body part. And it's a tremendous aid in training the dog. training a cadaver dog, you can't use a hot dog. You gotta use parts of the body.
Mr. Marcello, in your training, did you receive any instruction on whether or not a manner of death or condition of a body might affect the amount of scent that is just available for a dog to detect?
Cause of death has nothing to do with the amount of scent coming off that body. Whether somebody was shot, stabbed, strangled, cut in pieces, scent is scent. The longer that body stays out there, the more scent you're going to get.
Do you know specifically what chemical the dogs are looking for?
No, I don't. I try and keep things simple. I mean, I don't get into the biological terms and what's specific. It doesn't matter to me. If it's human decomposition and my dog alerts on it, that's what matters. I train my dogs strictly on human remains. Like I said, right now, some of the newer dogs on the team, we're exposing them to grave dirt. And grave dirt is just dirt that a body was in. I don't know how long that body was in there, but they took the body out, and people took bags of dirt. It's a little bag that I have at home, a handful of dirt, and I've got that dirt since 2012. And like I said, I'll put that out, and that dog will slam dunk that thing every day. So we don't know. I don't believe there's been enough testing that can determine how long the body has to be there before a dog will alert or show a change of behavior, but they do it. Anytime we can get a piece of clothing that person was wearing when they were deceased, we use that as a training aid. That's a valuable tool for us. So it's kind of a science that they haven't really gotten into, but there are studies. I can leave prosecutor with these studies that I found where they placed decomposition in a building, and over a period of time they removed the items, and the dogs were still alerting or showing a noticeable change of behavior up into a year. Now, it could be longer than a year. I know one guy in St. Louis that I trained with that has a piece of carpet that somebody was deceased laying on.
I'm actually going to interrupt you, Mr. Marcello. Have you actually written any studies, or have you been published or conducted anything like that?
Oh man, I'm a dog handler, I'm not a writer.
So you're not exploring the science behind it? You're in the field, you're deploying the dogs?
That's good enough for me. I'm too old to start another field.
All right, so you haven't had any specific training then on, you may have read studies, but you haven't had specific training, or you haven't conducted any studies yourself regarding, I guess, the length of time, or conducted any specific experiments?
We experiment and we test the dogs all the time in different scenarios. We'll place HR in the water, we'll place it up a tree, we'll put cow manure over it. There was one time they took a stick and they smeared it with blood and they let it dry, and then they painted over it and they put it out in the field, and our dogs had to go find it. The dog found that every single time. So it works for me. Like I said, I don't want to be a scientist. I just want to keep being a dog handler, or I can't do it anymore.
And I think what you were referring to, you referred to grave dirt, correct?
Grave dirt.
And you referred to blood.
Yes.
You referred to placenta.
Yes.
But you, actually, I'll strike that. I won't ask. Mr. Marcello, did you know for sure that any of those chemicals in there were lye?
No, but I wasn't going to take a chance.
Okay. I guess that concludes my questions for you. Thank you.
I just have a few follow-up questions, Mr. Marcello. From your own experiences as a human remains dog handler, What is the soonest after death your dogs have picked up a residual scent?
Well, I never really had anybody like die right in front of me. But from my own personal experience, they say decomposition starts a few minutes after death. From my own personal experience, I was taking my
Your Honor, I'm
father's
going to
pulse.
object. I think we've got a foundation problem that he has indicated to us in the science. Thank you.
Okay, without talking about the science behind it or your thoughts on decomposition, are you able to say what's the soonest your dogs have ever picked up a residual scent following death?
Not following death, but following the removal of the body. I went to the body farm.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's not responsive to the question.
He's trying to answer the question, Your Honor, based on
Not your question.
I think he is.
Okay. I'll just say it, ask another question.
Okay. Did you have occasion to go to a body farm one time and witness your dogs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us about body farms? What are body farms?
Body farm is a place where people donate their body after death, and they're put out in cages in about a 25-acre area, and they study the decomposition process in the body. It's not specifically for canines, but it's an anthropology center. And a canine group down in Texas gets permission to work this farm, and you get to work bodies in different stages of decomposition, from somebody that's died for maybe 3 days, somebody that's 30 days, and then there's graves that they work, and then there's areas where they have a body and they take the body out and they see how long, what the reaction to the dog is going to be.
So is it a fair statement to say these body farms contain bodies that are freshly dead all the way to dust?
Yes.
All right.
Very horrible place.
And have you brought your dogs out to body farm before?
I brought canine bear out there.
Okay. And when you're at these body farms, are the bodies marked in any way, like this body died on this date and this?
No, sir.
Are they just in various stages of decomposition?
Various stages. Some of them are pink, some of them are brown, some of them are covered in maggots. They're all different stages.
All right. And are you familiar, through your training experience, with the different stages of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about your training and experience regarding the stages of decomposition and how you know that?
Well, initially, I believe after the first couple of minutes when a person dies, the organs start to decomp.
Let me stop you right there. How do you know this?
The only personal experience I've had with decomposition was taking someone's pulse at the moment they died, and their skin turned from what we call EMS terms pink and warm, very slimy. I mean, the texture of their skin immediately changed.
Have your dogs ever been able to detect anyone in that stage?
I've never had anybody that died right there that my dog can detect.
Okay. So going back to my kind of original question, what's this? How soon has your dogs detected on someone following death, to your knowledge?
30 minutes.
Now let me go back and ask you about Canine Vera searching the buildings. You mentioned that you had Vera and Ice, and Ice was less experienced than Vera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you start with Vera because of her experience?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And was Ice used to verify whatever findings Vera came up with?
She was the second dog to verify whatever verified.
Okay. And you mentioned that you've never noticed the problem with your dogs regardless of weather. What kind of weather conditions have you worked your dogs in?
All kinds of weather.
Do they work in the rain?
Work in the rain.
They work in the extreme heat?
They do, but I don't like to put them out there in extreme heat.
And is that because of their safety?
Yes.
And how much time and money and effort are you putting into training these dogs?
To finish a dog, it takes approximately 2 years. The average cost of being in a search and rescue group is between $10,000 to $15,000 a year. You don't get funded by anyone, you don't get any grants, everything comes out of your own pocket. It's not a hobby, it's a lifestyle.
And so if one of your dogs is injured, is that a big loss to you?
Yes, it is. That's why you have multiple dogs, because if my dog goes down, I have to have another dog take his place right away. Right?
We'll pass the witness, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Marcillo, you said, I think you used the term freshly dead when referring to some of the, I guess, bodies that are at the body farm, correct?
You're not going to find anybody freshly dead at the body farm.
Okay, can you define what you mean, or I think it was actually Mr. Brown who asked that in his question, but what would freshly dead mean to you
Freshly
in that
dead
context?
means that somebody drowned in a pond, and they called me out, and I got there within 30 minutes, and we alerted on the spot that he went down. And they pulled him out at the same spot.
So, Mr. Marcillo, then my question would be, whenever you mentioned like the freshly dead, and you indicated that the soonest you'd ever, I guess, had a dog detect was 30 minutes, correct?
30 minutes.
Was that the scenario, someone drowned in a pond and your dog detected?
Yes, they put us in a boat. We went out to the last place they saw him in the pond, which was one of these floating docks, and my dog indicated right by the dock that he was down there. And that's where they ultimately found him.
And so that body was submerged in the water?
He was underwater. He was in 22 feet of water.
Whenever we were talking earlier about the types of detection, whether it was buried, elevated, surface, residual, would that be considered a buried? What type of detection would that be considered someone who's in 22 feet of water?
That's water.
So there's actually another,
There's a certification for water. That's open water and shoreline. Open water is done from a boat. And when you pass the shoreline, you have 100 feet of shoreline that you have to search for the decomp. If the dog alerts on that and passes, then you go in the boat and you have to search an area. Equivalent would be about 4 acres, and that dog has to alert within 12 feet to pass that test.
and so that is a different type of certification?
That's a different certification, yes.
Okay.
Same organization. Actually, all of these certifying agencies have the same thing. Some a little different than others, but they all basically have water and they have land. They call it HRB land and HRB water.
And just to clarify, Barra and ICE were HRD land?
ICE was HRD land, Barra was HRD land, water, open water, and shoreline. She was also tracking and trailing.
I don't think I have any further questions, Mr. Marcillo. Thank you.
I have no follow-up, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let me ask you one question, just so I'm clear. Can your dog spot or alert on every location that a body could have been, such as in the camper, in the pickup, and at the burn pile? Will it alert on all 3 places?
Yes, sir. When I went in that camper, I wasn't expecting to find a body in there because obviously there wouldn't be a search. I was expecting to find some kind of residual odor. And when you work your dog, you pay attention to your dog's head. Because the dog, in the search and rescue community, there's a term called a head pop. And that's why you have flankers out there. If you don't see your dog, and a flanker is looking at your dog, and your dog is walking, and all of a sudden he goes like that, that means sometimes he gets a whiff of an odor. So I was expecting some kind of a head pop, or I was expecting the dog to paw at an area. If the body is gone for a long time, and the dog doesn't alert, the dog is going to pay particular attention to a section of the bed. He may paw it, he may rub his head on it. It's a change of behavior, and I didn't see any change of behavior in any of the buildings that I searched.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, they may have another.
They may have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Marcillo.
I do have some follow-up. Mr. Marcillo, I have a few questions for you. As far as residual scent is concerned, if the clothing or the bedding and things like that, if someone, you were in the camper, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a bed in the camper?
There was a bed in the camper.
Did you make any observations about that bed?
There was a lot of clothes on it. There was garbage in there. There was food in there. It was in complete disarray. I searched every inch of that camper.
About how long were you in the camper?
As long as it took to go from one end to the other, back and forth. I had a trooper in there with me. We don't have a search without law enforcement. I had a trooper in there, and I watched that door go around the bed, around the cabinets, garbage pail. Door didn't show any indication at all that there was anything in there. And then we moved. Actually, I think what I had them do is even open up the septic tank. And I made the door put her nose down in the septic tank. And we didn't get any indication.
And that was the first place that
That's
the
the
dog...
first place I searched. I went from my car to the camper. And the buildings.
Have you had training about, well, you've had training about residual scent, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know, did you receive any training about how long, I guess, a residual scent might linger?
It's really, I've got one, like I said, I've got one here. They claim, they didn't say when it ends, but they say up until a year, the dogs were still indicating in certain rooms where the objects were kept. But based on the gray dirt that I have, that's 12 years old, and my dogs alert on that like it's fresh, I would say that residual scent very rarely ever goes away. It's there. We can't smell it, like I said, because of our nose. A dog can smell. You could take a teardrop from a baby and put it in the center of a football field, and that dog will find it. You just have to grid the field and work into the wind. As much as I work with them, they're so amazing.
So the studies that you've referenced there, that you've read, but you didn't author,
No.
and you haven't talked with the authors or anything like that. You haven't conducted independent experiments relating to that, correct?
Yeah.
Well, independent scientific experiments.
We conduct experiments all the time. We did a search once where our dogs alerted on a plastic tote, and one of the parents happened to mention that their son was cut up and put in a plastic tote. So when I buried these placentas, I carried them in a plastic tote. I went back and I hosed the tote off, and I hosed the cover off. There was just a little bit of blood on that cover. I hosed it off, and I left it out in the field. Now, we train as a team once a month. They train independently. Every time we train, those dogs alert on that tote and on the cover.
In training, you're not analyzing which chemical. You don't know specifically
Blood.
which chemical. Well,
It's just blood.
but blood's not a chemical itself, correct?
Whatever chemical is in blood, that's what the dogs alert on. And it's kind of like putting spaghetti sauce in a white plastic bowl. You can wash that bowl forever, and you still have that red tint in there. I imagine that scent permeates into that plastic.
But you're talking that was blood, correct?
Yes.
And so if it was not blood, or if there were no fluids that leaked onto that, could that have an effect on the strength of the residual scent or the ability for it?
Blood or body fluid would be the same thing. It's coming off the body, it's decomposition. Like I said, there's no way we could ever smell it. A dog will smell it every time.
And you, though, as I think you've already testified, a simply fresh body, no trauma, no blood, no apparent fluid, things like that, you've never been able to test your dog on that scenario. Someone who is, as we said, I think the phrase was freshly dead within 30 minutes.
I had one that was 6 days old, and I had one that was 30 days old. 6 days, the girl was about 100 yards down a hill, and myself and Vera and another flanker were walking along a ridge, and Vera picked her head up and ran straight down the hill. And I said, well, I better follow my dog. And when I went down there, she was standing over the body of this girl. So.
But never like a few hours dead. You've never had that scenario.
No.
Okay.
30 minutes, like I said, was.
And that was an underwater situation.
The decomp still comes up to the surface.
Okay.
Hiya, Katie. We missed you.
I think I have concluded my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing in follow-up to Ms. Wellborn's questions.
Thank you.
So, Katie, hello. We missed you the other day when we were streaming this. We were streaming it, going on that DM myself, go, where's Katie? So I thought you might enjoy this trial, actually. So, welcome back. Lovely to see you.
Judge, our next witness will probably be pretty long. It's pretty close to the lunch hour.
Break to one.
That'll work.
Hey, if you open the door over there.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Erin Hack. Hello, beautiful Erin Hack. Happy days of thanks for my American friends. Don't fumble the football, the turkey. No, I got the turkey ready in the freezer. I'm excited tomorrow. I'll be posting in Discord. Thank you, Erin. Mwah, mwah. Thank you very much for your generous donation as well. I appreciate that. She's always generous. Erin is always generous. So thank you, Erin. I hope you're well. Erin, as well, I think you would have enjoyed this trial as well. So if you've not seen day one, go and watch it, because I think you'd enjoy this trial. Don't be silly, it's all good. As long as you're okay, that's the main thing. Tennessee was the first, started by the FBI. Oh, there we are. I used to watch the... Oh, hello again. Oh, you've been somewhere already, have you? It's so I know it's old, but just as a reminder, isn't it? Oh, you see, you can't win with this one. But it's all good. It's all good in the hood. Right, let's go. Lunch break. We're back from lunch break here.
Anything else, Mr. Brown?
I was just trying to do. I'm just trying to do something for a couple of days. So we're not streaming tomorrow, but just trying to do something for a couple of days. Here we go.
Not to that, for that, Your Honor.
Okay. Next witness.
State will call Robert Pete Jr.
I was just saying to Katie that we were talking about her, asking where she was on Monday. And yesterday disaster, no charger for my laptop, it broke, so only today I can stream.
Second, my clerk is her dad has been in the hospital. It is very unusual for her not to be in the courthouse, and I can't find her. Affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay.
Going to be seated.
He's doing that, mate. What's he doing? He's doing that trial again, isn't he? Oh, I don't remember the name of it now. I did look to do it myself, but no one wanted to do it. Well, majority didn't want to watch it, so we're not doing it. Melly, isn't it? Melly. Yeah, most people didn't want to watch it, so we're not doing it. Pretty smelly, okay.
State your name for the record, sir.
Robert Pete Jr.
And are you the son of Robert Pete Sr.?
Yes.
All right. And do you know the lady that's sitting at the end of council table?
This is her husband.
All the way to your right?
Yes.
And who is that?
Rebecca.
And who is Rebecca to you? Hold on a second. We've got to adjust the microphone. Who is Rebecca to you?
My wife.
Okay.
So this is a husband.
I've had one person this morning that didn't want to talk to the other court, but it drove me crazy. So,
Yeah, make sure you're speaking into the mic so the court can hear you and everyone else can hear you. How long have you known the defendant?
several years.
Okay. Now let me ask you something, Mr. Pete. Are you also currently charged in this matter?
Yes.
All right. And you have an attorney representing you here today, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you are you choosing to speak with us here today?
Yes.
All right. How long? So you said you've known the defendant a long time. How long is a long time?
Maybe 10 years.
How did you first become acquainted with her?
Met at a bar.
Did y'all, were y'all romantically involved at some point?
Yes.
When did you first start dating the defendant?
I can't recall that day.
Okay. Was that on again, off again, consistent?
On again.
Okay. Are you familiar with Savannah Leckie?
Yes.
All right, who is Savannah Leckie?
Rebecca's daughter.
How long did you know Savannah?
I've met her a couple of times in Minnesota, and then when Rebecca and I started dating again, she was looking for Rebecca, so.
Okay, and you said you're married to the defendant. When were you married?
After Savannah came out missing. Okay, no, I can hardly hear you. If you don't want to testify, just step down. If you're going to testify, I want you to speak up so we can hear you, okay?
Thank you. So when did you get married to the defendant?
After Savannah had come up missing.
Okay. Was that something, do you recall that exact date?
No.
Were you living with the defendant at the time that Savannah came up missing?
Yes.
All the time or just part of the time?
Just part of the time.
Were you planning on moving there permanently at some point with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, do you recall the date that Savannah was reported missing?
No.
You don't recall the exact date?
No.
Okay. And could you tell us do you recall that day that Savannah was reported missing?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if you can recall the day when you just said he didn't know what day it was. Objection.
You can answer that question. Can you tell us about that day that Savannah came up missing?
Yeah.
Walk us through it, please.
Got it. Savannah wasn't in her trailer, so we called for her on pickup, see if she'd come back up to the house. Couldn't find her, went looking for her. And Rebecca called the sheriff's department.
Okay. What time did you get up that morning? Do you recall?
No.
Was it earlier than normal or later?
I honestly couldn't tell you. The sun was up.
Okay. The sun was out?
Yes.
Okay. And the sheriff's office was called that day?
Yes.
And did they respond to your farm, to the defendant's farm?
Yes.
And was a search conducted on that day?
Yes.
Did you assist with that search?
Yes.
Now I'm going to take you back. Do you recall a fire occurring at the property a few days before?
Yes.
All right, can you tell us about that?
I was at my mom and dad's house and got a phone call from Rebecca. She said she needed help. The fire got out of hand. I told her to call the sheriff's department, and I would head that way.
Okay. Were you a volunteer firefighter at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you leave for the defendant's residence at that time?
Yes, my dad went with me.
All right.
I did.
Can you describe, when you got there, can you describe the fire that you saw?
There was an extensive amount of land burnt, but the fire department had got most of it under control.
Did you assist in putting the rest of it out?
Yes.
What was your dad doing during this time?
He was with Rebecca, and she was burnt pretty bad on her arm.
And was he treating her wounds?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you see Savannah that day?
Yes.
Was she injured?
No, I'm aware of.
Okay. Could you tell us about your interactions with Savannah on that day?
They were fairly normal. Savannah did her own thing for the most part, and later in the day, she'd come up and help me clean up some of the brush and stuff that had completely burned.
Did she appear to be healthy at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and the defendant have an occasion to visit a doctor for...
Your Honor, I object to leading the witness
Okay.
test.
Did you and the defendant leave the farm at any point that day?
Yes.
What was that for?
I didn't bring her to get her arm looked at.
Did you bring her to a doctor?
Yes.
And was the defendant given any sort of treatment?
Yes, some pain pills and a burn ointment.
Okay. you recall what kind of pain pills those were?
Hydrocodone, I believe.
And Judge, we had already entered the stipulation as to the hydrocodone pills. That states Exhibit 12. Did you, after, where did you get those pain pills filled?
At the pharmacy there in Theodosia.
And did you, where did you go after the pain, after you filled those pain pills?
I believe we went to the grocery store there in Theodosia and then back to the farm.
Okay. And did you stay the night at the farm?
Yes.
And so that would be the the next day. Can you tell us about the next day at the farm? This would have been the day before Savannah was missing.
And I got up, I took care of the livestock. I went back up on the hill, cleaned up the rest of the logs that were damaged and could be sold. I piled them up in a pile to be burned. Savannah helped with that a little bit, and she did her own chores.
Okay. Did Savannah appear to be healthy on that day?
To the best of my knowledge.
Did she appear to be injured to you?
No.
Now that evening, what were you and Savannah doing that evening, if anything?
If I remember source correctly, I lit the pile that I built of the damaged logs and brush on fire. It was burning bad, and Savannah was out up there with me. She usually liked to chase lightning bugs and different things of it, and it was nice.
What was the weather like that evening?
It was a nice night, if I remember correctly.
And were there a lot of lightning bugs out that evening?
I honestly couldn't remember.
Did she appear to be happy and healthy that evening?
To me, she did.
Okay. Do you recall seeing the defendant interact with Savannah that evening?
So,
Okay, could you tell us about those interactions?
I know that they weren't getting along the best because Savannah hadn't done her homework.
All right, was there an argument about that?
I believe so.
Do you know about what time did you see Savannah go to bed that night?
She said she was.
Okay.
I didn't see her go into the trailer.
Okay. Did she leave the campfire?
Yes.
Did she say goodnight to you?
Yes.
Did she appear to be normal at that time?
Yes.
And did you ever go into Savannah's camper trailer that evening?
No.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't go into Savannah's camper trailer that evening?
I viewed that trailer as her bedroom, and I don't have any business being in a girl's bedroom.
Is that a value you were raised with as a kid?
Yes.
How many brothers and sisters do you have, Mr. Pete?
About one sister and two brothers.
Did you tend to give your siblings their own space?
Yes.
All right. After Savannah told you she was going to bed, did you and the defendant stay up at the campfire?
Your Honor, again, this is a leading question. He's giving the answer.
He can answer yes or no. I'm not giving him any answer.
I'll overrule it on this question, but as we get closer to, as they went up there, I don't know what he's answering to be. Let him tell what happened at the campfire, or at the fire.
You can answer the question.
Rebecca and I were at the campfire.
Okay. How long did you stay up there?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you how long.
Did you go to bed?
Yes, at some point. It was late in the evening, late at night.
Did the defendant go to bed with you?
Yes.
All right. Do you guys have separate or what are your living quarters like?
We stayed in a bedroom in the shop building.
Okay. How do you sleep, Mr. Pete?
Pretty deep.
Is it hard to wake you up?
It always is.
Do you recall speaking to Deputy Curtis Dobbs regarding Savannah's disappearance?
On several occasions.
Okay. Going back to the day she was that she disappeared. Did you discover anything else missing other than Savannah?
She had some bedding missing.
Sorry, so much.
Bedding. And think her anything was missing.
Do you know what happened to the, do you know if anything, do you remember telling Deputy Dobbs about pills?
Yes.
Okay, what did you tell Deputy Dobbs about pills?
That I could not find Rebecca's prescription for her pain pills.
And were these the pain pills that were previously prescribed to her just a couple days prior?
Yes.
Were all of the pills missing or just some of the pills?
Most, if not all, if I remember correctly.
At some point before you were arrested in this matter, did you receive, did the defendant ask you to store some things for her?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those?
Some clothes and lots of different things.
Could you describe that box for us?
It has pens, paper, notebooks, and horse recorder.
All right. And did you, at some point, what did you do with that box when she gave it to you?
I put it in the closet and had my mom dad's house for storage.
Did you eventually take that box out of storage?
Yes.
When did you do that? Do you recall?
Sometime after I was released from jail.
And did you look at the items in that box?
Yes.
And did you listen to the digital recorder?
Part of it.
All right. And once you found that recorder, what did you do with it and listen to that recorder?
I contacted my attorney and the sheriff department.
And I'm going to show you what it marked in State's Exhibit 19. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the burns on Ruud's arm.
Did you take that photograph or did someone else take it?
I believe I did.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the burns on the defendant's arm?
I believe so.
All right. At this time, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 19.
No objection.
Be admitted. We'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yeah, just a moment.
So this guy is the husband of Rebecca. He's been arrested as well, but I don't know the outcome of his. Did he get a trial? Did he get? I don't know. Because he cooperated, that's why the judge flipped on him. Either testify or don't testify. It's your choice. It's a bench trial, only a bench.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pete. How are you this afternoon?
I'm here.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions. I'm going to clarify some things, or I'd like to try to clarify some things I'm confused about your testimony today. First of all, are you still married to Reba?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say Reba, you do know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay. How well would you say, or let me say this, how often would you say you were around Savannah?
Not an extreme amount.
Well, let's try to break that down and clarify. So did you live on the farm?
I stay on the farm a lot, several days a week.
Okay. And did you see Savannah every one of those days that you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And before you began living on the farm, had you seen Savannah?
On occasion.
All right. Go ahead.
Like I said, I've been trips to Minnesota where I met some males.
Okay,
And I'd seen Savannah at Duke Hall in town,
and what is that?
festival in Gainesville.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity during these times that you were around Savannah, well, to, who else was around when you were around Savannah?
Usually Reba.
Okay, so you had an opportunity to observe Reba and Savannah together.
Yes.
And did you ever, did you ever notice any changes in behavior at any time of Savannah during the time you met her?
No.
So she didn't go from happy to sad to anything like that?
Not around me.
All right. But you weren't around all the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to have you, since you did live or stay on the property sometimes, I want you to describe the property for me a little bit, if you could, and the buildings and things that were there. So about how big was the property? If you know.
I don't know what the exact acreage was, but it was fairly sizable.
Okay. And were there any buildings on the property?
Yes, there's a large shop building, the camper trailer, and a greenhouse.
Okay. And this large building, what type of building is this?
It was a metal structure shop building that an apartment was being built in one end of it
Okay. So it was more like a shop than a house.
at that one time.
Okay. And did it have air conditioning in that metal building?
No,
And you said that there was a camper. How big was that camper?
32 foot, I believe.
Okay. So a fairly good sized camper.
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to take you back to that, on the night of the brush fire. Did you stay at Reba's property the night of the brush fire?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do? What did you do the next day? And if you could kind of just walk me through your day that next day after the brush fire.
I took care of the livestock, took care of the goats, and cleaned up the mess on top of the hill left over from the fire.
From the brush fire?
Yes.
Okay. And you observed Savannah that day?
Yes.
How many times that day?
I can tell you how many, I did several, I'm sure.
All right. And then I believe your testimony was that you even saw her that evening.
Yes.
And in fact, she was up by a fire that you had built up.
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in time, did you observe Savannah and Reba, maybe even yourself, did you go back down toward the buildings from the fire?
Savannah and Reba had some Savannah on the bed.
Okay. Did you eat dinner that night?
I don't remember.
All right. And so your testimony is that you stayed on top of the hill when Savannah and Reba went back downstairs. Or I'm sorry, not down the stairs, back down to the camper and the building.
Yes.
Okay. And when did you come back down the hill?
I don't know what time it was.
And did you, at the time that you came down the hill, did you see Savannah or Reba?
Seen Reba.
Okay. And where did you see Reba?
At the shop.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The shop.
Okay. And did you, what did you do once you got down, come back down the shop, into the shop?
From what I can remember, I was in bed.
Okay. Did you, believe you testified that you had that you found a box that had a digital recorder in it, correct? Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that you turned that over to the sheriff's department.
Yes.
And when you did that, did they take a recording of you talking to them about it
Yes.
and about your time at the farm?
Yes.
Okay, was that, do you know if that was video recorded?
I believe it was.
Okay. I want to talk about the fire that you had going up there, the brush fire that you had going. Was there a, when you left and went to bed, was the fire out?
Not really.
Okay. What, how big was this fire when you started it?
Good size.
Okay. Can you give us the size, the range of the size?
It was probably 2 foot across,
Okay. How tall?
6, 7 foot.
Okay. And when you went to bed or left the area, how much of that was still burning?
I think they burned down quite a bit. They mostly coals.
Okay. Did you see Savannah anymore that evening in the building, in the shop or anything?
No.
Okay. Just a moment, please.
4 people have said that today is their first day in the channel, so say hello guys, welcome. Welcome along here. We're quite friendly. We are very friendly. Say hello if you want to. If you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. But always welcomes. So, yeah, so this guy, he's still married to her, but it's part of a plea deal he has. But I don't know what it contains, the plea deal. But yeah, the judge, you're right, he lost his crap just now, didn't he? But he knows about the plea deal, do you know what I mean? Hello, Natasha. Welcome. Natasha from Moreno Valley, California. Oops. Crap. What have I done now?
Is that why you didn't look at it?
Yes. Seen Reba.
Okay. And where did you see Reba?
At the shop.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Good shop.
Okay. And did you, what did you do once you got come back down into the shop?
From what I can remember, I was in bed.
Okay.
Hiya, Monica.
Did you, believe you
Like, you'll know if you've been in this channel, everyone loves dogs on this channel. So welcome, Natasha. Welcome to you as well, Monica.
testified that you had that you found a box that had a digital recorder in it, correct? Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that you turned that over to the sheriff's department.
Yes.
And when you did that, did they take a recording of you talking to them about it
Yes.
and about your time at the farm?
Yes.
Okay. Was that? Do you know if that was video recorded?
I believe it was.
Okay.
See? How nice is
I want to
this?
talk about the fire that you had going up there, the brush fire.
Hello, SEN advocate. Welcome to you as well.
Went to bed.
That's nice.
Was the fire out?
Not really.
Okay. What? How big was this fire when you started it?
Good size.
Okay. Can you give us the size, the range of the size?
Okay.
It was probably 2 foot across,
Okay. How tall?
6, 7 foot.
Okay. And when you went to bed or left the area, how much of that was still burning?
I think they burned down quite a bit. They mostly coals.
Okay. Did you see Savannah anymore that evening in the building, in the shop or anything?
No.
Okay. Just a moment, please.
Pausing for a second, but welcome to you all. SEN advocate. Now, what does that mean? Because is that special needs? Because in the UK, that's special, I'm not sure, special educational needs advocate. Is that what it means? Or is it something else? I'm not sure if you're from the UK or if you're from Canada, America, but SEN here, I believe it's called Special Educational Needs Advocate. So if it is that, it's great. Yeah, how long have you been here for?
How many times would you say, or actually, have you been interviewed by the police regarding this case from the brush fire on down to today?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've been interviewed?
several.
And when you located the recorder, what did you do with that recorder?
I listened to part of it.
Okay, and then what did you do next?
I called my
Respect.
attorney so I could get it from the sheriff's department.
Okay, and you did turn it in.
Yes,
And when you turned it in, were you interviewed by the sheriff's department at that point in time?
yes,
And that was on video?
I believe so.
Okay. Have you seen that video or had an opportunity to review it yourself?
No.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, SEN advocate. Thank you, guys.
Can you tell me about, so you indicated that Reba had given you, and I was kind of jumping around a little bit, but Reba had given you a box that had this recorder in it, is that correct?
Yes,
And can you describe this box?
just a small front box with notebooks.
I'll be back now.
Did it have a lid? Okay, so it was just an open box. And what'd you do with it?
I put it in the closet in the spare room of my mom and dad's house.
Okay, and how long did it sit there?
Probably close to a year.
All right. Do you know which, well, was the deputy that interviewed you when you gave them the recording, was that Deputy Winston Collins?
Yes,
And was your attorney there with you that day?
yes.
Okay. I don't believe I have anything further for this witness, Your Honor.
I have a little bit of follow-up. Mr. Pete, you mentioned you're still married to the defendant. Do you want to divorce the defendant?
Your Honor. It's not relevant.
I think it goes towards, I withdraw the question, Judge.
Okay.
All right, thank you. The box with the recorder in it, you previously testified that you let it sit for a year. Where were you during that year?
In jail?
And is that why you didn't look at it?
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Pete, did the defendant ever tell you if she did anything with Savannah?
So here she is. A beautiful, beautiful niece. Nieces. Two of them beautiful nieces. So you haven't seen her for a while, so I thought she's with me today. So before she goes home now, she goes, hello, pal. Hello. Yeah, dear, I'm hefyd. Mae o'n mynd i gwaith, look over here, we.
Na, sy'n beth yna.
O, dwi'n se?
Na, dwi'n mynd sioe yna.
O, reit, lle ma gw?
Ie.
Mae pob yn gweud hello i ti. Ti'n gweud hello, no? Reit, ta-ta, gweud. Ta-ta. Reit.
Ond i gael dolur ydyn ni.
O, fi gwybod. O, mae'n siarad gweud. Reit, gweld ti twyr o'n iawn?
Ie, good, ta.
Tra bach.
Right, it's me.
Sorry for those that are here for the trial and not the cuteness. But I have to show her. She loves to come on channel sometimes. She's here most Wednesdays. But actually, she's going to school in January. So I've got her Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday afternoons. So she's my niece. She's not my daughter. So, right. Let's get back to this. Sorry about that, guys. I just, children are children. When they want to come on stream, they want to come on stream, do you know what I mean?
So. Did she ever tell you that she burned Savannah's body?
No.
No further questions?
I have one for, well, maybe a couple. So,
Thank you, guys,
you
for
testified,
tight comments.
They'd ask you if you were in jail during the time that you hadn't listened to that recording. Did you listen to it immediately after you got out of jail?
No.
Was there some time in between that time?
No.
Do you know how long?
No.
Okay. So it wasn't just because you were in jail that you hadn't listened to it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
What caused you or compelled you to listen to it when you did?
I was going through and gathering up stuff for the Theodosia Fire Department.
Did you think the content, what did you, strike that, see her getting ready to jump up. Why, you said about the Theodosia Fire Department, did you think that the box had something to do with the Theodosia Fire Department?
Yes.
And is that why you were looking at it?
Yes.
And are you a volunteer with that fire department, or were you a volunteer with that fire department?
I helped them out, but Raylan was on the board.
No further questions. I have.
Now, was this did you take this photograph after the brush fire and before the bonfire night, or the next day?
I believe so.
Why did you take this photograph?
She had asked me to take a picture so she can send it to her business partner, Elmer.
For what, do you know the reason?
No.
So if I understand your testimony, there was the brush fire, which the fire department came out that afternoon or that day and put out.
Yes.
And you and the defendant and Savannah then were around the property the rest of the day.
Yes.
The three of you went up to where the brush fire was, and you had a bonfire kind of go in and clean up.
Yes.
And the three of you were up there for a while.
Yes.
Did you observe Savannah do anything strange while she was up around the bonfire?
No, I didn't notice anything.
She never tried to run into the fire?
No.
And so you sat around the fire, and then Savannah went back down towards the camper.
Yes.
And you and the defendant stayed up there for a little while longer.
Yes.
And when you went back down to the building, you didn't see Savannah at any time.
No.
And the last time you saw Savannah alive was at the bonfire.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Just a clarification question, Your Honor. Were there two bonfires? Was there one on the night of the brush fire and then another bonfire, or are we just referring to bonfire the night after the brush fire?
The night after the brush fire.
Okay.
Is the night after or the same day?
The night after.
No, the bonfire was the night after.
Okay. Okay.
Just needed to clarify that, Your Honor.
Well, I just know that there's so the day of the brush fire, Savannah was alive and walking around, and everybody went to bed and got up the next day.
Yes.
And you saw Savannah all day long off and on.
Yes.
But the last time you saw her was at the bonfire the next night before she went down to the camp.
Yes.
Okay. Then now, you want to clarify my clarification?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, I think we're good now.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you.
I was a bit lost there, because I wasn't sure if there's one bushfire or two, so I'm glad you clarified that. So there's a bushfire and a bonfire. There's two fires. The bonfire is what I believe they came to fix, the fire department. Okay, I'm sort of starting to understand it, but not fully. Right, so we got this woman on next now.
Tennille, Christine Steves, Tennille, Christine Leckie, Marte,
Okay. And what state do you currently live in?
Minnesota.
All right. How long have you lived there?
A couple different times, but this last time about 10 years.
All right. And
I agree, Monica.
are you familiar with Rebecca Ruud?
Yes, I am.
Who is she to you?
So this, just so you know, is Tamil Montauk. She, I believe, is the adoptive mother of Savannah. So, let me just update it on the stream here so that everyone knows. This is the adoptive mother. So she comes from Minnesota. I hope I said that right, Minnesota. And I don't know why she gave her back, though, to the biological mother. I don't know how that works, but save that. So that's at the bottom screen. Tamil Montauk, or whatever her name is, the adoptive mother of Savannah. Right, let's get back to that. It just didn't have the fact finder. I think it's great. I like the fact that juries ask questions, and I like the fact that this judge could freely ask questions, because it's an important case. Do you know what I mean? It's a murder case.
Originally, she was my neighbor's daughter.
Okay. How long have you known Miss Ruud?
As of now, 21 years.
Is she present here in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Could you identify her for us, please?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she's wearing?
Black blazer and a white shirt.
All right, I'd ask that the record reflect witnesses that do the defendant.
You will.
Thank you. And who is Savannah Leckie to you?
She's my daughter.
Okay. When was she born?
June 3rd.
Is she your biological daughter or your adopted daughter?
She's my adopted daughter.
Now, let me go back a little bit. When you said you've known the defendant for 21 years, when did you first meet the defendant?
When Savannah was 2 days before Savannah was born.
Okay. And can you tell us kind of the circumstances behind you meeting the defendant?
Rebecca's mom, Leanne, was my next door neighbor to the north of me, my house. I and my now ex-husband owned a resort, and I had met her mother several times beforehand. We had just purchased the resort about just a few months prior. It was our first season of opening, so I was busy. And I remember seeing her between our two properties.
And you said you were married at the time. Was that to David Leckie?
That's correct.
And you mentioned the defendant was...
Hello, RB. Is that RB? AB? Love to see you. We got another Australian. We got Chris Mullen as well, but she's not here. But hello. Lovely to see you, RB. I'll call you RB for now. Brilliant. It's lovely to see new people chatting. Thank you, guys.
You met the defendant 2 days before Savannah was born?
Approximately.
So was the defendant pregnant at the time?
Yes, she was.
All right. And were you and David Leckie looking to have children?
Yes, we were.
Were you unable to have children?
Yes.
Okay. Were you looking to adopt a child?
Yes, we had just started the process of looking into adoption.
Okay. And can you tell us about what happened after shortly after Savannah was born?
Rebecca's grandfather on the maternal side passed away, and Savannah was born.
Okay. Do you recall what if the defendant did anything after Savannah's birth?
Could you clarify?
I'll try to clarify as best as I can. Did you eventually end up with, did Savannah eventually become your adoptive daughter?
Yes.
All right, and can you explain how that came to be?
Like I said, Rebecca's maternal grandfather passed away the day before Savannah was born. There was a funeral afterwards, and for condolences reasons, I brought over a gift for both Leanne and Rebecca for congratulations and for sympathy. And I got to officially meet Rebecca for the first time. I'd seen her in a way, and Savannah was 2 days old. And
Yes, I'm going to pump up the volume. Mind your ears, I'll put the extension on. 2 seconds, just to see if it makes a difference. So I'll put it up to 240, just to see if this makes a difference.
I have to do it for a second. So then we had a home interiors party at my home, and my mom and I had her over for this interior decoration party thing we had. And she brought Savannah. And then I want to say on at least 3 occasions, Leanne and Rebecca asked me to babysit Savannah.
Okay. And did you start taking care of Savannah on a regular basis?
Yes.
All right. And did Savannah end up in the foster care system in Minnesota?
Yes, she did.
Could you explain the circumstances behind that?
So my ex-husband David went to Rebecca after she had gone down to Missouri to retrieve her things. And so she had left Savannah here with her biological mother.
Okay, and by here you mean Minnesota?
Minnesota, up in Park Rapids, Minnesota, right when we lived. And so I helped Leanne out many times with Savannah during that time. We were in contact with Rebecca, in terms more of me than anything. At one point, David had decided to just ask if Rebecca would ever consider adoption.
And did you eventually take legal custody of Savannah?
Yes, we hired an attorney who had got the paperwork filled out. Rebecca and her biological father in Missouri signed it, sent it back. In the meanwhile, Rebecca came back to Missouri, from Missouri to Minnesota, and upon her arrival, she explained to her mother what was going on. Her mother gave him. She hadn't mentioned anything about her decision to adopt Savannah to my husband and I.
Okay. And what happened when she explained that?
I had taken Savannah with me to wedding service, and on my arrival, there was, I noticed 2 people coming up to my truck very quickly, and one being Leanne and one being her sister. And they took Savannah from my arms and explained that Rebecca was in jail.
And eventually, did Savannah go into foster care at that point?
She was, for a short time, she was under her mother's care, which grandmother, so that'd be Savannah's grandmother, Leanne's care. When we had gone to the first court hearing, and the judge then ordered that Leanne be accompanied by police officers to the home of where Savannah was currently being held, while she was at court, and then Savannah went to foster care while we were going through a home study as an adoptive family.
Okay. Are you aware if the defendant had any other children?
Yes,
All right. Do you know who those children were?
yes.
All right. Who were
She
they?
has 2 older sons by the name of Matthew and Jacob.
And do you know where those children were at?
I do now, I don't really.
Did you at the time? Do you have personal knowledge of where they were at?
I don't think at that time I knew where, I just knew they were with her ex-husband.
Okay. And you said you became a foster care family and eventually did the paperwork to adopt Savannah?
No, we never became foster family. She went into foster care and we were under home study.
Okay.
So when the home study was done, the judge signed off as well as child services or whatever agency that oversees that.
All right. Were you awarded, were you and your husband, David, awarded legal custody, legal and physical custody of Savannah?
Yes, and we fully adopted her.
Okay. And let me ask, was the name Savannah a name chosen by the defendant or yourself?
The defendant chose the name Savannah Lee, and she had a different last name. My husband and I changed the name, the middle name, to match the grandmothers in our family.
Now, was the defendant in Savannah's life after you adopted Savannah?
Yes.
All right. And could you explain your relationship with the defendant between the time you adopted Savannah and
I'll do a quick song. You can play it back to her. So this is Welsh for happy birthday. So pen blwydd hapus I ti, pen blwydd hapus I ti, pen blwydd hapus I Delilah, pen blwydd hapus I ti. And for you, Emma, pen blwydd hapus I ti, pen blwydd hapus I ti, pen blwydd hapus I Sam, pen blwydd hapus I ti. Way! There we are. That's the happy birthday in Welsh for them both.
onward?
There was a short period of time after Savannah came into our care that we were establishing a trust level because we were having quite a bit of trouble with her mother. And we wanted to make sure that myself, and our daughter were safe. We had since sold the resort, and as I wanted to be just a full-time mom at that point. So we did have a short time where we had contact through my parents only, and then we had fully open after we moved to Wisconsin and felt safe. We had a fully open adoption.
Okay. And was the defendant, when you moved to Wisconsin, was the defendant in Savannah's life?
Yes.
In your life? Okay. Did she come and visit Savannah and your family?
Yes.
Okay. And how was her relationship? How was her relationship with you at that time?
I had a wonderful relationship with our daughter, all the way growing up.
Yeah. And how was your relationship with the defendant at that time?
Always good.
Did she call you by any sort of nickname?
Yes.
What'd she call you?
No offense, Abby, but Jesus Christ, you look young as hell in that picture. There's no way you got an eldest son and daughter, 36. Jesus Christ.
Is this a fairly close relationship?
Yes.
Would you guys spend holidays together?
Yes.
How many holidays did you think you spent together?
The major ones, usually Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Pretty much everyone.
And
That she can make it home for.
would Rebecca come up to Wisconsin or wherever you were at the time and spend holidays with you?
Yes.
And what would the defendant hold herself out to be? How did the defendant introduce herself to?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I lost because I was singing and stuff, so I'm not sure. How does who's Leanne take the baby with police to foster care when this one? That's a good question. I don't know.
to Savannah. What was the nature of the relationship there?
There really wasn't a clear definition of the introduction of who she was. It just was always known. She was part of, I used to tell Savannah that it was part of her testimony, that she was adopted, and that we just had an extended family.
Okay. Did Savannah eventually get a sister?
Yes.
All right, who was that?
Michaela,
And who is Michaela?
Savannah's half-sister.
Is Michaela the daughter of the defendant?
Yes, she is.
And can you tell us about that, the process of adopting Michaela into your family?
We had heard from Rebecca the day before Savannah's second birthday that she was expecting again. And she and I had a phone conversation, and she asked that David and I would consider taking this baby as well.
And did you have any hesitation about taking another child in?
Not me.
Okay. And did you and David adopt Michaela?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And when did that happen?
Shortly after she was born.
All right. What year was that?
She was born in 2004.
And what year was Savannah born again?
She was born in 2001.
Okay, so this would have been when Savannah was about 3?
Yeah, when she was officially born, yes.
All right. When the defendant wasn't visiting you in Wisconsin or Minnesota, did you have regular contact with the defendant?
Yes.
How did you have that contact? I know it's a long period of time, so phone, email, text?
All the above.
Is it fair to say that as time went on, the methods of contacting her changed because of technology and...
Technology, yes, absolutely. Where she was living, sometimes it did affect that as well.
And you said you're no longer married to David Leckie. When did you separate?
We separated in the summer of 2010, if my recollection is correct.
Okay. And was that just a physical separation, or was that a legal divorce?
We physically separated then, and we legally divorced in May, let's say May 2.
Hi, Auntie. Shitty boy. Ti iawn, boy? Brechwa. Tom Jones, boy. Better than me.
I think it was May of 2012.
When you divorced, was there some sort of custody arrangement to the adoptive children?
No differently than our biological.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you and David had difficulty having children. Did you have a biological child with David?
Yes.
Okay. Who was that, and when were they born?
When Michaela was 10 months old, I surprisingly found myself expecting, and Blaine and Michaela are 19 months apart.
Okay. So was there a custody arrangement for all of the children, including the biological children?
That's correct.
Could you explain that custody arrangement?
The children went to their fathers every third weekend and 2 weeks a year.
All right. Was David ordered to pay child support?
Yes.
How much in child support were you supposed to receive?
It varied over the years due to cost increases and whatnot. I want to say the first amount of child support that I started receiving was around 600 and something.
Was that for all of the children in the marriage?
That's correct.
Now, are you familiar with Savannah's medical care at all?
Yes.
All right. And was Savannah ever diagnosed with any sort of medical or mental disorder?
Right around the time she was in second grade, after some different teachers and caregivers had brought to our attention that they felt that she should be evaluated, we went to a pediatrician, Dr. Tanya Bryan, and she ordered a full study on Savannah.
Okay. Do you know if she was ever diagnosed with anything?
Yes.
What was she diagnosed with?
ADHD and Asperger's.
Okay. Did Savannah receive treatment for those disorders?
I want to say early on, when she was little, we did not use medication. I want to say when she got a little bit older, we started small doses of things to help with the concentration at school.
Okay, and that was for the ADHD?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back to your divorce and separation from David Leckie. After you separated or officially divorced from David Leckie, did you start dating again?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with a man by the name of Carrie Steves?
Yes.
And who's Carrie Steves?
Originally boyfriend, fiance, then husband.
Okay. How long were you married to Mr. Steves?
A year and a half.
Okay. When were you married to him?
November 2017.
Till
I want to say it was the following October, so maybe it wasn't a year and a half.
And were you married to him, or were you romantically involved with him before November of 17?
Yes.
All right, when did you first become involved with him?
In end of March 2015.
Okay. Did Savannah's behavior at home change around the time of your separation from David?
She was only 4. I didn't really see a lot of change. I honestly was full-time caregiver anyway, so.
How about at the time of your divorce?
No.
Okay. Did you ever start noticing changes in Savannah's behavior around the house?
In what time frame?
After he became divorced from Mr. Leckie and during your time dating Mr. Steves?
In the beginning, when I first met Mr. Steves, Savannah appeared to really get along well with him. He was a strong father type figure, and he paid a lot of attention to all the kids, and so I felt that Savannah was really in a good place. It wasn't until we talked about moving from St. Michael, Albertville area down to where Mr. Steves lived that I started seeing some behavioral differences.
Okay, where were you planning on moving to with Mr. Steves?
Into his home.
All right, and where is that?
It was in Colonia Heights, Minnesota.
Okay. And what kind of behavior changes did you notice when that discussion started?
She became angry with me. Her therapist called it targeting.
Was she acting out against other people in the household?
Yes.
Could you describe that?
She fought a lot with her sister, Michaela. Very combative with her older brother, Michael.
Okay.
Her little brother, and her got into, she was only 4, and she got very angry with him at dinner time. And,
Okay, let me ask you this. Was Savannah ever diagnosed with depression?
yes,
All right, when was that diagnosis? When did that diagnosis occur?
Savannah was 14 when we started to see that depression issues.
All right, and did she have to be hospitalized as a result of that depression?
Yes,
All right, could you, how many times was she hospitalized?
twice.
All right, when was the first time?
When she was 14, I got a call from her school, from her para, who had observed her doing some search engine time on a computer, and she described the search engine as big dark subjects.
And as a result of that, did you have her admitted into a hospital?
I brought her to the hospital, yes.
Okay, and was she admitted?
Yes,
Okay. And was that for depression or something else?
she hadn't been diagnosed at that time, but they wanted to do some observation of her.
And did they do observations?
Yes,
All right. Was she released?
yes.
Did she receive any sort of medical treatment for following her release?
We've been continuing on with her therapy, so she just continued doing that, and
Was she regularly seeing a therapist?
yes.
Can you tell me about the second time she was hospitalized?
It was shortly after I started seeing Mr. Steves. I received a phone call from, again, her main, I don't know what they call her, her case manager. And she had said that she saw a superficial wound on Savannah's arm.
Had you ever observed Savannah cutting herself?
Yes.
Were those wounds ever serious?
No.
And was she hospitalized as a result of that incident?
Yes.
At some point, was a decision made that that Savannah should live somewhere else?
Spot on. I agree.
Kind of, sort of. I guess I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. Did you look at alternative housing arrangements for Savannah?
Yes.
Was it why were you looking at alternative housing arrangements?
Due to mainly the fact that she was targeting myself, extremely combative at home, having lots of confrontations with her siblings. One of the confrontations resulted in my youngest son's father showing enough concern that he was talking about keeping him away from home.
Did you and David talk about where to place Savannah?
Yes,
All right. Did you ask David to take Savannah?
yes,
And was he able to?
he said no.
All right. Did you look at other relatives?
David and I discussed a couple options at that point.
All right. What options were you looking at?
We considered my parents.
And are your parents, are they Sandy and Gerald Montag?
Yes,
Okay. And How old are they?
72.
All right. Were they able to take Savannah in?
Neither one of us thought that it was going to be a good idea because my mom's health has been up and down for many, many years.
Okay. Was there anyone else, any other options you looked at?
My sister Amanda.
All right. And was she able to take Savannah in?
The decision to send her to my sister Amanda between David and I was discussed, and we decided
Okay.
it wasn't a good fit.
And why was that?
At the time, I brought to David's attention that where my sister was a wonderful aunt and a temporary caregiver, I did not think that a long-term placement in her home was a good idea. My sister had gone through cancer, monstrous uterus, and I had felt that my sister was having a lot of problems with dealing with that. I didn't want to put too much on her.
Ultimately, what was decided, what did y'all decide to do with Savannah?
That when we kind of came to a roadblock, I again asked Mr. Leckie to please consider, which is my ex-husband David, to please consider taking her because he lived in Minnesota and he didn't have any children in his home, it was just him and his wife.
Okay.
And he again refused.
At some point, did you look at the defendant to house Savannah?
The defendant was brought up in conversation from David to me.
Have you maintained a relationship with her up to this point?
We had just had a recent falling out. It wasn't very long before this.
Okay. What was that falling out over?
Two different things. One thing being when I became romantically involved with Mr. Steves, I was in a happy place. And the time Rebecca and Mr. P had just had a recent breakup. And she felt that I was talking about my new relationship too much and almost to the point of rubbing it in her face that I was happy and she wasn't, which I didn't understand. But the second reason was, and I don't remember ever seeing, there was a posting that Mr. Steves had put on Facebook, and Rebecca had made a comment that Savannah and Mr. Steves were Facebook friends, and that comment was inappropriate for a teenager to see.
Okay. Can you describe, did the defendant did you eventually, you or Mr. Leckie eventually reach out to the defendant to see if she would take in Savannah?
Mr. Leckie made the first contact and conversations with Rebecca.
Was some sort of a housing arrangement established with the defendant?
It was first brought to my attention and we rediscussed it all again, everything that they had discussed about the arrangements that they thought were going to be best.
Okay. Do you know how long this arrangement was supposed to last? How long was Savannah supposed to live with the defendant?
We hadn't really, in the very beginning, made a real permanent. We had talked around Thanksgiving, seeing if maybe the short term going to somewhere, which I personally had an extremely hard time with the idea of sending her that many hours away.
How far away is Ozark County, Missouri from where you were living at?
About 10 hours.
All right. And that's by car?
Yes.
No. And when you say Thanksgiving, do you mean Thanksgiving of 2016?
That's correct, yes. Yes.
All right. Did you intend for this to be permanent?
No,
Were you seeking to terminate your parental rights?
no,
Did you give the defendant the right to make decisions regarding Savannah's health and welfare?
right after Savannah went to Missouri, I sent power of attorney paperwork. I signed it, it needed a second signature from her father. I sent that paperwork to him with the self-addressed envelope to Mr. Ruud, and at that point, I don't know if it ever had gotten there until later when I learned that, when she told me that she didn't have one, I was surprised.
All right, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you attempted to execute a power of attorney and she never received it?
Not that I know, yeah, not that I know of.
Okay. Did you make efforts to get that to the defendant?
Yes.
All right.
There was a situation concerning some truck driving, and I'm not really remembering, it's been quite a while.
Abby, just a quick question. Did you watch the Boy in the Box trial? Because if you did, I imagine you'd be frustrated with that as well.
But that's the point where it seemed to be a real important issue. I also,
Let me ask you, did you make was there any sort of arrangement for money?
Yes.
All right, could you describe that arrangement?
So at that point in time, I was receiving close to 800, and that included what the state was sending me for the large amount of back child support.
And this was child support?
Correct.
All right. And could you explain to the court, what were you supposed to do with those child support payments?
Split them in thirds and send a third of it to Rebecca.
And was that because you had 3 children total with Mr. Leckie?
That's right.
All right. And so was Mr. Leckie required to pay you, and then you were required to pay Rebecca?
Yes.
All right. Was Mr. Leckie in arrears?
Yes.
Do you know how much he was in arrears?
Somewhere between $21,000 and $22,000.
Right. And were you still required to pay child support, the share of Rebecca's child support to her, even if Mr. Leckie didn't pay you?
I told her that I would send it to her as soon as I received it.
Okay. So it was contingent upon Mr. Leckie's payment?
Yes, that's correct.
So Savannah, when did she move to the defendant's residence?
August of 2016.
And how did she get there?
Rebecca came up from Missouri in her truck.
And who packed Savannah's belongings?
I did.
And did Savannah have some guinea pigs?
Yes, she did.
Can you tell me about the guinea pigs?
We had 3 guinea pigs. I want to say that Savannah either went with 1 or 2 of the guinea pigs back to Missouri. I know we had 1.3. I remember one passed away after we moved in with Mr. Steves in Columbia Heights. And I'm thinking there was 2 left. I'm not 100% recollect.
So is it your belief that Savannah left?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Okay, I'll rephrase the question. Do you know if Savannah left with a guinea pig?
Yes.
Okay, at least one?
At least 1.
And they drove down to Missouri?
That's correct.
Between August of 16 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you have any contact with Savannah?
Yes.
How often did you contact Savannah?
Regular basis.
Was it weekly or more or less?
More.
Okay. And how did you have contact with Savannah?
The kids and I all would send letters. And in the beginning, I would text her. She had her own phone. And then I would talk her through Rebecca's phone.
Did you make calls to the did you make phone calls to the defendant or to Savannah or both? I want to draw your attention to November of 16. Do you recall a argument taking place between you and the defendant at that time?
Could be.
Could be, okay. Do you recall the defendant making a threat to you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think he needs to narrow that scope down. He just says generally a threat.
Okay, I'll narrow it down. Do you recall the defendant making a threat to send Savannah back?
Yes.
Was that a threat, having Savannah come back?
No, it wasn't a threat. The threat was putting a 15-year-old on a Greyhound bus by herself.
Did she threaten to send Savannah on a Greyhound bus?
Yes.
And again, that's a 10-hour drive.
Yes.
And you loved Savannah, right?
Oh, yeah,
You still love Savannah.
very much.
Was Savannah a burden to you?
No. Never.
So, why was she sent to live with the defendant?
To hopefully get some of the behaviors that we were experiencing back under control.
Did Savannah express any excitement or happiness about going to live with her biological mother?
Yes.
Is it fair to say she was excited about it?
Yes.
After the, do you remember why? What was the reasoning behind, what did the defendant express to you as the reasoning behind why she wanted to send Savannah back on a Greyhound bus?
I'm not 100% recollecting what the issues were surrounding. I had mediated between the two of them a few times.
Mediated between the defendant and Savannah?
Yes.
Okay. Were there some arguments that you were aware of?
Yes. Savannah was a very headstrong young lady.
Okay.
Yes.
After Thanksgiving, were you able to reach Savannah on the phone?
At that time, she no longer had her own phone. So contacting her became less easy.
Do you know what happened to her phone?
I now know what happened to her.
Okay. Did you know at the time personally?
I knew that she was taken away from her.
Okay. So how would you have to call the defendant to get a hold of Savannah?
Yes.
And when you would call the defendant, was there ever times where she would refuse to let you talk to Savannah?
Yes.
And did she tell you why?
Because she was dealing with behaviors with her. She was in the middle of chores, middle of schoolwork. There would be different reasons why. And I tried to be very understanding with that.
Okay. Was there ever a discussion about the child support payments?
Yes.
Was she regularly receiving those payments?
No.
Were you regularly receiving payments?
No.
Did this anger the defendant?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those conversations?
Being a single mom myself, I understand budgeting very well. I understand it was difficult.
Get him in here. I'll sing him happy birthday in Welsh. Get him in here, Abby. I'll sing it. I'll sing happy birthday to him.
You never know when those funds were coming in.
Just tell me what his name is, and I'll sing for him.
And unfortunately, at the time, I lived paycheck to paycheck and was caring for, at that time, 3 other children full-time in my home. And on my own income. I did not share an income with Mr. Stevens at that point.
Did the defendant ask you for more money than the child support?
Yes,
And were you able to give her that money?
as often as I could.
Did she tell you what that money was to be used for?
You know, I paid her cell phone bill at least twice. There's different bills helping out with food. I know there were several packages from Amazon that when she said that Savannah had a need, or she had a need, I could afford it, I would send it down through Amazon to her.
Did you ever go and visit Savannah in Ozark County?
No,
Did your parents visit her?
yes.
When did that visit occur?
The end of April of 2017.
Was there any reason why you were unable to visit her in Ozark County?
Yes.
What was that?
Financial reasons. My husband was, not yet husband yet, but he was going through lots of medical issues.
Okay. And did you and the defendant ever talk about discipline measures used with Savannah?
Yes,
And can you tell us about those conversations?
I would explain to her methods that would work for me.
And what kind of methods worked for you?
Very clear and concise, giving her lists of how to do things, making sure she understood what's expected of her.
And was this because of the autism spectrum?
Yeah, and the ADHD. Yeah.
Did the defendant ever tell you about her own disciplinary measures against Savannah?
Yeah.
All right. What were those?
A lot of the same types of things that I would do. The taking away privileges, in terms of things that she was supposed to go do, wasn't allowed to do. I remember one time some of the items I'd sent down were held back from her getting them because of some behaviors, just some general things.
Was there anything you disagreed with?
No.
When was the last time you had contact with Savannah? Did your contact significantly drop off after Thanksgiving of 16?
I wouldn't say significantly, it was less though.
It was less? Okay. And was that in part because you would have to call the defendant?
Yeah, I was asked to be on a schedule, try to call during certain periods, and there'd be times that those times during my work schedule wouldn't work either. So.
When you would talk to Savannah on the phone, did she ever express any unhappiness about living with the defendant?
Not living with the defendant, I would say it's just the general every once in a while, typical not getting along, teenage, differences between a parent and a teenager.
Okay. Were you friends with with the defendant on Facebook?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I'm going to show you what
I'm still thinking it. Doesn't matter if he doesn't hear it. You're the mother, so Pembrey hapus et, Pembrey hapus et, Pembrey hapus e Zachariah, Pembrey hapus et. Way! Happy birthday, Zachariah. Pembrey hapus, Zachariah.
that marked as State's Exhibit 32. You need glasses. All right, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It is a post that she put on Facebook when the police came in and with a search warrant and asked her to stay at bay.
Okay. And is this the Facebook account that you knew the defendant to use regularly?
Yes.
And have you conversed with her previously through that account?
Yes.
And all right, at this time, Judge, I will move to Event States Exhibit 32.
No objection.
Be admitted.
The only thing you missed, really, which I did not agree with, was that she said they asked for disciplining her, and she said that she and her mother disciplines her the same ways, and she does the disciplinary to suit what she wants, not what the child wants. Where I'm like, well, she's got autism, so how about you actually change the way you discipline in order to maybe get the child to buy into it? You know, maybe adapt. Don't just do what you think's right. It's not one size fits all. If you've got autism, you need to be treated a little bit differently. So, but she's like, no, this is the way I do it. That's it. No, dude, I don't like that. That's the only thing you missed.
Okay. All right, so let me ask you about possible disciplinary measures and if you would have approved it. Would you have approved of bathing in a pond?
I'm going to object. There's no foundation laid for any of this stuff, and it's random, and I'm going to object on relevance as well.
I think it's relevant to go towards showing what disciplinary measures you would have approved or disapproved of. And
There's no foundation for why he's asking that particular question.
Well, I think I'd like that. This is a general question, but I assume that you're going to follow it up at some point.
I think so, Judge, maybe through another witness.
Okay. Now, restate your question.
Okay. Would you have approved of as a disciplinary measure bathing in a pond?
No.
In a pond?
In a pond, P-O-N-D.
Oh, okay. Overruled.
No.
Would you have approved of would you have approved of Savannah being hosed down as a disciplinary measure?
I remember hearing about it.
What would you have
I
approved
wouldn't
of that?
approved it, no.
Okay. Would you have approved of Savannah being forced to crawl through a hog pen as a disciplinary measure?
No.
Would you have approved of her guinea pig being taken away? All right, no further questions for this witness. They may have some questions for you.
Let me take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and let you. Okay.
Death certificate was 4.
Pause it for a second. Monica's angry. I know. I drove 18 hours round trip to pick my daughter up because she called. She was scared. Yeah. Farm woman. You don't know. That's true as well. So the child, Savannah, had ADHD and high-functioning autism. She was then developed behavioural issues as a teenager and was diagnosed with depression. So those were what Savannah had and she was 16 years old. This is the biological mother right here. So that's what she suffered with. I just think you've got to adapt. If you've got a son or daughter that suffers, you've got to adapt to it. The needs of the child, not your needs. You know, that's just my opinion, though. Let's jump right back in it. Okay. Here we are again with my heart. Thank you, Abby. I don't expect everyone to agree with me. And by the way, Everyone's entitled to opinion in this chat. As long as you do it,
Ms.
Jesus
How
Christ.
would you like,
As long as you're respectful in the chat, guys, you can have a different opinion. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Just be respectful and debate. It's all good.
me to address you as Ms. Montag, or how would you like me to?
The team was just fine.
Okay, thank you. Did you need to check anything, or? Okay, I just wasn't sure. Okay, you're good to go? All right. Well, I do have some follow-up questions for you. I know that Judge Holden had mentioned something, but if there is a time that you need a break, that's okay to ask.
Thank you.
We'll be here until we're done.
I've been told that they're not hearing much in the back.
Absolutely, my
All
opinion.
right, Tamil,
Agreed.
you've known Rebecca, or Reba, as you called her, for 21 years, correct? Somewhere around there?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And for a large portion of those, you had a good relationship with Reba too.
Yes,
Spent holidays together.
yes,
Did she live with you for periods of time, off and on?
yes.
And Savannah, I think you said even though it was never an official conversation or officially defined by anyone, Savannah was aware that Reba was her biological mother, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What did Savannah call Reba?
Rebecca.
Had you and Reba ever discussed what Savannah should call you?
Yes.
And what was decided in that conversation?
That she should go by Rebecca.
We're on cross right now. This is a start of cross.
And Tamil, what was Reba's profession? When you met Reba, did she have a profession?
I've known her to do many professions, so
Is one of those professions truck driving?
yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time when she had discussed with you in 2017 something about truck driving?
Yes.
And was that to obtain a power of attorney relating to her truck driving? If you recall?
Yeah, she needed something paperwork-wise from me.
Was that relating to Savannah?
Yes.
And was that so that she could obtain permission to take Savannah on the road with her?
Yes.
Okay. So she had intended to return to truck driving.
Yes.
You were aware of that?
I had heard temporarily, but yes.
Okay. And you were willing to sign a power of attorney at that point to permit it?
I already had. So
Okay. You didn't have an issue with the truck driving at that point with Reba and Savannah?
No, as long as she stayed in school, no, it's fine.
Okay. And prior to Savannah coming to Missouri, there had been conversations between you, David, and Rebecca regarding child support, correct?
I don't recall there being one between the three of us at the same time.
Okay. You'd had a conversation with Reba about it? Okay. And you had agreed, I think you said 1/3 of the payment you received from David is what would go to Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay. And do I understand correctly that David was either paying you or paying into the Minnesota Family Support Division equivalent?
Into the Minnesota family, or into the Minnesota child support.
Okay. So you had to receive the support prior to you being able to forward any support?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. And was there a point where the support was coming in regularly during that time?
Yes,
And you said that ceased?
yes,
And you said that situation had made Reba angry, correct?
yes,
Did it make you angry?
yes.
Did that affect your ability, it affected your monthly budget, didn't it?
Yes.
And Tamil, when you had Savannah in your care and custody, were you employed during that time?
Yes,
Was it a continuous thing, or was it off and on, or how did that work?
it was happening.
Tamil, I'm going to ask you a few questions just about Savannah generally. You had testified that she had some behavioral health diagnoses, correct?
Correct.
And one of those was ADHD, correct?
Yes,
And that is attention hyperactivity deficit disorder, okay.
yes,
Attention disorder. I'm so sorry, I couldn't get that right. Attention hyperactivity, attention deficit.
Good.
Okay, now I got it. All right. And her other diagnosis, she was on the autism spectrum,
that's
correct?
correct.
And did you ever, I think you maybe referred to it as Asperger's?
Correct.
If you know the answer to that, like, does Asperger's syndrome put her on a higher end of the spectrum or a lower functioning end of the spectrum? Or somewhere in between? A high end?
Yeah,
Okay. And I think you also testified that at some point, maybe when Savannah was around 14, that she'd been diagnosed with depression as well?
yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you some questions about what were the symptoms of ADHD that you saw in Savannah? Or how did that affect her behavior?
Are you talking about when she was little or when she was a teenager?
Let's go for all of it. If you want to start when she was little, up to the point when she was a teenager.
Like a typical first-time mom, I didn't recognize her wiggle, warm, high energy as being anything else than unloving. Until some teachers started to point out to me that there was a little too much wiggle room in her. So we had all of our teachers do a Vanderbilt, and myself and any other parent that was involved at the time filling out, brought her pediatrician and started the process to see what she had. And she had her evaluated, and it was a 6 or 4-day process. I knew she had ADHD, right? After hearing about it, reading about it, researching as much as I did, I knew that she had ADHD, but the Asperger's was something I had no idea.
Okay.
Until she was diagnosed with that.
And did the evaluation that Savannah underwent at that time, is that when she was also diagnosed with Asperger's, or was that another time?
No, same time.
Okay. So she received the diagnosis simultaneously?
Yes.
Can you describe how being diagnosed or having Asperger's syndrome affected Savannah?
When she was diagnosed with Asperger's and ADHD. She was in the back seat after we received the diagnosis, and during her final evaluation with her last person, I had time to go out and sit in my car and reflect. And I called a very good friend of mine at the time and cried, was overwhelmed. And she must have saw that I was upset when she came back out. And from the back seat, she said to me, "Don't worry, Mom, this is going to be, not be my albatross, this is going to be my launching pad." So she took it much better than I did.
And was she in second grade when
Yes,
she
she
said
was.
that? She used that phrase.
She was, yeah,
Savannah was very intelligent, wasn't she?
extremely intelligent.
Did she soak up information like a sponge?
Yes, she did.
Do you need a few minutes? Okay. Did Savannah have an individualized education plan through school? An IEP?
In her second grade year after she was diagnosed, I worked with her teachers and we started the process of getting an IEP or a, maybe called a 516, I'm not sure, but she didn't have that. She didn't qualify for that one, but she was definitely an IEP. It took about 9 months to get it. So, process.
And that started somewhere second or third grade?
I think she was diagnosed at the end of second grade. I think we started at the first part of third grade to get that. If my memory serves me correctly.
Did everyone in the family, was everyone in the family aware of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Was Reba made aware of it?
Yes.
Okay. And was Reba supportive?
Yes.
And Tamil, did Savannah start out taking medication for either ADHD or Asperger's?
I don't believe so.
Was there a point in time?
How does she not know if she's taking medication for it? Come on.
When she did?
I'm not 100% sure of that answer. The when, I know at some point she did. I'm not sure when it was.
Tamil, I'm gonna kind of roll over now to 2015, 2016 and ask some questions about your relationship with Reba at that time. Was there a point in time when there was a conflict between you and Reba in either 2015 or 2016?
Yes.
And can you describe one such conflict? I'll narrow it. Was there any conflict and over a loan that had been extended to you by Reba?
We're over a loan. I don't understand what that means.
Had Reba loaned you any money?
No.
Okay. And Tamil, I think Mr. Brown asked you some questions about whether or not Savannah had ever been hospitalized for mental health issues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your answer was yes, that she had been.
Yes.
Okay. And was one of those times in May of 2015?
That's correct.
And were you the person that transported Savannah or initiated the admissions process for Savannah in May of 2015?
No.
Who was the person or the entity that initiated that process?
Her current counselor, John, at Solutions Counseling, he ordered an ambulance for her.
I'm sorry?
He ordered an ambulance.
Okay. Did you attend those counseling appointments with Savannah?
Yes.
Were you in attendance at this counseling appointment?
Yes.
Okay, so you were aware that his recommendation would be that she would go to inpatient treatment or the emergency department?
Yes.
Okay. What did you learn about his reasoning, or why did he recommend that?
She had a appointment that day when her case manager called me about the wedding. And so there was already an appointment. I was already coming to get her early. And I called John and they're right there. So he was aware of the kind of situation. And when we got there, based on protocol that he felt was important from being under his care, he thought that was the right move to send her that way versus having me transport her.
And when you say caseworker, with which agency was this caseworker?
It was the St. Alberta High School.
And was the reason ADHD? Was there some sort of symptom of her ADHD that caused her counselor to be concerned?
No.
Was it the Asperger's?
No.
Was it depression that caused him to be concerned?
Behavior, undiagnosed behavior at that time.
Okay. Were there particular symptoms of the behavior that was concerning to him?
A superficial self-harm.
Was that the first time that Savannah had engaged in self-harm?
No.
What other times had she engaged in self-harm?
I don't recollect the exact time it happened. I just know that there were a few times between the last hospitalization or the first hospitalization and the last hospitalization.
What was the method of self-harm that Savannah engaged in?
What did she use?
What did she do to herself?
Typically, she would make a cut on her arm or her thigh. I think even on her stomach one time.
Did you ever observe her actually do the cutting?
No.
Did you observe the wounds after she had done that?
Yes.
And you became aware that it was a self-harm thing?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Yes, she learned it when she was in the hospital the first time.
Do you recall the facility that Savannah went to in May of 2015?
Abbott Northwestern Hospital,
Okay.
a year ago.
Is that also, is Prairie Care part of that?
No,
Okay. Was she ever admitted at Prairie Care?
as an outpatient, yes.
Okay. Was it strictly outpatient, or was it a combination of partial home, like partial hospitalization care?
I remember it just being outpatient.
And do you recall, well, I'll back up a step. Had Savannah ever threatened to commit suicide?
Not that I know.
Did you talk with providers at, whenever she was hospitalized, or her counselor, any of her mental health providers?
Yes,
Because they would ask for input because Savannah was a minor.
yes,
And you were the person that would have provided that information?
yes.
Okay. And I apologize, these are voluminous records here. Let's see. And there was another time that, you said there were 2 times that Savannah was hospitalized, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was one of those times in 2016?
So there's 13 months apart. One was in May of 2016, the other one was 13 months before that.
So that would have been May or April of 2015?
Correct.
Okay, were both of those at Abbott? As far as you can recall?
I'm not remembering when the first one was. I think it was Abbott.
I will show you what I will mark as defendant's exhibit, and I'm going to have to check to see where in the numbering we are at. One moment, please. Defendant's exhibit E, as in elephant. Some more. Okay. So now I will show you what I have marked as defendant's exhibit E. And I will ask you to take a look at that and see if you can tell me what that document appears to be.
It's called an Illinois Health Certificate Declaration.
And here on this page, where it says patient name, whose name appears there?
My daughter, Savannah Leckie,
And what is the date of birth?
6301.
And this also, here at the top of this page, could you read what that line says there?
6/7/2016, PD in Mercy Hospital.
All right. And then, could you tell me what it says under chief complaint on that same page?
It says suicide gestures.
Okay. And my next question then, well, do you recognize this document?
It's been a while, I don't recognize it offhand.
But that document has Savannah's name on it,
That's
correct?
correct, yes.
And date of birth?
Yes,
And was she seen at this facility on that date?
I guess she was, yes.
All right, well, I'm going to ask you a few questions here then about that. At that time, was Savannah taking any medications?
I don't recollect.
All right, well, I will show you then, within this document, there's a page here, and that says medication list.
Okay.
Can you review that and then tell me if there are any medications that appear to have been prescribed to Savannah? Are there some medications on there?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell me the names of those medications?
Concerta, Stratera, and I do believe there was one that, so, okay, so no, it says prior to admission, there was just Concerta. It looks like discharge medication, there was Stratera was added to the Concerta.
Sorry, I didn't mean to grab you there. All right, and do you recall why she went to the emergency department that day?
I don't recall.
Do you want to review this page
Thank you.
and see if that helps refresh your memory?
I think this was the time that she had cut and her school.
Your Honor, I am going to object. That is someone else's record that she's attempting to refresh her recollection from. She has not made it. There's been no foundation that she made the record. I believe it would be improper for her to refresh her recollection from someone else's record.
She was present. She's also.
I think she can refresh her recollection, but I thought she still didn't know what, she didn't remember after
Right.
refreshing it. So now she's just having to read from the record that she doesn't remember.
Correct.
So I'll sustain that objection.
Tamil, was Savannah ever treated for a suicidal ideation?
I don't understand what ideation means.
Did she ever threaten to commit suicide?
I do not recollect her specifically threatening to commit suicide.
All right.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Okay, I said I did not specifically recollect her trying to commit suicide.
Well, Your Honor, I actually then will simply ask that Defense Exhibit E be admitted, and we previously discussed this. I don't
Is
know
there
if you're
a,
going to have any objection.
well, is there a business record affidavit with that?
As previously provided, yes, there
Okay.
is.
Let me see what you got. Specifically admitted here.
And this is from which facility?
A minor health.
And that's what, 36 pages, 27 pages?
This is a fact. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, that probably needs to be taken. These are from where?
Yes, it should be 37 pages there.
Who did? Yeah.
I filed the business record.
You did. I know you filed the
I discussed
notice.
this with you.
Yeah, I know you filed the notice. I don't know if I've ever seen it, but yeah, I have no objection.
Thank you.
That's Exhibit E.
That's Exhibit.
Yeah, you just.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. For you.
Okay, I've got it.
Admitted.
And so Tamil, I wanted to ask you a few more questions about Savannah's admission to Prairie Care. And do you recall her ever I'll back up, maybe not admission, but having been treated at Prairie Care.
Yes,
And do you recall that taking place?
vaguely, yes.
Okay, and did that take place in May of 2015?
That seems like that could be right. I think that was after her first hospital stay. Potentially, right?
And was it just one time that she was treated at Prairie Care, or were there more than one time?
Do you believe it was only once?
It was only once, okay. So you don't recall Savannah having been treated in February of 2016 at Prairie Care?
I don't know.
And you wouldn't recall then speaking with anyone at Prairie Care because you don't recall Savannah being treated there?
I know she had been treated there. I'm not knowing which time you're referring to.
I'm referring to the February 4th of 2016 date.
I have to see based on when she was last hospitalized. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I can mark these as Defendant's Exhibit F. And if you would like to just review and confirm that Savannah's name is on there and see if that helps refresh your recollection. I do. And it is that. Prairie Care.
This is what, F?
Yes, so this is Prairie Care records.
Oh, there you go.
That was attached on the other two, it just wasn't on the first page. Those are my notes that I will remove before I send to admit it.
Okay.
All right, Tennille. This is Defendant's Exhibit F. And I'll have you take a look here at that first page and just see if that helps to refresh your recollection as to whether or not you recall that Savannah was treated at Prairie Care on February 4th of 2016.
Her name's on there, so I guess.
And is the date of birth the same as Savannah's?
Yes.
So you're saying today you don't recall her being treated at Prairie Care on February 4th of 2016?
I know she was treated at Prairie Care. I'm not sure how many times.
Do you recall the reason?
I do believe it was followed in the first hospitalization, or one hospitalization.
Thank you for subscribing, Sherry. Thank you so much. Say hello, chat.
So it was followed to work with their support.
And what was the reason for the first hospitalization?
She was looking at disturbing information on a website.
All good.
And they were discussing suicidal type subjects.
And from that, I guess that information that was communicated to her healthcare provider.
Yes.
And her healthcare provider then recommended hospitalization.
I believe that we called her first, and then she did say to.
So very quickly, Tim, this is the adoptive mother of the murdered teenager, and her biological mother is on trial, so they seem to be sharing duties. And she was murdered. She was found deceased at 16 years old in 2017 in Missouri, and now there's a trial that they believe that the mother alleviated her and put her into like a bonfire kind of thing. The remains were found like 2 weeks later after she went missing. So it's a bit of a confusing one, but this is the adoptive mother on the stand, and the biological mother is the one on trial. So it's really hard. If you look at the description box, in my description box, it says a little bit more about the case for you there. But yeah, and again, thank you, Donna. No worries at all. You can lay down and just listen. It's all good. And again, thank you, Sherry, for subscribing. Welcome to you all.
Take her in, prosecute as they should, correct? And then we followed up with whatever the hospital had thought was best for her.
And did Savannah ever make an attempt at suicide? Have you ever reviewed any of Savannah's medical records?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And did anyone besides you typically take Savannah to a doctor's appointment or a medical appointment?
No, it's always me.
I will seek leave to admit Defendant's Exhibit F, but I will remove my post-it notes here shortly before I do so. I can let you inspect it if you so choose.
I have no objection if she removes the post-it notes, Judge. It is, does have a proper business record affidavit, and she has given us notice of that.
Appropriate admitted.
Yes, unfortunately.
I will present those to the court here in just a moment. Ms. Duvall is graciously removing my post-it notes. And Tamila, you said that Savannah also was treated in a business, her counselor was named John, is that correct?
The last counselor, yes.
Okay, and was part of that business called Solution or Solutions Counseling?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and did you attend some of those sessions with Savannah?
Yes.
And you took her to and from those appointments?
Yes.
And did you ever speak with the counselor in that case?
Usually I either start out speaking with him and updating him, or we'd end a session and he would spend some time with me.
Did you ever communicate any concerns about a potential suicide or Savannah being suicidal to her counselor?
Just the concerns of her change in behavior. I was concerned about some of her writings.
What made you concerned about those writings?
They weren't my typical Savannah.
And what do you mean by not your typical Savannah?
She's a very happy-go-lucky girl, and some of those writings and some of the things that she would, look up or read were concerning that she was, having some darker thoughts that I wasn't used to.
What specifically do you mean by dark thoughts?
Just not positive, happy-go-lucky girl, and just more anger with more prompts of anger. Just change it, she was my first girl teenager, and much of the way she was acting, I chalked up to identity issues, just general girl having some, just trying to figure herself out.
And do you recall having any conversations with any of Savannah's healthcare providers regarding those dark thoughts?
When she was admitted into the hospital for the first time, that's why she was looking up things that were darker in nature, that was concerning enough so that we wanted to take it seriously.
Is dark thoughts a diagnosis that she received?
No.
Did she receive a diagnosis relating to her dark thoughts?
Along the lines of some depression issues, yes.
And so she was diagnosed with depression at some point?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if she was prescribed any medication for depression?
I don't recollect.
Do you recall whether she ever had any plan to act on these dark thoughts?
No.
And do you recall whether you ever would have communicated with any healthcare provider regarding a concern that she might act on those dark thoughts?
As a mother, I wanted to make sure that she was safe, and is this normal? You know, first time I'd ever dealt with this, so wasn't an expert by any means.
Did you notice any changes in home or family life that seemed to accompany these dark thoughts or dark periods?
She's just had more anger issues, yes.
Did it coincide with family changes?
Yes.
And were those family changes if you were dating someone or ended a relationship with someone? Did it seem to coincide with that?
Not really, no.
And you never expressed any concerns that you would have a dead child if she wasn't hospitalized?
I remember at one point thinking that the second hospitalization, they weren't taking the right steps to make sure that we as a family were equipped to make sure she was going to be fine. I didn't understand how to care for her when she was having these dark thoughts. I wanted to make sure she was safe.
What were you afraid would happen from these dark thoughts?
Based on my very limited knowledge, I was concerned that they would progress.
How would they progress?
I didn't know. I hadn't had that experience.
I will approach now with Exhibit F, which is medical records relating to Savannah Leckie. And Tamil, did Savannah, was she enrolled in what was abbreviated CADI, either a CADI or a CADI waiver? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did that stand for, let's see, Community Alternative Disability, whatever it stood for?
Yes.
Was it something relating to disabilities?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and did you, in order to get those benefits, you had to speak with a caseworker, correct?
Yes.
And you had to answer questions?
Yes.
And you had to answer truthfully, presumably?
Yeah.
And completely?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do so at that time?
Yes.
And did you ever receive a copy of any of the paperwork, or did you have the opportunity to review any of the paperwork from the Minnesota Division of Social Services relating to that waiver?
I don't believe so. I may have.
And as part of that, did they interview you?
Yes.
And did they ask questions specifically relating, well, I'll back up a step. Why did you apply for this waiver? What was it going to do for you or for Savannah?
Give her some more home benefits, things that, for instance, they provided us extra home security. She had a sub-level benefit, so they put security on all the windows and doors and allow me to be able to know who was coming and going. They provided her extra educational help, a computer, printer, many things that waiver would cover.
Can anyone just apply for that and receive it, or do you have to have some sort of special qualification?
I do believe you have to have a diagnosis, and I believe it was mainly her ADHD and Asperger's diagnosis that happened.
Okay, and so she did receive some benefits.
Yes.
But in order to receive that benefit, you had to give them information so they could ensure that she in fact qualified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to answer questions relating to Savannah's psychosocial history?
I guess I'm not familiar with that term.
Did you have to answer questions relating to Savannah's behaviors, emotions, and symptoms?
Yes.
And did you report that she causes injuries to herself?
Yes.
And that she was physically aggressive with her sister?
Yes.
And that she had a history of destroying property?
Yes.
And specifically that she would color on walls, slash chair tops, deface a desk, write on objects that don't belong to her?
That's correct, yes.
And she would isolate herself?
Yes.
She was susceptible to victimization?
Yes.
She suffered from both intrusive thoughts and impulse control?
Yes.
She suffered from anxiety?
I don't remember that diagnosis.
Even if she wasn't diagnosed, is that possible you could have answered that?
Yes.
And so you said you received additional security through this waiver? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you receive any other benefits?
Yes, they provided extra funds for her care.
Okay. And what were those funds to be used for?
Helping out with her extra care, paying people if necessary, or filling the gaps when I was caring for her full time.
And do you recall when you first received assistance or those payments?
No.
And when you were supplying information for this waiver, did you also supply information about her activities of daily living, such as hygiene, eating? Okay. And did Savannah suffer from hygiene problems?
Yes.
Did she need assistance?
Yes.
Did she need reminders?
Yes.
Did she mind being dirty?
No.
If someone didn't make her wash her hair or wash her body or brush her teeth, would she have done it voluntarily?
No.
And Tamil, did you have a caseworker through the Wright County Division of Health and Human Services?
I think so, yes.
And you maintained regular contact with that agency?
Whatever was required of me, yes.
And was Savannah on a state-funded insurance?
Yes.
And she received I'm not sure if Katie waiver is what I'll call it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so that did require you to maintain contact with a social worker or something along those
I believe
lines?
they checked in from time to time, and there was some requirements, but I'm not familiar anymore.
And would they have, did you have a duty under the Katie waiver to keep them informed of changes in diagnosis or behavioral health?
Not that I recall.
Were you ever contacted by anyone from the Wright County Division of Health and Human Services after Savannah was seen for inpatient treatment or had a different diagnosis?
Not that I recall.
Did Savannah ever make an allegation of abuse or neglect on you?
No.
She never did. There was nothing in June of 2016?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So you aren't aware of Savannah reporting that you were leaving her unsupervised at night with her younger siblings?
No.
And she also alleged that the discipline she was administering to her younger siblings was to knock their heads together?
I don't recall that, no.
You were never contacted about that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So you never had a conversation with anyone from Wright County Division of Health and Human Services?
Not concerning that situation, no.
Were there other situations that you were contacted about?
Yes.
Was there another allegation that Savannah made of abuse against a different family member?
Yes.
And was that Mike Evans?
No.
Who was that person then?
Her stepmother.
Her stepmother. So she never made an allegation of abuse against Mike Evans either?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
But she did make an allegation of abuse against her stepmother?
Correct.
And what was that? What was all entailed in that report?
Your Honor, objection, relevance.
The relevance here would be that if Savannah was in an abusive situation, she spoke out.
When she came home from parenting time with her father, stepmother, and two siblings, I'm not recalling the exact time frame. The next day I received a phone call from her school that she had visible scratches on the top of her hand, on which hand, that I hadn't seen. I don't know if she didn't tell me about it or if, I'm not sure why I didn't know about it prior, but we talked about it that night when she came home. But the teachers at school, I think it was her case manager, noticed it. And she, Mandy reporter had to report after talking with Savannah what had happened. That's when I first learned about it from school. And then again, she that night had a counseling session with her therapist, John, at Solutions. And again, he, being a Mandy reporter, also had to Mandy report the scratches. And then now, since I knew as a mother, I was recommended that I also report it.
And so on June 10th, 2016, was that at a time when Savannah was in inpatient treatment?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there anything else special about June 10th, 2016 in your life?
I'm not recollecting. Yes.
Tamil, I'll show you what I will mark as Defendant's Exhibit G. Now I'll ask you to take a look at this and see if you can identify that.
Yes, very nice.
All right, and can you tell me what the date is on there?
June 10th, 2016.
And what is this? What is this exhibit?
That was a photo that my now ex-husband had posted along with an announcement that looks like we got engaged. Yeah,
Okay, and that was on June 10th of 2016?
that's correct.
But you don't recall anything about an allegation of abuse and neglect happening on June 10th, 2016?
No.
Okay. I'd ask that Defense Exhibit G be admitted, Your Honor.
I would object as the foundation. Additionally, I think it contains hearsay because it has a text written by Mr. Steves, and he's not present.
I'll fix the foundation problem.
Okay.
All right, Tamil, I'm going to show you again Defendant's Exhibit G, and can you tell me specifically who's in this picture?
Myself and my now ex-husband, Carrie Steves.
And do you know where this picture maybe came from or where it was posted from? Can you tell anything?
I don't see where we were, but
I mean, was this from social media, does it appear to be?
I can't tell by looking at it. It looks like a screenshot to me. It doesn't have a header or anything at the bottom that says where it came from.
All right, so who is the other person here?
Carrie Steves.
And on this date, did you and Carrie become engaged?
It was either June 10th or June 9th, I don't really recall. It was close around that date, yes.
Did you have a Facebook account on June 10th of 2016?
I believe so, yes.
Did you have occasion to see this photo on June 10th, 2016 on Facebook?
That would have been on my Facebook, but it looks like it was on somebody else. It looks like it was on Carrie's. But I can't tell by looking at that box Facebook.
You were going to be you were engaged to Carrie Steves, correct? And you had a Facebook account?
Yes.
And he had a Facebook account?
Yes.
Were you Facebook friends?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall whether or not you saw this photo?
I recognize that photo, yes.
All right, and would you have seen it on Facebook?
I don't recall.
Is this the first time you've seen this photo?
No.
Okay, so you have seen this photo before?
Yes, it's probably in one of my photos.
Okay. Did you take the photo?
I believe it's a selfie. Either he took it or I took it, I can't tell.
So regardless, you recognize this photo?
I do.
And was the photo taken on June 10th of 2016?
Yes, apparently.
All right, now I will seek to admit Defense Exhibit G.
I don't have any objection as to the foundation, Your Honor, but I still have the hearsay objection because it has the text in the photo, and the text is by Mr. Steves allegedly, and Mr. Steves is not here present.
I am not introducing this necessarily for the truth of the matter, and whenever it says that they are engaged, she just testified that they're engaged.
That they were engaged, but it's still hearsay.
Yes, it still goes towards the truth of the matter asserted that she was engaged on that day, and that's what is being offered to prove, Your Honor.
Now, I won't seek to admit. Actually, I have one more question for you, Tamil. Was this picture taken at a hospital?
I don't recall, no.
Were you at a hospital on June 10th of 2016?
No.
Okay. And Tamil, in order to receive the Katie waiver, did you have to sign some releases of information with the Division of Health and Human Services?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, could I please request a short break? I'm actually going to probably have to retrieve a large volume of records that I wasn't intending to admit.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Thank you.
It's like trying to win in a knife and you just kind of stall out. You need a pitcher that isn't quite ready to come in and relieve.
I will tell you,
stall.
it's not stalling for lack of energy. I'll just tell you that.
So we'll see you at 8:30 in the morning?
Yeah, that can't be present until
9 o'clock.
Yes.
Right, 9 to 9:15, we'll see you in the morning.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you want it?
Okay, bear with me. Let me get the other stream. Then let me just find it. It's a bit infuriating, this trial, but I'm glad we're watching it. I'm glad we're watching it. Let's have a look. Okay, let me just get this one now. Oops, wrong one. But yeah, thank you everyone for being here today. Really appreciate you being here. This is day 3, by the way, we're on to now. Go straight into it. No, not that one. Okay, we're here. Let me just get it roughly to the start. Okay. No, you missed nothing. We're going to watch day 3 now. After day 3, we will watch closing. We will watch closing statements, and then we'll watch the verdict. So, dang, I missed it. I have a bad vibe about her. Yeah, not the best, is she? Right, here we go. Share screen. Hang on. I need to get this. Watch live. No. So yeah, Tim, we're watching the whole trial. This is a trial that happened in June 2022. So most people haven't seen it. I'm one of them. So we're just watching this now. Because most people haven't seen it. I think it's an interesting trial. So we're watching the whole thing. Day 1 was on Monday. I streamed it. And this one today. Happy Thanksgiving, yes. SEN. There she is. Happy Thanksgiving. Do you know, I can't find the bloody link now, can I? Oops, not that one. Right, I got it. Share. So yeah, let's have a so from SEN Advocate, happy Thanksgiving to all our American friends across the pond. Yes, absolutely. Jonathan, if you don't know Jonathan, you've got to be in for a ride. Jonathan is the mod in Discord, so if you become a member, you'll be dealing with Jonathan, and he's wacky. Lama Grandpa, maybe sign at the store that says this home is protected by sweet Jesus and a gun, and if you have to, oh, Jesus. June, yes, it would have been close, I think. I'm not sure. It would have been close. All this was just sneak off. I've not watched it all yet, Tim. I've only watched half of it, so a little tougher followed. Join the alternate corner community. Yeah, the alternate corner, YouTube and follow on Twitter, yes. This is the channel's Twitter, at Happy Days Dylan. If you want to go live and stuff like that, it's on there. Press notification bell if you want to know when I go live as well. Also, press that join button. We've got 2 levels, Taco and Blue Wench. They're both exactly the same, just and trying to make it affordable for everybody if they want to. You get access to Discord, so you get to deal with Jonathan and his hunting and all that, and you get members only videos as well. So, and there's a few of them now, mostly me messing up. Right, so here we go. Day 3.
Anything else you want to say about Ms. Wilbur or Mr.?
I would just note, Judge, that none
I did
of
note
those
this, but I was
witnesses are
like,
currently
don't worry.
in custody.
Yeah, but nobody that I know of has ever said they wanted a snitch jacket with priors. And so I don't see how it harms your defense, but the audio is going out, but not the video. So, okay.
I mean, and I'm certainly not requesting that all media coverage be shut down, just the video. I don't want them on camera. They don't want to be on camera, so.
Anything else?
Will you notify me somehow?
Yeah, you'll know who they are.
All right, all right.
And well, actually, I'll let Mr. Brown tell you, when he calls her name, he can walk over and say, this is one of them, you have to turn off the video.
Yes, it'll be our last 3 witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so ma'am, I think we're ready for you to take the stand.
Let's have a look here then. Hello, Bucks. This is a trial in Missouri. It's a trial from last year of June 2022. Not many people have seen this, that's why I'm streaming it, but it is from last year. It's a trial about a mother called Rebecca Ruud, biological mother, who is alleged to have alleviated her daughter and then dumped her on a bonfire and let her burn to death, basically. That's what it is in a nutshell. And it took them probably about 3.5 weeks to find the body, and they found the body on the day that the mother, biological mother, got married. But the biological mother lived on a farm, 81-acre farm, but on the stand is the adoptive mother, and they're both as bad as each other. They're both horrible people, from what I can gather so far. And this is Josie back. Join the auto community. Either press that link or press the join button, and then we get a flash to say, hey, so-and-so's joined. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Josie. And sorry, welcome, Bucks. First time viewer here, so welcome. 7 Up. Oof. Old school. I like it.
You're still under oath.
Good morning, Tamil.
Good morning.
I think where we left off yesterday, we were discussing some hospitalizations that Savannah had, I guess, had undergone. Is that correct? Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Thankfully, I only gave out my channel Twitter. Otherwise, I don't beef for that one.
And one of those hospitalizations that we discussed happened in May of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to shift around these records. And do you recall which facility Savannah was hospitalized in 2015?
I spent some time last night like trying to pull that out of my memories. I honestly don't know which hospitalization was which. I know that it happened. She was in the hospital twice. I know the last time it was end of May, first part of June of 2016. The first time I have in my head was about 13 or so months before that.
Okay.
Those are the two that I know what I can answer on.
Okay. If I advised you that one of the hospitalizations was in a facility called Prairie Care, would that, do you recall the date that she would have been treated at Prairie Care?
Approximately, although I didn't view Prairie Care as being hospitalization, but I viewed it as being more additional help or therapy.
Okay. And was that in 2015 or can you recall that?
I honestly don't know.
Your Honor, may I
Thank you, Josie.
approach and retrieve Exhibit F? Yes. Which should be, I believe, some records, probably a stack of them. Thank you. And so when Savannah was treated at Prairie Care, did you have input? Did you talk to caregivers at Prairie Care?
Yes.
And did you tell them that she had talked about committing suicide?
I don't recollect.
She spent overnight in the emergency room in May of 2015, correct?
The exact dates I'm not 100% sure of, but I know the dates I told you.
And the admit date was May 27th of 2015?
I don't know.
And the discharge date was June 17th of 2015?
I don't know.
While Savannah was treated, did you have contact with any of the treatment givers, treatment providers?
I would have, yes.
And during that time, did they communicate to you that Savannah, when in group therapy, had made a threat to a participant, another peer in that therapy?
Your Honor, I can object, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a hostile witness who is denying that she remembers anything about the hospitalization. I am reading directly from the exhibit that has been admitted.
But somehow you think she knows that that was done?
I can present this to her and have her look at it.
That's what I was saying. I didn't hear in the question, do you know, or you're reading from a record, but that doesn't mean that she knows it. The record's already been admitted.
I can approach her and ask her if she recalls this conversation. May I approach the witness? All right, Tennille, I'm going to show you a page out of Defendant's Exhibit F. And it is a document that has Prairie Care and Prairie Care Medical Group at the top and is labeled Progress Notes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And here at the top, it says patient name Savannah or Leckie Savannah, correct?
Yes.
And date of birth 6/3/2001.
Yes.
And based on that information, is that, you know who Savannah was, correct?
Yes.
And is that Savannah's date of birth?
Yes.
And it says admit date, May 27th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
And discharge date, June 17th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I have not seen these records before, I don't know.
But you were aware Savannah was hospitalized or was under treatment in Prairie Care, correct?
Yes, at one point she was.
Okay, and you say you don't remember the exact dates,
Correct.
but it was in 2015.
I don't know.
And I think yesterday you testified that she was hospitalized inpatient in June of 2016, correct?
End of May, first part of June, yes.
And you said that the other one had happened 13 months prior, correct?
Correct.
So would May of 2015 be 13 months prior to June of 2016?
Yes, approximately.
Okay.
Yes.
And here it says that there was a note addressed to a male peer written and signed by patient, correct?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
And down here in this paragraph, it says, as there is a concern for safety, and this was not brought to my attention until patient was gone from programming, I did contact mom, correct?
Yes.
And then in parentheses, it says the word Tamil, correct?
Correct.
And your name is Tamil,
That's correct.
and it has a phone number.
Yes.
Was that your phone number at that time?
Yes.
Via phone to inform of incident. Mom was very supportive and concerned that Savannah would do something like this. Mom indicated she would talk with Savannah about the seriousness of making threats to others, correct?
That's what it says.
And you were told that the threat was that she had made a note to appear, correct?
I'm not seeing anything in the note that says anything about wanting to commit suicide.
That wasn't my question. The threat was communicated, correct, to you?
It was communicated.
And the threat was to appear, correct?
That's correct.
And the threat was, you started this war, only you can stop this war. There will be blood. I have spent the majority of my childhood studying pain, correct?
Yes.
And that concerned you?
Yes.
Okay. And Tamil, I'm also going to show you another page here in Defendant's Exhibit F. And again, here at the top, that says Prairie Care Medical Group, correct?
Correct.
And on this, the assessment date says February 5th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And and patient name Savannah Leckie, correct?
Correct.
Date of birth 6/3/2001?
Correct.
Based on that information, does that seem like these records would belong to Savannah?
It appears.
And you testified yesterday that you are the person who brings Savannah to medical appointments, correct?
Yes.
And you were present then at this assessment?
Was this an admission?
It says diagnosis information at the top, correct?
Yes.
And then it says type, admission, correct?
Yes, thank you. It appears that is, yes.
And in the middle of the page, it says presenting problems, correct?
Yes.
And it also says family present when starting as a question, correct?
Yes.
And it says yes.
Yes.
Were you family?
Yes.
Would that mean you were present?
It appears so, yes.
And in this, you reported that over the last month, we've been watching a very rapid decline in her ability to deal with the stress of her stepfather moving out. There's been a lot of writings discovered, varied writings that talk about suicide and cutting, and an alternate reality that she has gone into to try and deal with her stressors. Correct?
Yeah, very dark writings.
Yes. And you also stated then that she's seeking out other people in her same situation with the cutting and suicide and different things, correct?
Yes.
And you also reported that as a parent group, we feel like she's beyond where we feel comfortable. We have seen such a rapid decrease in her ability to deal with stress that I'm worried she's going to try and commit suicide. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And also you stated that Savannah liked to write to get her emotions out, correct?
Correct.
And in February of 2016, Savannah was taking medications, correct?
Probably for ADHD, correct, yes.
Okay, and you would have reported that or confirmed that at this time?
Correct, yes.
And you in fact confirmed that she was taking Strattera?
Yes.
And that she was taking it as prescribed?
Yes.
And also Concerta?
Yes.
And that she was taking it as prescribed?
Yes.
And a past psychiatric medication was Ritalin, correct?
Yes.
And she was not taking it at that time?
Correct.
And Tamil, I'm going to show you more records that are here contained within Defense Exhibit F. And this at the top says Prairie Care, correct?
Yes.
And under client, it says Leckie Savannah, correct? And admission date 5/27/2015, correct?
Correct.
And it's also titled Medication Reconciliation Information, correct?
Yes.
And the medications there are Concerta,
Yes.
and the reason was for ADHD.
Yes.
And Strattera is also on that list,
Yes.
and that was for ADHD.
Yes.
And then also vitamin D,
Yes.
and that was because she had a vitamin D deficiency.
Correct.
And she also was prescribed Wellbutrin XL at that time,
Yes.
and the reason was for depression.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you here what's titled at the top, Psychiatric Discharge Summary. And it also has Prairie Care at the top, correct?
Correct.
And it has patient name, Leckie Savannah, correct? Date of birth, 6/3/2001?
Yes.
Is that who you would know to be Savannah?
Yes.
And admission date was May 27, 2015, correct?
Yes.
And discharge date was June 17, 2015, correct?
Correct.
All right. And under diagnosis information, what is, the type says admission, correct?
Correct.
And the diagnosis was major depressive disorder, single episode, unspecified, correct?
Correct.
And then also unspecified depressive disorder, correct?
Correct.
And then also attention deficit hyperactivity disorder combined type, correct?
Yes.
And then it also says underneath there, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder combined presentation, correct?
Yes.
And another diagnosis was autistic disorder, correct?
Yes.
And then under that, autism spectrum disorder, correct?
Yes.
And she was also diagnosed at this time with oppositional defiant disorder, correct?
Correct.
And it's also repeated there underneath as oppositional defiant disorder. Okay. And you were present whenever you took Savannah to
Yes.
this? Okay. And so you were present then at the admission?
Yes.
And that's because Savannah was a minor?
Correct.
And you were aware of the reason that she was taken to Prairie Care at that time, correct? Absolutely.
Yes, I do remember this, yes.
And was the reason because she disclosed to a teacher that she was either going to suffocate herself or hang herself?
I remember it being more of doing research on dark thoughts, and I don't remember that exactly, but
And so this record states that a soon-to-be 14-year-old 8th grader referred the PHP from an overnight stay in the ER following her disclosing to her teacher that she was going to suffocate herself or hang herself. Is that what this record states?
it does.
Okay. And were you present whenever this information was being communicated?
I don't remember that. But yes, I was present, I do not remember that.
And to Neil, there was then another time whenever Savannah was admitted for mental health issues, correct?
Correct.
And she was initially taken to an emergency room, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was Mercy Hospital?
I don't remember a bit.
May I approach the witness again? Thank you. Tamil, I will show you what was admitted yesterday as Defendant's Exhibit E. And at the top of this page, it says 6/7/2016 ED in Mercy Hospital, correct?
Yes.
And here at the bottom of that page, it says Alina Health Mercy Hospital, correct?
Yes.
And it says patient Leckie Savannah, correct?
Correct.
And date of birth 6/3/2001?
Correct.
Is that who you have to be, Savannah Leckie?
Yes.
And your daughter?
Yes.
And it says admit date was June 7th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here, under at the top of that page, it says reason for visit, right?
Yes.
Chief complaint, it says that too as well?
Correct.
And then underneath there, it says suicide gesture,
Correct.
is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then visit diagnosis, it says depression, unspecified depression type, correct?
Correct.
And again, the medications that she was taking at that time, it says prior to admission was methylphenidate or Concerta, correct?
Correct.
And that was for ADHD?
Yes.
And her discharge medication list was for Strattera, correct?
And Concerta, both ADHD meds.
Okay. So Strattera and Concerta for ADHD, correct?
Correct.
And none of those medications were stopped in the visit, correct?
Correct.
And you communicated with healthcare providers at the emergency room about Savannah, correct?
Yes.
And they communicated to you as well?
Yes.
And you understood why she was there, correct?
Yes. Somehow. Yes.
And under here where it says impression and plan, it says assessment, exacerbation of depression with suicidal ideations resulting in self-mutilating behavior in the form of self-inflicted abrasions to her left forearm, correct?
That's correct.
And then the plan was that I agreed with A and R that she warrants admission to the hospital for further psychiatric evaluation and treatment, correct?
Yes.
And did that in fact happen?
Yes.
And she went to, was it Abbott Northwest Hospital for that?
That's right. Yes.
And yesterday, I believe you testified that there was a point at which Savannah had disclosed in a counseling appointment that she had been self-mutilating, correct?
Yes.
And as a result, emergency medical services was contacted, correct?
Correct.
And Savannah was transported to the emergency room
Yes.
by ambulance?
That's correct.
Okay. And within this report too, there's a paragraph titled collateral information, correct?
Yes.
And there it says spoke with patient's mom, Tamil, correct?
Correct.
And there's a phone number there, correct?
Correct.
Was that your phone number at the time?
Yes.
And did you in fact speak with someone from the hospital at that time?
Yes.
And you gave information to that person?
Yes.
And you stated that patient's mom states that patient's counselor and school counselor both felt patient was at risk of suicide today, correct?
Yes.
And mom states that patient has been decompensating over the past month, correct?
Yes.
And she's been getting more upset more often, cutting more and having daily thoughts of suicide, correct?
Yes.
And that today patient did say she was going to slit her wrist and she had been looking on the internet how to do it, correct?
Yes.
Patient told her mom that if she did not do it today, she would do it before the summer was over, also correct?
Yes.
Mom states that patient has been more depressed over the past 2 years, correct?
Yes.
And the patient did attempt suicide 1 year ago by hanging due to stressors, correct?
Yes.
Patient is in a different school this year, so school has been better for her this year, also correct?
Yes.
Mom feels that patient is not able to return home at this time, correct?
Yes.
She feels that patient is emotionally not functioning, correct?
Yes.
Mom states, I will have a dead child if she goes home today, correct?
Yes.
Mom also states that patient did snap last week and ended up kicking, biting, and punching her, correct?
Yes.
Mom states, I worry about the safety of my children when she is so out of control, emotionally unstable, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'll approach and return evidence exhibit B and F. And Tamil, just to clarify, the questions I just asked you regarding the medical records, those were related to the emergency room visit, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the emergency room, Savannah then went into inpatient treatment?
Yes.
And that was at Abbott Northwestern Hospital?
That's correct.
Okay. Apologize, Your Honor, we're grabbing some stage. All right, Tamil, I'm going to show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit H. And I'll ask you first of all, whether or not these records pertain to Savannah Leckie.
Yes.
And it says patient name Savannah, Leckie Savannah at the top.
Yes.
And date of birth 6/3/2001.
Yes.
All right. And again, this was emergency department, June 7, 2016, correct?
Yes.
You also advised the care providers that you had joint legal custody with David Leckie, correct?
That's correct.
And Savannah was admitted to inpatient psychiatric unit, correct?
Yes.
And was she taking the medication Abilify?
I believe so.
And the Abilify was discontinued?
Yes. That's what that says.
Okay, and she was started on another medication, correct?
I don't see where it's at. Yes, right.
And that medication was Risperdal?
Yes.
Do you know what the Abilify or the Risperdal was prescribed for?
I'm not going to answer.
On this page of Defendant's Exhibit H, this relates to Savannah Leckie, correct? You can see that because it says patient Savannah Leckie at the bottom.
Yes.
Date of birth 6/3/2001.
Yes.
All right. And you were present whenever Savannah was admitted?
Yes.
Had you and Savannah had some conflict around this time?
Which year?
This was 6/8 of 2016.
Yes.
And what was that conflict?
I remember it being, she was very angry with me for the potential of moving out of the STNA area.
And can you explain what STNA is?
St. Michael Albert High School in our community.
And the move was because you were going to be with Carrie Steves?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's not the whole time. She's also very about the recent situation she had with her father and her mother and still overflowing into this. So.
And you spoke with the treatment providers, correct?
Yes.
At Northwestern? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you told them, I'll read this, her mom states she cannot understand any of her daughter's thoughts around wanting to cut herself or kill herself, correct?
Yes.
And she states that she's not sure she can manage this and thinks her daughter needs to be in a place for a long time where she can get help, correct?
That's correct.
And you were told then that hospitalization is a short-term stabilization, correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah would not be in the facility. Actually says for an eating, I think that's probably a typo, significant length of time, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And under here it says diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And those diagnoses are autistic spectrum disorder?
Yes.
ADHD?
Yes.
Generalized anxiety disorder?
Yes.
Unspecified depressive disorder, correct?
Yes.
And did Savannah have a comfort item?
Yes.
What was that comfort item?
Her bear.
And what was Bear Bear? What type of object?
It was a flat sort of blanket bear that I gave her when she was an infant. It was bears on the cup, hands, and it was silky on the ends. And it had a long blanket that came down the sleeves and bottom. And stitched the face.
Okay.
Yes.
And was that important to Savannah?
Yes. Thinking less important as she got older, but yeah, it was something that was she got older.
Did Bear Bear accompany her to Avalon this one?
I don't know.
Do you recall if she asked you for it?
I didn't.
And on June 10th of 2016, you were in Las Vegas?
Yes.
And that's when you and Carrie Steves were engaged?
That's
Okay. And here, this says date of service, correct?
yes.
And that's 6/10/2016?
That's correct.
And Savannah was hospitalized at that time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask the Defense Exhibit H be admitted.
This is tough. This testimony stuff. It seems a lot dry now. The trial's gone well up until this witness. So I mean, she's just a bitch, if being honest, and she's half listened to, and now it's getting dragging a bit. Back by the brush. Oh Jesus, that's all nuts. Why was she hospital? This is Tim. Good question. Horrible, horrible people. I reckon these guys are. I don't think the testimony is that interesting, but we're gonna go through it.
You just added. No objection.
Admit it.
Can you ask for a glass of water, please?
Would you like to take a break?
How'd you like to watch?
Just water? Yeah, absolutely.
Any other concern? And Tennille, you, I believe, testified yesterday that Savannah did see a counselor, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that counselor's name was John?
Correct.
And Solutions Counseling was the name of the business?
That's correct.
All right. And I believe you also testified yesterday that you typically accompanied her to those visits, correct?
Yes.
And some of those visits included you and Savannah together, correct?
That's correct.
And some were just Savannah by herself?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a page here in Defendant's Exhibit I. And here at the top, it says Solutions Counseling Services, correct?
Yes.
And Diagnostic Assessment?
Correct.
And the name at the top says Savannah Leckie, correct?
Correct.
Date of birth 6/3/2001.
Correct.
Is that the same information that you would know to be your daughter, Savannah Leckie?
Yes.
Okay. And was the counselor that you saw John C. Torkelson?
Yes, that's correct.
And for the court reporter, Torkelson is Torkelson. And there was an assessment done, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that assessment date was 7/3/2015?
Yes.
And were you present?
Yes.
And you gave input at that time, correct?
Yes.
And in that, you said Savannah's mother reports that she was adopted as a baby from a family friend and that Savannah knows her biological mother well, correct?
That's correct.
And she reports that Savannah sees her biological mother regularly, correct?
Yes.
And also stated that Savannah's mother reports that her issues began about 3 years ago, just after her mother and father divorced, correct?
Yes.
And yesterday, I believe your testimony was that the separation happened in 2010, correct?
Yes.
And I believe the divorce you testified was in 2012?
I believe so.
Okay. And at that point, how old was Savannah then?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
If I said from 2012 to 2001, she should be roughly 11 years old, would that be correct? Okay. And you reported that Savannah began to exhibit oppositional behaviors that were consistently getting worse, correct?
Correct.
That she would talk back, interrupt, and refuse to obey adult commands, correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah's relationship with her stepfather began to break down with increased behaviors, and her relationship with him continues to be rocky, correct?
Correct.
And that Savannah's mother reports that at the end of May, and that would be May 2015, correct? She had developed a suicide plan, which her paraprofessional at school found. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah had been looking up songs about death as well, correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah was sent to Prairie Care for about a month and finished up the last Wednesday in June, correct?
Correct.
And that Savannah's mother, you, reported that she's doing well with behaviors following her stay at Prairie Care, correct?
Yes.
And again, as we looked over earlier, she came home on medications after Prairie Care, correct?
Yes.
And she has been diagnosed with Asperger's, ADHD, ODD, and there was some talk about borderline personality disorder or bipolar disorder, according to her mother's report, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And here, I'm in Defendant's Exhibit I. There's, at the bottom of this page, where it says page number 2 of 4, and it still has Savannah's name at the bottom, correct?
Yes.
And there it says risk assessment, correct?
Yes.
And it talks about, at this time, suicide, correct?
Yes.
It says risk is slight.
Yes.
And it notes that Savannah had suicidal ideation for the plan in May 2015, but denied current suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
And violence, none, correct?
Yes.
Savannah denies any thoughts about killing or hurting anyone else, correct?
Yes.
And then risk assessment for child abuse, it says slight, correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah reports that she's been slapped by her stepfather with an open hand, correct?
Yes.
And this is not a mandated report, correct?
Correct.
And she reports that her parents would fight and she witnessed her father throw stuff at her mother, correct?
Yes.
She reports that her stepfather's been emotionally abusive at times towards her. Is that also correct? That's what she said anyway.
But that's what she said.
Okay. And here on June 29th, 2016, Savannah was seen by John Torkelson, correct?
Correct.
And were you present at that time?
Yes.
And you participated in the first 35 minutes of the session, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And under patient presentation, the note says Savannah reports that her anxiety level is higher during the move-in with her mother's fiancé, but her depression is lower after the hospital visit, correct? The date here says June 29th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the problem addressed was depression, correct?
Correct.
And on June 7th of 2016, you were also with Savannah at Mr. Torkelson's office, correct?
Yes.
And was that the visit that precipitated the trip to the emergency room?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, a school social worker had reported that Savannah had cut at school, correct?
Yes.
And that had stated to her that she had a plan to slit her wrists over the summer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, there was an active suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
And that her counselor determined that she had a plan to slit her wrists sometime this summer, correct?
Yeah, it wasn't clear, but yes. That's what it says.
And did a deputy respond at Mr. Torkelson's office?
I do not remember that.
Do you remember whether Savannah's person was searched prior to going with the ambulance?
No.
Were you present at that time?
Yes.
Did you observe everything?
Yes.
Okay. So this report states that a Wright County Sheriff's deputy presented to his office, correct?
Yes.
And then that deputy asked both Savannah and you questions about Savannah's risk to hurt herself, correct?
Yes.
And then the deputy searched Savannah, correct?
Yes.
And a pencil sharpener blade was found on her. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
I don't, but yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And you'd also seen Mr. Torkelson on May 31st, 2016.
Daddy Dave. Hello, Daddy Dave. Dave never comes to the streams anymore, but when he does, we give him a shout out. Go Pack Go. Go Pack Go, Dave. Love it, Dave. Thanks for popping in, my friend. Hope you're well.
Correct?
Yes.
And at that time, Mr. Torkelson had received reports from Savannah School that they're concerned about her cutting and having suicidal ideation without a plan at that time, correct?
That's correct.
And Savannah, at that time, were you present when Savannah spoke with Mr. Torkelson?
I'm not sure if I was in the room, but I'm going to take my key appointment, yes.
And just as Savannah presented to therapy with her mother who participated in the first 15 minutes of the session,
Yeah.
do you recall whether you heard this discussion about not having a plan at that time?
Yes. That's it.
Did Mr. Torkelson discuss a safety plan with you at that time?
And to you, Dave,
And
the
at that
family.
time, was Savannah blaming you for depression?
Yes.
And Savannah was also seen on May 9th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, the problem that was addressed was depression, correct?
Yes.
And that there was social withdrawal.
Yes.
And that she reported higher levels of depressed mood over the past couple of weeks.
Yes.
And her increased depression was due to recent changes in the household, correct?
Correct.
What were those changes?
Household changes would have been would assume when Carrie Steve's and I came home. And Mike Evans came out.
And when Mike Evans moved out, Reba and Robert Pete helped you move him out, correct?
I don't remember that.
When did he move out?
February
Of what year?
2015, 16. This February, I remember it was February. I think it was 16.
So your answer was you don't remember that?
I don't.
And Savannah was seen on January 20th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And one of the presentations here, signs and symptoms, is that Savannah's mother reports that she's been attempting to be positive with her stepfather even though he is leaving, correct?
Yes.
And so that was in January 2016.
Correct.
And stepfather was Mike Evans?
Yes.
Okay. And you advised in this therapy appointment that your now ex-boyfriend continues to make remarks in front of Savannah about him leaving as a result of her, correct?
Yes.
That upset Savannah.
Yes.
Her siblings blamed her too?
I don't know our siblings.
Come on.
Correct. That's correct.
Oh, fuck.
Do you remember whether Savannah's person was searched prior to going with the ambulance?
No.
Were you present at that time?
Yes.
Did you observe everything?
Yes.
Okay. So this report states that a Wright County Sheriff's deputy presented to his office, correct?
Yes.
And then that deputy asked both Savannah and you questions about Savannah's risk to hurt herself, correct?
Yes.
And then the deputy searched Savannah, correct?
Yes.
And a pencil sharpener blade was found on her. Do you recall that?
I don't. Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And you'd also seen Mr. Torkelson on May 31st, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, Mr. Torkelson had received reports from Savannah School that they were concerned about her cutting and having suicidal ideation without a plan at that time, correct?
That's correct.
And Savannah, at that time, were you present when Savannah spoke with Mr. Torkelson?
I'm not sure if I was in the room, but I'm going to take my key appointment, yes.
And just says Savannah presented to therapy with her mother who participated in the first 15 minutes of the session.
Yeah.
Do you recall whether you heard this discussion about not having a plan at that time?
That would hold it. Yes, it's there.
Did Mr. Torkelson discuss a safety plan with you at that time?
I don't remember.
And at that time, was Savannah blaming you for her depression?
Yes.
And Savannah was also seen on May 9th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, the problem that was addressed was depression, correct?
Yes.
And that there was social withdrawal.
Yes.
and that she reported higher levels of depressed mood over the past couple of weeks.
Yes.
And her increased depression was due to recent changes in the household, correct?
Correct.
What were those changes?
How some of the changes would have been, I would assume when Carrie sees my came home and Mike Evans came out.
And when Mike Evans moved out, Reba and Robert Pete helped you move him out, correct?
I don't remember that.
When did he move out?
February
Of what year?
2015, 16. It was February. I remember it was February. I think it was 16.
So your answer was you don't remember that?
I don't.
And Tamil, you also, Mr. Brown asked you some questions about a power of attorney history, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you provided Ms. Ruud a power of attorney as quickly as you could.
Yes.
And Savannah went to Missouri, was in August of 2016?
Correct.
I will show you what I will mark as Defendant's Exhibit J. And ask you if you recognize this document.
I don't.
Okay, so at the top of Defendant's Exhibit J, well, first of all, it's a document, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it consists of 4 pages?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and at the top of page 1 of that document, it says power of attorney for child, correct?
Yes.
And it also says that, it says.
Your Honor, I don't object to her reading this document into the record. She's already stated that she doesn't recognize the document.
She doesn't recognize it.
I wasn't going to read the entire document, Your Honor. I'm trying to lay a foundation that Ms. Montag's name is on this, and on page 2, there appears a signature in front of the notary.
At the same time, she's already said she doesn't recognize it.
I don't know how you're going to lay it. I don't know anything about that document.
Then I'll back up and ask you a couple more other questions. Well, I just asked you if you had provided a power of attorney to Reba, correct?
Yes.
And you stated you did as quickly as possible?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you say you provided that?
I sent it to the one that I remember doing first was right away, as soon as after Savannah left, I sent one to her father to sign, to send to Rebecca Finch. The second one was based on Rebecca asking me to send one again, and so it was separate together. So.
Okay. And so again, when I showed you Defendant's Exhibit J, I'll let you just look over the entire thing.
I didn't recognize this first page, no, so thank you. Yes, I recognize this now.
Okay. And what is this document then?
It's a power of attorney for my daughter.
And did you either draft or cause this to be drafted?
I don't remember how I was looking at it.
That you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember I drafted it for an attorney draft today.
Okay. It was presented to you though as a power of attorney, someone drafted it to you.
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to ask questions of someone about the document if you had any.
Yes.
And you understood what the document purported to do, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here on page 2 of that document, is there a signature?
Yes.
And whose signature is that?
Mine.
And is there a date?
Yes.
And what is the date that you signed that?
January 10th, 2017.
And is there a notary block below here?
Yes, it is.
And did you sign this in front of the notary?
Yes, it is.
And that would verify the date?
Correct.
Okay. And so again, you said that was January 10th of 2017?
Yes.
And Savannah went to Missouri in August of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Tamil, Savannah was having some problems adjusting to Carrie Steves entering the family, correct?
No.
And again, yesterday you testified that you had applied for the Community Alternatives for Disabled Individual, or the Katie waiver, correct?
Correct.
And in the process of that, I believe you also testified that you'd spoken with some social workers and things like that during that time?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall whether during those conversations that the social workers or whoever you were speaking with expressed some concerns about Savannah's reaction to Carrie Steves?
I never remember that.
And do you recall whether the Division of Health and Human Services in Wright County, Minnesota became aware of Savannah's hospitalization in 2016?
They would have, yes.
Okay. And did they contact you, or someone from the Division of Health and Human Services contact you to get information?
Yes.
And did you communicate a concern that you felt Savannah was not ready to be discharged from the hospital to someone with the Division of Health and Human Services?
Which year was this?
May I approach the witness? So now I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as Defendant Exhibit K. And at the top here, it says chronology summary, correct?
Correct.
Work group, Leckie Savannah.
Correct.
And it says assessment 6/11/2016.
That's what it is.
Okay. And were you familiar with an individual named Lacey Boyer?
Yes.
And how did you know Lacey?
She was she's something to do with breath.
Okay, and you had contact with her regarding Savannah's hospitalization in June 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And I'll ask you, Tamil, just to take a look here, where it says time note, date created 6/14/2016. If you could just read that to yourself and see if that helps you remember any conversations.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. I'll also have you read here where it says time note, date created 6/15/2016.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just have you read that to yourself. And it continues on with the same page.
Yes. Yeah, I know this.
All right, and yesterday, do you recall me asking you whether or not there'd ever been a report that Savannah made against you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, after reading this, does that help refresh your recollection?
I don't know if it's resulted in a CPS report, but I recognize some of this information, yes.
Okay, and Division of Health and Human Services was aware of it?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. And when you say you remember it, do you remember that Savannah stated that you had left her in charge of her siblings overnight on multiple occasions?
With her aunt present.
Is that what Savannah reported here?
No.
Okay.
She says it over there.
And that we were just pointing to, the TW asked Savannah if her mom leaves her home with her siblings when she runs errands, and Savannah stated she does, but it's not very long.
Correct. And then also there's,
That Savannah stated that any other time her mom has been gone overnight, her aunt comes and stays with her.
correct.
And Tamil, did you,
Hi Gigi, hope you're doing okay, Gigi. Nice to see you, my darling.
request before Savannah was discharged from the hospital in June of 2016 that she be placed in foster care?
No.
Okay, I'm going to have you review a note here that was written by Lacey Boyer, and it looks like date created was 6/15/2016.
I didn't use the word foster care, no.
You used a different term?
I didn't say that.
You were concerned about Savannah coming home, correct?
Yes.
Who picked Savannah up from the hospital in June of 2016?
I sort of agree.
And I believe yesterday you advised that you felt targeted by Savannah?
That's correct.
And that was after this June of 2016 issue?
Correct, yes.
And did Savannah speak with people from the Division of Home and Human Services regarding her care?
I don't.
Did a social worker or anything like that ever meet you in your home to discuss things with Savannah?
Yes.
And what was that social worker's name?
I don't remember.
Would, I'll have you take a look here again at Defendant Exhibit K, at the bottom where it says time note, and date created 6/30/2016. And under the notes, it says TW. Does that help ring any bells for whoever the social worker or whoever would have come up to speak with you would be?
No.
Do you recall that person's name?
No.
Do the initials TW mean anything to you?
No.
Did Lacey Oyer ever go to your home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Lacey Oyer about feeling attacked? Did you have a conversation with Lacey Oyer regarding Savannah's feelings about Harry Steves? Did you have any conversation regarding concerns that Savannah had about the quickness, or how quick this relationship was moving?
I don't.
And Tamil, you had ensured that Savannah had medical care through the state of Minnesota prior to her move to Missouri, correct?
Yes.
And that was through the end of 2016, is that correct? She had medical care through the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
And that expired then at the beginning of 2017?
Correct.
And You and David Leckie had joint legal custody of Savannah, correct? In January 2017, was Savannah effectively uninsured as far as medical and dental and vision went? Were your other children insured under the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
But you don't recall whether Savannah was?
No, it was ended at the end of December, but she had a power of attorney to Rebecca to continue it.
Were you still the legal parent of Savannah at the beginning of 2017?
Yes.
And you shared joint legal custody?
Correct.
David, okay. And Rebecca was not, she did not have parental rights at that point?
She had power of attorney.
But she did not have parental rights at that point?
What's the difference?
I can't answer that.
Okay, that's, I don't understand. Yes, as far as I know is concerned, yes.
Reba had not adopted Savannah? Okay, she was not a legal mother?
Correct.
You were still the legal mother?
Correct.
And David was still the legal father?
Correct.
Actually, Tamil, I'm going to show you what I marked as Exhibit J for identification purposes again. And again, you previously identified that as a power of attorney for child, correct?
Correct. The second.
And this was signed by you on January 10th of 2017.
Correct.
And there is a signature block for another person on there, correct?
Correct.
And that person's David Allen Leckie?
Correct.
And that would be your ex-husband?
Correct.
And Savannah's legal father, correct?
Correct.
And that is not signed, correct?
Correct.
All right. Tamil, I believe you testified that you weren't sure who picked up Savannah after the hospitalization in 2016?
I had assumed it was me.
Where did Savannah go after she was picked up from the hospital in June 2016?
I'm not sure the chronological order of where she went. I remember she had some time with her aunt, Amanda. I know she went to Camp Theodosia, and as well as went to Springfield. And she was also come to her Bushland.
And Savannah did have medications prescribed to her at the end of her hospitalization in 2016.
Yes.
And she had those medications, she took those medications as far as you know, while she was in Minnesota?
As far as I know, yes.
Did she have those medications with her when she went to camp?
I would assume so.
Did Savannah stay, you said she did stay in your home after the hospitalization?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall how many days? And who picked Savannah up from the camp?
I would assume me. And I don't remember, it was just me.
But you don't recall which days she was home after the hospitalization?
The hospitalization was in June. She left for Missouri, August, and sooner than several days. I don't know how many.
And Savannah did see Mr. Culbertson, the counselor, after her release from hospitalization?
I would assume so, yes.
And was there a point after she was released from hospitalization that she stopped taking medication?
Yes.
And that was Savannah's decision?
We discussed it together, yes.
No doctor recommended she discontinue medication?
Her ADHD medication was something she could stop in the summertime, in the summer.
Had she ever stopped it before in the summertime?
I don't recall.
No doctor advised you to discontinue Savannah's medications?
I know that there was discussion with Dr. Bryan that ADHD meds are meant for concentration for school and academics. And I had, it was only said that it was optional for the summertime.
She was on additional medications for other, she was on additional medications that were meant for other conditions than ADHD, correct?
I assume so, yes.
And those were stopped as well?
I think she was moving from in Montana.
Was that under a doctor's care?
I would have called Dr. Bryan, I don't remember.
And Dr. Bryan's located in Minnesota?
Correct, yes.
Not Montana?
No.
Okay. When you applied for the Katie waiver, you had to give reasons as to why you needed it, correct?
Yeah.
And you stated that you were employed part-time at the time you applied for that waiver, and the reason was because you had to address Savannah's behavior? You couldn't work full-time as a result?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, which yesterday when we discussed that, I believe was November of 2015, does that sound about right to you? That you applied for the waiver?
That sounds about right, but I couldn't be sure what that is.
At that point in time, were you a two-adult, two-parent figure household?
Yes.
Okay. And Tamil, there had been some visits for you and Savannah's siblings to Missouri, correct? You had planned to come visit Savannah at some point?
We had talked about it, yes.
Okay. And were there 3 potential dates that had been discussed?
I do not recall.
Tamil, do you recall having a deposition conducted relating to this case?
Yes.
And was that deposition in Minnesota?
Yes.
And was it myself and Ms. Duvall that were there to ask you questions at that deposition?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not questions were asked regarding visits to Missouri at that time?
Sure.
And do you
Get
recall
on
whether
with it.
anyone from the family visited Savannah while she was in Missouri?
Yes.
And who was that?
From Rebecca's side, her father visited. From my side, my mom, Sandy, and my dad, Jerry, visited.
And had you previously discussed traveling to Missouri around Thanksgiving of 2016?
I'm not recalling if I was going to go there or if she was planning to stay home. I don't know.
Is it fair to say then there had been a visit, whether it was returning to Minnesota or coming to Missouri, it had been discussed?
It had been discussed, yeah.
And that date would have been around Thanksgiving of 2016?
That's correct.
And did that happen?
No.
And was there another date that had been discussed?
I think Christmas time we had talked about potential.
To come home for a visit? Had you talked about you going for a visit? There'd never been anything discussed about spring of 2016?
Yes.
What was discussed about spring of 2016?
That the kids had to come down for the random sprinkling time.
And that didn't happen?
No.
And was there another visit that had been discussed?
Not there.
Was there a third time that you had discussed coming down in August of 2017?
Yes, for my parents.
So from your side of the family, the only family members that visited Savannah while she was in Missouri were your parents, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And was Savannah made aware of some of these potential visits?
I know she went in November. I don't know about the others.
And prior to Savannah going to Missouri, had you ever been to Reva's home in Missouri? Did you have information about it? Did you understand where she lived and what facilities she had?
Yes.
They take forever. Come on. It's now getting a bit. Come on. It's dragging now. It's dragging. I'm all for this, like to get tested me in, but come on. I'm singing to myself here. Oh. Redirect. Don't know what happened, what's going on. Oh, it's not me, it's them. Dun, 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 dun.
The Savannah cuts on her arms?
Yes.
Were those cuts anything, how would you describe those cuts?
Very light, superficial.
Was it always cutting?
I'm not recalling.
Okay. Did you ever see Savannah abuse pills?
No.
Did you ever see Savannah abusing or using fire to hurt herself? Did you ever see Savannah doing any other type of self-harm?
One time she scratched herself. It was just fingernail scratches.
With this hospitalization visit in June 2016, were you concerned about Savannah coming home?
I was.
Why was that?
Because of the targeted behavior she was exhibiting, mainly towards myself and her siblings.
After that hospitalization, did you then look for alternative housing arrangements?
Yes, discussed with her mother.
And then Ms. Monte, were there one or multiple powers of attorney?
There was two.
Okay. And Ms. Wellborn previously showed you one that was dated January 10th of 2017. Was there one before that?
Yes.
And were either one of those powers of attorney signed by David Leckie?
No.
Who was responsible for Savannah's expenses when she had moved to Missouri? Living expense.
The $250 that I put in plus whatever the house was needed to find that would have gone to Rebecca.
Ms. Wellborn asked you about a spring of 16 visit. Was Savannah living in Missouri in spring of 16?
Yes.
In spring of 16?
I was 16.
Let me ask you this. When did Savannah move to Missouri?
August.
Would that have been in 2016?
That was pretty good. That was the other dates. So what is this? Yeah, so no, she was not. Yes.
Let me show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 8? You're shaking your head. Is that a yes?
Yes, I don't.
What is that?
Some other state departments.
And did you receive that? When did you receive that?
And that's some other state departments.
And would that have been May of 2017?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of that Mother's Day card that you received for Savannah?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 8 in evidence. Have you seen?
No objection.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let's go.
You do that one, Your Honor. Objection on it.
I do have a few questions for recross, Your Honor. Tennille, do you need a few minutes? Or? Okay. Tennille, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions relating to the power of attorney. You said that there were 2 powers of attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And the first one was actually sent to David, too, correct? For him to sign?
Yes.
And And after you sent it to David, did you have any knowledge of whether that actually made it to Reba signed?
I just hope it did. I had no knowledge of it did or not.
Okay, you didn't know for sure. And so then there was the second one that I showed you, correct? And you signed that in January 2017?
Correct.
Okay. And it didn't have David's signature at that time, correct?
Correct.
And I do think I may have misspoken about the time whenever you were planning to visit, and I think that Mr. Brown clarified it, but Savannah wasn't in Missouri in spring of 2016, correct? But there had been some plans or talk to go visit her when she was in Missouri, which would have been spring or June of 2017, correct?
Correct. I don't know whether it was March. I thought it was in March, April. I don't know.
In spring?
In spring.
Okay. And just to clarify, just to make sure the date's correct, that the visit that was supposed to be in spring of 2017 did not take place, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Are we down to the three?
We've got one, we've got Mr. Smart first, and then the three ladies.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Now you get Mr. Smart.
Oh, right. The child is dead, yes. I think it was before, when he says power of attorney, Tim, it was before, so it was before she died, who had power of attorney, essentially. And I don't know who did have power of attorney, because you have the adoptive family and you have the biological family. So I presume we did go to the biological mother in the end, I presume. Ugh, that was tough. That was the toughest bit. That was the toughest bit. Hopefully smooth sailing now. We've got 4 witnesses left for the estate. Whatever he said is next. Then 3 ladies. Apparently, we're not going to be seeing the 3 ladies. Apparently, it's just going to be audio only. No, no picture, apparently. So I don't know. Don't know what we're missing out on. That was long. That was long. I know she needed to get into about discipline and stuff, but I mean, at this one point, Tim said the jury probably would have made the decision by now, which I think is fair. But I also think, as a juror, I know you're supposed to be there on duty, but that was tough to listen to. And not saying about what they did. I mean, just tempo of it, and I've got this at 1.25. Imagine sitting there live watching that. That's tough. That's tough. But here we are. A little bit left, and then I'm not sure if the defence have got any witnesses. Then we got closing. Then here we go. This guy is on. Don't know what his name is. We'll soon find out when we put this on.
If you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to be able to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and repeat.
Buddy?
So for Smart.
Please, Court. Smart, would you state your full name first, please?
Buddy Smart,
Where do you live, sir?
Gainesville.
And are you employed?
I'm retired and I work on the side.
Where do you work on the side?
Lawnmower shop.
Here in Gainesville?
In Gainesville.
And Mr. Smart, do you know the defendant in this case, Rebecca Ruud?
Yes, I do.
Is the person you know is Rebecca Ruud in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you point her out and describe what she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a white basketball shirt, tan, whatever you call it at work.
Thank you. How'd you meet the defendant?
I work at BMW. I work in Isabella.
You know about how long ago that was?
Back in 2016, 18, 16, 19.
No idea what you said.
And how did your relationship develop?
We did a work plan home and
Well, we just got over and seen him up on the farm, so I went over and started helping on the farm.
And did you eventually move in on that farm?
Yes,
Where's the farm located?
it's located over at Theodosia, between Theodosia and Long.
And do you recall when you moved in on the farm?
September, toward the end of September.
What year?
16.
Okay. And who all was living on the farm at that time?
It was Rebecca, Savannah, and Elmer was there part-time, and myself.
Okay, Elmer. Who's Elmer?
He's a truck driver that she knew that stopped in her when he wasn't on the road.
And what's Elmer's last name?
Guthrie.
He an acquaintance of yours?
I knew of him. My dad had known him for years, but I knew of him.
Okay. But he was only there on the weekends?
Yeah, weekends, and sometimes he'd be staying there through the week, sometimes.
When you were living there, where did you stay? Where would you sleep?
I stayed in a little apartment in the shop.
Okay. And where did Elmer stay when he was there?
He was in his truck, slept in his truck.
Semi-truck?
Yes.
You said that there's a child named Savannah living there with the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And how often were you around Savannah?
Oh, we did woodwork and stuff, so it was about every day I was there, other than days I worked.
Okay, and what was your work schedule like then? Were you on the farm every day?
I was on the farm every day other than Wednesdays and weekends.
And where were you working then?
I was working at the Baxter Lab at home.
Okay. What kind of kid was Savannah?
Smart, intelligent, he's a pretty good kid, yes.
Happy kid?
She was when I was around him.
And how long were you around? How long did you live on the farm?
I'm not for sure exactly when I did leave, but I think it was either the 1st of February or the 1st of March. I can't remember which.
Of what year?
17.
2017? So about 6 months, September to February, March of
5 to
17?
6 months.
Okay. During that time that you were living on the farm, did you ever know Savannah to try to hurt herself?
Not that I've seen.
Did you ever cut on herself or anything like that?
Not that I've ever seen.
What's Savannah do on the farm?
She take care of the animals. She help out brush, load firewood, move the firewood.
Okay, what kind of stuff, we keep calling the farm, but was anything raised on the farm?
There was goats raised on the farm. She took care of them too.
Did y'all cut hay or wood?
Mm-hmm. Cut wood, cut some hay, but it wasn't on the farm.
How regularly did you cut wood?
About every day.
And did Savannah participate in that?
Yes.
What kind of stuff did she do?
She hauled brush. She'd taken upload wood. She'd taken, put the wood over by the wood splitter, so we can split the wood.
She a good worker?
Yes.
Were there any problems with Savannah's hygiene? Keeping clean?
Yes.
All right, and what were those problems?
Well, she wouldn't take a bath after a few days. She'd start smelling, so, yeah.
When she wouldn't do those things, did the defendant do anything about it?
She wouldn't for a little while, and then she would, and she'd get our smelling her and have her go clean up.
What did the defendant do?
Well, one time I know she took the water hose and washed her outside with the water hose.
Was that just one time?
She may have water hosed her down. I know of one time, maybe twice, that I know of.
I know it's been some time since these happened, but do you remember giving a deposition in my office in Gainesville in March 2018?
Yes, I remember being in the office.
Ms. Wellborn was there, and Mr. Kretzer and I were there. You were sworn, and Ms. Wellborn asked you a bunch of questions.
Yes.
Can I approach the witness? You may. I know this is awful difficult. It's the only type I have. It's very difficult to see. Both can put the glasses. And Ms. Wellborn, we're at page 26, line 25, into page 27. And Mr. Smart, can you read that? That last sentence there, and you go into the sentence here. Do you agree with your memory was a little bit better back in 2018 than it was today?
Yeah, it's pressure back then.
And back then you said that she had hosed her
Your
down.
Honor, I'm going to object as to leading here.
Well,
He just refreshed his memory, he should be able to testify as to what happened.
Okay. Re-ask your question.
all right. Back then, when you talked about hosing her down, what did you say?
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object as the foundation here too. He hasn't established that Mr. Smart recognizes or has read that and has agreed that it is an accurate representation, any of that stuff.
Okay, that's the question.
Well, actually, there's a problem with this because when we did this, there was a stipulation as to how we were going to handle this deposition. It was because there was no court reporter present. And my understanding was the agreement was if the transcript was prepared, we could use it at trial. Was I
And
mistaken?
properly.
Do you remember giving your deposition? Yes. And have you had a chance to read through this deposition?
No,
Okay.
I haven't read all of it, right? No.
Let's just take a break, you read it, and then we'll come back. So take however long you want to read through your depo, and then we'll come back to the question.
We will be here for a while, Judge, 86 pages.
Well, I mean, they're saying he can't identify it, he says, I haven't read it, so he's not saying that's mine.
I've read part of it. I have not read all of it because it's so small print and I'm working and I have not read all of it.
Okay, I'm just saying, the question was, have you read it, and you said no.
I've read part of it, yes.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
but you can't, can you say that that is your deposition?
This is my deposition, yes, that I did.
Then go ahead, with your question.
Okay, and at that time, when you said that she had been hosed down 3 times in a month, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did the defendant do anything else regarding Savannah's hygiene?
What do you mean?
Did she have her bathed anyplace else?
She did have her to go into the pond one time.
I'm going to object here as to relevance. Whenever the state amended their information to allege that Savannah's death was caused by burning or drugging, any of this stuff relating to hygiene or alleged abuse is no longer relevant to the charge that they're trying to prove.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did you put her in the pond?
No. She walked into the pond. Rebecca did not put her in.
Okay. Who directed her to go into the pond?
The director,
Yes. Was she told to go in the pond?
Rebecca, no.
Okay. And did she bathe in the pond?
Yes.
Do you remember what month this was?
Not exactly. It had been somewhere around between December and probably January, February, I think, somewhere. I'm not exactly sure when it was.
And were there any hogs raised on the farm?
There was not there when I got there. Yes.
And where were the hogs kept?
They was kept in the pen beside the shop.
And was there ever an incident involving Savannah and the hog pen?
Yes.
Can you explain that for us?
I really can't explain it because I did not witness it. I know she took her back there to make her crawl in the hog pen because she wanted to be dirty. But I did not witness it, and I don't know if she actually did or not.
Did you see Savannah after that incident?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see her at all after that incident?
Oh, I seen her after she cleaned up. She came back in the shop. Yes.
After she cleaned up?
Yes.
After going through the hog pen?
As far as I know, she did.
Okay. Did Savannah have any small pets?
I think she had a guinea pig when I got over, and then her little duck that she had, 2 ducks breed,
And where'd you keep the guinea pig?
in her camper.
And what happened to that guinea pig?
He got it taken away.
By whom?
Reba handed it to me that they can have me to go get rid of it.
Why'd you have to do that?
I'm not for sure why. I wasn't sure why. I just don't get rid of it.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
All right, Mr. Smart, I do have some questions for you here. Let's see.
Great. Happy Thanksgiving, Gigi. Ain't nothing but a
All right, Mr. Smart, you were also, in addition to the interview or the deposition that you did in Mr. Garibrandt's office back in 2018, you were also interviewed by law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall whether you made any statements about guinea pigs to law enforcement?
I'm not for sure. I don't know if they asked them.
Okay. I had some questions for you about the hogs. You said that when you arrived at Reba's to reside, there were hogs, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how many? Were there a lot? Just a couple?
2, I think.
Were they big? Were they babies being raised up? Or what do you remember about them?
They were being raised up. They got old and they got big enough to where they went to their rightful owners.
Okay, so they were removed from the farm?
Yes.
Do you recall when that happened?
No, I don't.
Okay. Were there, even though you stated you didn't observe anything about this alleged hog pen incident, you said you were aware of roughly when it happened, or no?
Well, I was in the building whenever she had her to go do it. I did not witness it.
Okay. Do you remember what month that was, or roughly?
Roughly, I'm not for sure.
Okay.
It was before I left over.
There were no hogs in the pen at
No.
that time, and it had been a little while since there had been hogs out there?
Yes.
Okay. And I know back in 2018, we asked you some questions, or some additional questions, about the pond incident, correct?
Yes.
And I recall we asked you about Savannah's demeanor at that time, correct? Like how she was behaving, how she felt about the whole situation. Do you recall that?
Not really, but I'm sure you did ask me.
Okay. So if you don't remember asking, do you remember? You probably wouldn't remember what you answered then, would you?
I really can't, no, I don't know what I answered really.
Savannah wasn't upset.
I didn't hear it was, but she's been wanting to get in the pond the whole time I was over anyway, play.
Okay. And did she come back into the building in the warmth at that point quickly, or what happened after she came out of the pond?
She went back to the camper. I went in the shop. She got her clothes off and went in the camper and cleaned up and then come out to the shop, yes.
And she was able then to immediately get warmed up, dressed, shower, whatever needed to happen? Okay. And there was heat available then for her?
Yes.
Okay. And she was allowed to go near the heat source and warm up? Okay. Was the guinea pig in good condition whenever you took it?
It seemed to be, yes.
Okay. Was it being taken care of properly?
As far as I know, it was Savannah the one that took care of it.
It was in the camper?
It was in the camper, yes.
Did you go in the camper?
The only time I was in the camper is whenever we go in there to eat supper or something like that. But no.
Okay. Do you recall what the weather was like on the day of the walking into the pond?
It wasn't all that cold. I was out there in the t-shirt. I didn't have a jacket on. I don't remember.
It wasn't icy cold?
No, it wasn't snow or ice. No.
Okay, not like dangerous wind chill, anything
No.
like that? Okay. Maybe one of those warmer January days we get in Missouri?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, sir, thank you.
You make that, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smartley, finally excused, Judge. You may. Very good. Your next witness.
Need to come this way, sir.
I think when they're younger, you can reason with them. But I think when they're like 16, 17, like Savannah is, or, you know, if one of them years ago is her son, I don't think you can reason with them. That's the point. So, I don't know what you would do in that situation, to be quite honest with you. We got a long break here, which we will skip. Skippity skip, skippity skip, skip. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, we haven't. Right. Here we go. I'll go back until we reach it. Well, but then what else do you use though, Dunya? If it's not, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying what do you use? It's impossible, isn't it? Right. This is 250, 225.
I think I'll start with Jessica. She's pretty clear. Your Honor, say I'll call Jessica Wallen.
No, but you could pick a child up, put him in the shower. In unlock them in the shower or something.
You swear affirm that the testimony you're
I
about to
don't.
give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, nothing but the truth.
That's right.
Right, these witnesses, we don't get to see them. It's only audio only. Fuck me. This is going to be fucking long now.
I have
What have you been convicted of?
drug trafficking,
Okay. What county was that out of?
Douglas and Green,
All right. And when did those occur?
2016, 2017.
All right. Are you currently on probation or parole?
I am.
Which one?
Parole.
All right. Have you been in trouble since? Have you ever spent time in Missouri's county jails?
Yes.
In 2017, were you housed in a county jail?
Yes.
Which jail?
Green, Douglas, and Ozark.
Okay. When were you housed in Ozark County Jail?
I want to say it's from May or June of 2017 to October of 2017.
And what charges were you being housed on in Ozark County?
Drug trafficking, but it was for Douglas County. I was just being housed there.
Okay, so your charges were out of Douglas, but you were being housed in Ozark County.
Correct.
All right. And
it's a jail snitch as well, by the way. It's jail snitch.
Is there anybody here in the courtroom today that you recognize from your time at the Ozark County Jail?
Yes.
Could you identify that person for us?
So it's anonymous. It is Tim. It's a jail snitch. So that's why they're not being shown their faces. The next three, I believe, are all jail snitches. So their faces aren't being shown.
Rebecca Ruud.
Could you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's right here at this table. She's wearing a polka dotted shirt and
Okay.
over jacket.
I would ask that the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
We will.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you arrived at the Ozark County Jail, was the defendant already housed there?
No.
All right. When did she arrive to the Ozark County Jail?
I've been there probably a month and a half, I'd say.
Were you in the same pod as the defendant?
I was.
And how many women were in that pod?
When she came, there probably 5 or 6, I'd say.
Was there also a woman named Sarah Johnson with you in the pod at some point?
Yes.
Do you recall when she was housed with you in that pod?
She was already there when Rebecca came in on the scene, but I really don't recall.
All right. Did you and the defendant have occasions to talk while you all were incarcerated in the Ozark County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember the nature of your conversations with the defendant?
Yeah.
All right. And were they about her pending charges?
Not at first, but eventually, yes.
Okay. Did you and the defendant establish a rapport with each other?
Sure.
All right. And did you eventually ask what the defendant was charged with?
I knew ahead of time what she was charged with. It was kind of a big deal when they got brought in. I had no idea what was going on, of course.
Was it kind of the talk of the jail?
Yeah. It was on the news, so of course everybody knew about it.
Right. Did you and the defendant eventually talk about her case?
Yes.
Right. And did you and the defendant ever talk about her daughter and her daughter's adoptive mom?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that conversation?
She was concerned about something to do with money and trying to save her farm. The adoptive mother had owed her some money. I really don't recall the logistics of what transpired financially between the two. But there was a conversation held, yes.
But it was a conversation about money?
Yeah.
All right. Did she mention not getting money?
Yeah.
And would that have been from her adoptive mom?
Yes, correct.
Do you recall the defendant ever talking about pills?
Yes.
Could you tell us could you tell us about that conversation?
She wanted to know if I knew if there was any way to trace any kind of pain medication in her system, how long it was there, things of that nature.
All right, what kind of pills were those? Did she mention that?
Hydrocodones.
Was the discussion of hydrocodone pills prompted or unprompted?
It was unprompted. She came to me with questions regarding her case and just kind of some advice, I guess.
And was there a claim about did the defendant ever talk about using those pills in any way?
She did. She said that she had crushed some up and put them in some Kool-Aid and gave them to her daughter.
Did she tell you who her daughter was?
She did.
All right, who was that?
Savannah.
And did you and the defendant ever talk about Robert Pete?
Briefly.
All right, what was that about?
That she had just married him. They weren't together for too long before they got married. There wasn't a very in-depth conversation, but
Did she tell you why she got married to Robert Pete?
that he couldn't testify against her.
Did you ever see the defendant express any remorse about her daughter?
Not a single time.
Now, have you been offered anything in consideration for your testimony here today?
Absolutely not.
Okay, in fact, did you go to prison?
I did.
And were you ever charged in Ozark County by Mr. Garibrandt with anything?
No.
So no plea deal with Mr. Garibrandt?
No, I came to the sheriff, I guess. I willingly came forward because it just was so sick. Being a mother, I just didn't understand it.
Is it safe to say that the things the defendant told you shocked your senses?
Absolutely, absolutely.
At this time, Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Hello, Ms. Johnson?
No, this is Ms. Bolton.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bolton. Sorry, the wrong one. Did you, when you were in that pod, how many people were in a pod or a cell together?
At the time, there was, I want to say 5 to 6, not much more than that.
Okay, and was there a, were you able to use a phone in the cell? Okay, and was there a phone in your cell area there?
No, just in the pod, the day room where everybody was out of their cells.
Okay, so anybody could overhear your conversations?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you could hear other people's conversations? Right. And did you, sorry, just one second.
No worries, I forgot I refreshed it, you see. Forgot.
So do you, I think you mentioned earlier that you did provide a written statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who did you actually, did you talk with someone?
I did.
Who did you talk to?
I believe it was Deputy Dawes.
Okay. Do you know if that conversation was recorded in any way?
I believe it was.
And during part of that conversation, do you know the date of that statement?
No, I don't.
Have you reviewed your statement before coming in today?
Briefly, yes.
And so in your statement, you you're writing that you have talked with Reba for a while and she talked about money, correct? Mm-hmm. And you talk about that she wants to protect her husband from anything, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
The next 3 witnesses are snitches, by the way. Next 3.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Jessica, I'm going to show you what I've marked as, for identification purposes, as defendant exhibit M. And can you tell me what this says it is?
Voluntary statement.
Okay, and is that your name?
It is.
Is that your handwriting?
It is.
Okay, and you, looks like there's a statement there, correct?
Correct.
And is that your signature at the
It is.
bottom? Okay, so you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just read over that to yourself, and then I'll ask you some more questions?
I don't know, come on.
Did you get a chance to refresh your recollection on that? Okay. In this statement that you made, looks like it's about a paragraph long, correct? Do you talk about putting drugs in Kool-Aid anywhere in there?
No.
I just asked you if you
Yes.
did.
No, I did not.
And I may have just... Okay.
100%. I never believe them. I never do. Never. It means that it's...
So, you're testifying today that there were drugs, and she said something about drugs and Kool-Aid, but you didn't write that at the time.
No, I did not.
And your memory would have been more closer to the time that she said this when you wrote this, correct?
Correct.
So, your testimony is different today.
It is. Can I elaborate?
No. Were you talked to by someone else later, actually more recently, by a law enforcement officer involved with the case? Like April?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make another statement then?
Yes.
Okay.
Such bullshit. This is why. Why have we got this person on? Your statements do not align to what they were 3 years ago. So, what we do, I don't like this. Don't like it.
And that statement that or when you talked to the other law enforcement officer in, I guess, April of 22, that's like 4.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
And there's been a lot of media attention to this case, hasn't there been?
I have followed it. I'm sure there has.
Okay. Nothing further.
Just a few redirect questions, Your Honor. Is everything that you had to offer in that written statement?
Bullshit.
All the information you had to offer in that written statement?
No, at the very bottom it says, I'd rather talk to an officer in person.
And why would you rather talk to an officer in person?
Just because there's so much detail. I didn't want to write it all out. I just wanted to speak on it.
And Ms. Duvall mentioned a note about asking for something from the sheriff or the court, correct?
Correct.
And you never received anything, correct?
No, I did not.
And do you know, have you followed media attention in this case?
I haven't, honestly.
Have you talked, other than with law enforcement, have you talked with anybody else about this case since you were released from jail?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And you did say that you spoke with a law enforcement officer. You actually got to speak with one, correct?
Yes.
And is there any, do you recall whether or not you told them that there was drugs in a Kool-Aid?
Yeah, I did.
If they, I don't think I have anything further.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
I do.
Okay.
When did you write that statement? What was the date on the statement again?
Okay, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I don't think I got it out, so I don't know that. What date did you write that statement?
September 1st, 2017.
When did you make the unwritten statement to the deputy?
It was the same day. They told me that right after I.
And that was with Dobbs?
Yes.
You ever seen a police report about that conversation with the officer?
I don't believe so.
And in that statement, you said several things about what Ms. Ruud has told you, right? But you left out the statement of, she said she crushed up some pills and put them in the Kool-Aid for the victim.
Right, correct. And at the bottom, I put that I wanted to speak with an officer because I felt like it was all going to be recorded. And I just didn't want to write everything out. There was so much detail, there was so much going on that I didn't realize I needed to write it all in a written statement.
But you wrote out about, she talked to you about her daughter and adopted mom and not getting money. You wrote all that out?
Yeah.
And you wrote out that there was any way to trace pills, that there's hydro?
Yeah, I did not write that.
You didn't write that?
No, I verbally spoke it. It was being recorded. As far
But you thought it was more important to put down that she was complaining about not getting money from the adopted mom than the others.
I just felt like it was more important.
Okay. You can sit down.
At least the judge has seen through. Judge is not. He's like, whatever, love. Move on.
You want to break for lunch? I assume that they're all going to be about 15, 20, 30 minutes long.
I think Ms. Johnson will be about 15, 20, 30 minutes long. Maybe Ms. Selton will probably be longer, Your Honor.
You're going to do one of them now or break for lunch?
Let's do Ms. Johnson now, and then we can break for lunch.
Okay.
So, the statement called Sarah Johnson.
Sarah Johnson. Sarah, oh, bollocks. Sarah, what? Sarah Johnson. I just don't like these. I don't know why you put credence into them. Sarah. I don't like them. And they're clever enough to know that, yeah, there's no deal in place, but wink, wink, there will be one in place once you testify. The prosecutors know now these days, do not put a deal in place, otherwise the jury won't believe you. So essentially they say, wink, wink, we can't put it in place, but trust me, I'll give you a deal afterwards.
I was convicted back in 2013 after a child endangerment charge.
Speculation.
Were you placed on probation for that?
Yes, I was.
All right. And did you have occasion to violate your
I know rights. I know rights.
probation at some point?
Yes.
And were you placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And at some point, have you been housed in, well, you just answered that you've been housed in jail. At some point, were you housed in the Ozark County Jail?
Yes.
What year was that?
2017.
Right. You recall why you were housed there?
I had pending charges out of Douglas County, and my co-defendant in that case caused some problems, so I got transferred to Ozark County to be housed there.
All right. And do you recall what dates were housed in Ozark County?
I'm not sure the exact dates. It was around the middle of August until the first week of September.
And what happened with your Douglas County charges?
They were dropped.
And is there anybody here in the courtroom today that you recognize from the Ozark County Jail?
Yes.
All right. And who is that? And is that the woman seated at the end of the council table?
Yes.
All right. I ask that the witness has, record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Hey, Will.
Thank you. Was the defendant in the Ozark County Jail when you arrived?
No, she was not.
When was she brought in?
I don't recall the exact date.
But when she arrived at the Ozark County Jail, was she placed in general population or in solitary confinement?
I believe that she was in a holding cell. I'm not sure exactly how long, but I believe that she was in a holding cell for a few days before they brought her in.
Okay. Was she eventually released from that holding cell?
Your Honor, he's leading the witness, he's giving her the answers.
Okay, yes, Ms. Duval, I'll ask another question. Did you eventually have contact?
He is pissed. He's not happy at all.
With the defendant?
Yes.
Was that after she was released from the holding cell?
Yes.
All right. How many women were housed in that pod with you?
67. There wasn't very many of us.
Was the defendant housed with you?
Yes.
Was she your cellmate?
She was.
And during your time as being her cellmate, did you build a rapport with her?
We talked a lot. We played cards a lot.
Can you tell us about your acquaintanceship with the defendant? How friendly were you with her?
We weren't like too friendly, but we did talk. I mean, when she'd get down a little bit, she'd go into the cell and I'd go in there and ask her if she was okay, and if she ever needed to talk or wanted to talk, she'd talk to me.
And did y'all talk?
A few times we did.
And did you ask about what she was in for?
No, I did not.
Or did you ask her what she was charged with?
I did not.
Did she talk to you about what she was charged with?
Not that I can recall.
Did you provide a written statement to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 34. First statement. Okay, take a moment. Well, first off, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your written statement?
Yes, it is.
And could you take a moment to read over that written statement, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Did you and the defendant talk about her daughter?
On occasion.
Okay. Can you tell me about those conversations?
There was one conversation, it was after they had locked us down in our cell and shut the lights down. We had went and sat on the floor by the door because it was the only light source that we could get from the day room, and we were playing cards. I don't remember exactly how the conversation came about, but there was a conversation about how her daughter had run away and that her daughter, excuse me, about how her daughter had run away and that her daughter was real big on pills and had taken off with one of her prescriptions when she took off.
Okay. Did she ever give you any background information about her daughter? Did you and the defendant ever talk about the murder of Savannah?
No, not really. It was mainly more that she was so sad that she had ran off and run away.
And she told you that she ran away from the farm?
Yes, that she knew that she had run away.
During her time in the jail, during your time in the jail with her, was there ever a discussion about bones being located?
Your Honor, yeah, I'm going to object to him leading the witness.
It is not leading the witness, Ms. Duval. Could you answer that question, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There was a discussion once it came across the
I
book
think
that
that's not the question. The question was there ever a discussion about bones
And that's
with the defendant?
yes.
Okay. What was that discussion? Could you tell us the details of that?
The discussion was that when the bones had came back and they had made a positive identity on it, she was 100% certain that it was not her daughter, that it was not a 100% match. A 99.9% match is not enough, in her words, to make an identity of 100%.
Were you ever charged in Ozark County, Missouri with any crimes?
No.
Did you did you receive any sort of consideration for your testimony here today?
No.
Did you ask the sheriff or ask the court or ask the prosecutor for a potential plea deal or anything in regards to this information? Do you recall sending a letter? Strike that. Did you talk to the Ozark County Sheriff's Office about this information?
Yes.
And did you talk with a member of the Attorney General's office? With
I do not recall.
Okay. Did you, and you said your charges were dropped?
At a Douglas County, yes.
Do you know why?
My co-defendant in that case took the charges so they'd be dropped against me because they were everything that I was being charged with was his.
Okay, what kind of charge was it?
I had a felon in possession of a firearm and hindering the prosecution of a felon.
Okay. Can you tell us, start that. No further questions for this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, I have just a couple of things to go over with you. So I want to make sure I'm understanding. So you were in a pod, there was a pod, and in that pod there's different cells, is that, okay. And you were in a cell with Ms. Ruud, or were you just in a pod with Ms. Ruud?
I was in a cell.
Okay. And when, let me ask you about phones. Can you make phone calls from the jail?
In the day room, they have a phone in the day room, but that is the only phone in the pod.
Okay, but it's in the pod?
Yes.
Okay, and can you hear people when they're on the phone?
Sometimes it just depends on if they talk louder or they decide to hush hush quiet.
People can hear you?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you ever make any phone calls on that phone? That you can recall?
Every once in a while, I think I made like one or two, just to see how everybody was doing.
Do you know if Reba made any phone calls? Do you recall if she made any phone calls?
She did.
Okay. And so you could have possibly overheard some of her calls?
It's possible.
Okay. And in your, I actually just want to, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. And we have something marked, but I'm just going to use the state's marked copy already. And this is going to be State's Exhibit, is that 34? I'm sorry.
34, yes.
Okay, 34. And I just want to ask you a couple of questions about it. So, is that states it's a voluntary statement, correct?
Correct.
And is that your name?
Yes.
Sarah Johnson? And is that your handwriting? And is that your signature at the bottom? And what date was that written on?
September 1st, 2017.
All right, and at what time?
About 3:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, and you were, at that time, you were pod mates anyway with Jessica Wellen? Okay. And so you had access to talk to Miss Wellen while you were in custody?
I did have access, yes.
Okay. And I do want to ask, yes, I do want to ask you one other question. Oh, sorry, okay, let's use them, snatch it back. In your testimony today, you said that you did talk to her when she was feeling down. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you would go into the cell and talk to her?
If that's where she was, yes.
Okay, so was there any other people in the cell with you at that time, or just you and her?
It was just me and her.
Okay, do you know why she was down? Did she ever tell you?
She was concerned about Robert and what she could do to protect him.
And did she ever say anything, was she down about anything else that you recall?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And you do you recall writing a letter along with Jessica about getting some special treatment or getting something out of your testimony?
I remember there being a letter, yes.
Okay. And do you recall signing that letter?
I do not recall signing it.
They're not though,
Yeah,
are they?
sure.
It's ridiculous how they still use them. Ridiculous.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit O for identification purposes. Can you look at that letter? And just kind of look at it, read it to yourself. And is your signature on the bottom of that page?
That is my name, but that is not my signature.
Okay. Were you aware of this?
I had heard something about there being a letter written.
But you didn't authorize a letter?
I didn't physically sign it, no.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Yes, did you and Jessica Wallen ever talk about your testimony here today?
No.
Have you seen Jessica Wallen since you left the Ozark County Jail?
I have not.
Do you know Kathy Hilton?
No.
Did you receive any sort of special treatment for your testimony here today?
No.
No further questions?
Step down and free to go. Lunch break, let's see you back at 1:15.
Okay. That's part of the point where we decide the case decides if the witness truth. Yeah, I just don't think jurors anymore believe them. I think if you were to go to jurors and say, do you believe snitches? I think most of them would say no. I think they get overused now, and I don't think people believe them. I don't think judge definitely doesn't believe them. I don't think majority of jurors believe them anymore. Yeah. So I think the days of believing snitches, because once you say it's jail snitch, everyone's like, oh, jail snitch. Can't believe a jail snitch. Do you know what I mean? That's, in my opinion, anyway, in my opinion.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? We're going to be seated.
Kathy, would you take your seat?
Yeah, I think so.
Could you state your name for the record?
Kathy Hilton.
Ms. Hilton, the first thing I'm going to get to is, have you been convicted of any crimes?
I absolutely have.
What have you been convicted of?
Forgery and stealing.
Okay, where were those convictions out of?
Green and Christian in Taney County.
Okay, were they all around the same time?
Yes.
All right, do you have any pending charges?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
I am.
All right. In 2018, well, sorry, have you, when those charges were pending, did you have occasion to spend time in Missouri's county jails?
I did.
Did you spend time in the Taney County Jail?
I did.
When did you spend time in the Taney County Jail?
It was the first part of 2018 is when I got arrested, and that's where I was at until June, the 1st of June, I think, and then I was transferred.
Okay, out of Taney County?
Out of Taney County, yes.
And when you were housed in Taney County, were you in a pod in that jail?
Yes.
And how many people were in that pod with you?
I don't know. There's quite a few of those girls.
Is there anybody here in the courtroom today that you recognize from your time at Taney County Jail?
Absolutely.
All right, and could you identify that person and tell us what she's wearing?
Rebecca, she's wearing a tan, looking at something. I don't know what she's going on there.
Okay, I would ask the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
I will.
And when you arrived at the Taney County Jail, was the defendant already there?
Yes, she was.
And did you and the defendant develop a rapport of any kind?
We did.
And can you tell us about that?
When I first got in there, she just started socializing with me and stuff, and started doing my hair in the mornings and stuff, and that's where we kind of communicated and started to get to know each other.
Okay. And was that your first encounter with the defendant, y'all doing each other's hair?
Yes, I had never met her before prior.
And let me ask you, had you followed this case at all prior to your time in jail?
Absolutely not. Didn't know anything about it until I got to jail.
All right. And were you generally following any media coverage prior to your time in jail?
No, I was not in the right state of mind to be worrying about anything else that was going on in the world.
All right. And while you guys were doing each other's hair, did y'all talk about what you were in for?
Yes, we did.
And what did the defendant tell you she was in for?
She was in there for murdering her daughter.
All right. And at first, did she tell you any facts about her case at first?
No, I asked her at first if she did it. She told me no. All right, and then we just talked from there.
Over the course of your time at the Taney County Jail, did you build a friendship with the defendant?
Yes, at first, yes.
Okay. Did she eventually talk to you about the circumstances leading up to the murder?
Yes.
Did she tell you who was dead?
Yeah, her daughter.
Okay. Did she say who her daughter was?
I don't remember her name.
Okay. All right. And did she tell you about her daughter's death?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
You want me to tell you what she told me, what she did?
Yes.
Okay. She murdered her daughter. She drugged her daughter. And after she drugged her daughter, she took her daughter to she had some kind of a farm or something that they lived on. She took her daughter to a burn pile that she had on the property, placed her daughter in there, and burned her child. But her child wasn't dead. Her child came back to life. Went in the middle of burning her, and she beat her in the face with a rape. I'm pretty sure it was a rape. And until she was gone.
Okay. Now let me back up a little bit about the drugging. Did she give you any specifics about the drugging?
I don't know in great detail. I just know, I remember her telling me that she had drugged her. I don't know what with, but she had drugged her.
All right. Did the defendant tell you anything about her husband?
Yeah, she was pretty obsessed with him.
Okay. Did she say who that was?
I don't remember his name, but I know she's pretty fond of him.
All right. Miss Hilton, do you know Sarah Johnson? Do you know a Sarah Johnson? Is that a no?
No.
Do you know a Jessica Wallen?
No.
Were you ever housed during the pendency of your charges in the Ozark County Jail?
No.
Did you receive anything from the state of Missouri in consideration for your testimony here today?
Absolutely not.
Who prosecuted you? What counties prosecuted you?
Christian County prosecutor in Taney, but my case was in Taney County.
It was a Christian County case in Taney County?
It was
All
a
right.
Taney County case, but Christian County prosecutor was who done my case.
Okay. And the Christian County prosecutor, did they give you any sort of special consideration for your
Absolutely
testimony?
not. And I didn't ask for anything either because I knew I was just going to get probation. I'd never been in trouble prior.
Okay. And you said you also received charges out of Greene County?
I did.
Did the Greene County prosecutor give you anything in consideration?
Absolutely did not.
Did Mr. Garrett here, as the former Ozark County prosecutor, give you anything in consideration?
No, he did not.
Why are you testifying today here as a witness?
Because as a person and the way I was raised and the way I believe, it's the right thing to do. That child can't speak for herself. And somebody's got to speak for her, I guess. And what she did is just terrible.
I want to go back real quick to your criminal convictions. Was there also an incident where you stuck some pills into the jail?
I did.
And did you plead guilty to that?
I did.
And did you receive probation for that?
I did.
All right, at this time, Your Honor, I'll pass this witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hilton. I have a few questions for you. I have some stuff to go over. So, you, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but were you arrested on May 19th for forgery? Of 2018.
I don't exactly know the date, but yes, I was arrested in 2018 at sometime first of that year.
Okay. And if I told you that the records indicate that it was the 19th, would you have any reason to doubt that?
Probably not.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about the drug charge that you had. You brought drugs into the jail.
I absolutely did.
On the 19th.
Yes, I did.
And on the 20th of May, they found those, correct?
I don't know what date it was.
Was it the day after you got there?
I couldn't even tell you.
Okay.
I just know it was after I had gotten there.
Were you, other than the charges that you received for that, were you punished in the jail in any manner for that?
I was on lockdown.
Okay. And do you know how long you were on lockdown for?
Not very long.
Okay.
Maybe a little over a week, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall the date that you came, that you talked to the officers about your statement?
No, I do not.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Is this appear to be a voluntary statement?
Yes.
Okay, and is that your name on there?
It is.
And does that appear to be your handwriting?
Yes.
Okay, and is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
And what's the date on that?
6/5 of 18.
Okay, so do you have any reason to doubt that it would have been 6/5 of 18 when you spoke to them?
That's probably when I spoke to them.
Okay. Now, I want to just go over a few things. I know the prosecutor asked you about some of the things that you had actually been in trouble for.
Right.
So you've been in trouble for forgery, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 counts of forgery, correct?
In Taney County it was.
Yes, there. Okay. And you were convicted of stealing out of Christian County?
Yes.
And that was 1 count of stealing?
Yes.
And you were convicted of possession of controlled substance based on the drugs you brought into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And you've also had 2 convictions for non-support, correct?
Yeah, but it's jail.
Okay, but you weren't convicted of those, okay. Now, so I think, let me look at my paperwork here. make sure I had something, looking at something correctly. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think that I forgot to mention earlier when I approached the witness that the document she was looking at was marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit P. On your forgery case that you were arrested on in May of 2018, did you, prior to pleading guilty to that, did you look at police reports and the evidence provided by the state against you?
No.
You didn't?
I don't, you know, they showed me something when I very first got arrested, but I was not in good shape when I got arrested.
Did you have an attorney?
I had some public defender, yeah.
Okay. And that person never went through the discovery with you?
No.
Okay. But you pled guilty to that?
I didn't want to go to jail.
Okay. Well, I just want to make clear, because there's some confusion. So, on that, if the police report on that, for that, indicated that you were arrested on May 19th of 2018, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. And if the police report for the possession of the controlled substance indicated that it was found on you on May 20th, so which was the next day of 2018, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, I wouldn't think so.
All right. And then you were placed in the hole, or I say the hole, I'm sorry. Lockdown, correct? All right. And you were placed, you don't recall how long you were placed in lockdown?
I do not. Okay. Exactly know how long I was on lockdown.
And do you have, could it have been 20 days?
No, it was not that long. I don't think so. I don't.
But you don't have any really?
I don't have an exact date, but I don't think I was.
Were you placed in lockdown any other time during your time there? For flashing someone maybe?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't.
That's the thing.
Okay. So I have some questions about something, and maybe you can help me out with that. You were arrested, well, do you recall speaking with the detectives that day, right? I'm sorry, on June 5th, when you spoke to them?
I guess if that was the date, yeah.
Yeah, well, we went over that on the report, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I remember talking to them, yes.
And that was of June 15th of 2018, or June 5th, I'm sorry, June 5th of 2018?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall, you told them that you had been in custody about a month at that time, correct?
I have no idea.
Have you reviewed any statements that you made besides your written statement?
No.
Police reports regarding the statements?
No.
Talked to any other law enforcement since that time?
No.
Talked to any investigators from the prosecutor's office during that time, since that time?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay.
Other than when I met with them.
And them, you're speaking of who?
The cops and the prosecuting attorney there.
Okay. And when was that?
The other day.
Okay. So prior to that, you hadn't met with anybody else? Okay.
No, the only other cop I talked to was the cop that served me a subpoena.
Okay. In your statement from June 5th, you indicated that Ms. Ruud had told you she had live burns on her arm, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote that in your statement. It was important, correct?
I don't know. I haven't, I skimmed over it the other day, but I can't even tell you what it said.
Okay. May I approach your honor?
I've not read about this since the day I left jail.
I'm gonna let you read through that, and you don't have to read that loud, just read through it, refresh your memory.
I don't see anything but the line here.
I want to approach you back with this, and I'm going to go over this with you here. You say here, and you can correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but said she knows they didn't find any bones on her place because she got rid of all of them. She said that that's how she got the burns on her arms because of stuff lye splashed on her.
I don't know.
Does that say that?
I can't see because I don't have my glasses on, so I'm looking at it as best as I can, okay?
Okay.
It's not certified, okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Appendix Exhibit Q, and I'm going to ask you just a few questions about this. And if you need to hold it up to you so you can see it, that would be fine. Is this your name?
It is.
Okay. And do you recall, and let's see here. And what, is this your name?
It is.
Okay. And is that, I'm not going to read it, is that your social security number?
Yeah.
And is that what you were charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And is Saturday, May 19th when it says that they placed you under arrest?
Yes, this is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to take judicial notice of Taney County case number 1846 CR 00823-01.
I have no objection to that, Judge.
Admitted. Take judicial notice.
May I approach? I'm going to go through the same thing here with this one. So is this your name?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the charge that you were charged with for the drugs you brought into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And does this say here the criminal offenses occurred on the 20th of May 2018?
Yeah.
Okay. I would ask the court to take judicial notice of Taney County case 1846-CR 02589-01.
And what is the exhibit?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It is the, this is actually just the case net printout of the charges.
I thought you put an exhibit sticker on it.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Defendant's Exhibit R.
Okay. Any objection?
I mean, I think it's cumulative because she's already admitted to what she's been convicted of, but I have no objection, Your Honor.
I'll take judicial notice and we'll admit it.
Hi, Kim.
Okay. So I guess I kind of only have a couple more things for you to talk to you about. You just testified that you were raised to be truthful,
Yeah.
but you were charged with forgery and
That's
stealing.
right. I had a moment in life in 2017, not proud of it, but I owned it. I got.
Okay, I don't need an explanation. I just asked you a question, a yes or no question. Did you, and you said, I believe you testified just a moment ago that you were raised to do right by kids. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you had non-support cases, correct?
I did. I got my
That's
hands
not-
on
that's
it. It's paid
okay.
off. Take care.
You're stuck with the answer you get, Mr. Long.
I can stop her from speaking and not being not responsive.
Your objection.
I will make it to the court. confusion. Maybe you can help me with this. So on May 19th of 2018, you were arrested for forgery, correct?
Right.
And on May 20th, you were arrested, or you found with the drugs, correct?
Right.
And you were placed in lockdown.
Yes.
And then you made this statement on May 6th, correct? Oh, I'm sorry, June 5th. God, I'm really losing my mind. June 5th.
Yeah.
Okay, so if my calculation is correct, that's 17 days between those two things, correct?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. And you were in lockdown?
I was not in lockdown the entire time.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Hilton, after you gave this written statement to law enforcement, did you continue to talk to the defendant?
No, we were not speaking at it.
Why did you stop speaking with the defendant?
I stopped speaking to her. The last time I spoke to her is when she took me into her cell and she was showing me pictures of her husband and kid, a different kid. And that's when the last time we finished our conversation and what she had done. I never spoke to her again.
Did she tell you why she did this to her daughter?
Well, she just said she wasn't ever cut out to be a mother. She was kind of wrapped up in her own world and had her own thing going on. She said she just wasn't cut out to be a mom.
Did the defendant ever talk about an adoptive mother?
Yeah, she said that her kids stayed at an adopted place out of state.
Okay. And what kids were? Did you know what kids?
2 girls is all I know.
Okay. Did the defendant talk to you about her daughter at all?
Not the other one that's still alive. She didn't say much about her.
What did she say about her deceased daughter?
She told me that she had a disability, and that she said that she had problems with her at home sometimes and stuff. But
no further questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, SEN. I hope, and thank you, Tim. I hope you both come back. I hope you both come back and join us again. I don't know who you usually stream with, but we're very friendly, and a lot of people missing today as well because they're cooking for Thanksgiving and stuff. So you've not even seen half the people yet. Yeah, like Kimmy's just come in. She's lovely. Enough for that. There's loads of people here. Thanks, Tim. Thank you. Make sure you all subscribe.
At this time, you're off. One thing, Judge. Almost forgot these, Judge. At this time, Judge, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 20 and 21 into evidence.
I'm just going to do a couple of videos over the next couple of days, and then I'm not streaming until Monday, so probably I might do a quick stream on Friday, maybe. Cool, so we click right in here then.
I'm sorry, can I see that? Did you?
I gave the affidavits from the county jails.
That they were there?
That they were there.
Okay, yeah, okay, now I see this.
Acknowledgement 20 and 21.
There's lots of affidavits going on, let me see.
And at this time, Judge, the state would rest.
Okay. Now, we're going to take a break in a minute. I think that.
But like always, with the good, you have to take the bad. And our bad is Erin Hack. She's the bad. She's a bad egg in family, but we love her. No one else takes her. We love her. We love Erin Hack. The taco is over there. And we got Paddington after Erin as well. No, Erin's lovely. Everybody's lovely, to be fair. During tough case, I enjoy Light in the Moon. That, and also, we got Jonathan for that as well, Tim. So you love Jonathan. Erin, thanks for the gift. There you go. What gift did she give? No, she's lovely. I'm only joking. She's lovely. She doesn't want me to say too much about her, but Erin is lovely. She is.
I don't know if you're going to call him out or not, but I want to talk to Mr. Ruud a second. we're gonna,
I can't be too nice to her all the time, let's be honest.
I'm gonna advise you this, and we're gonna take a break. You know, you have the right to testify or not to testify in this trial, if you want to, you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you want to testify, nobody can stop you, you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you don't want to testify, nobody can force you to testify, you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you don't testify, I can't use that as any evidence of guilt or innocence either way, just that you didn't testify, you understand?
Correct.
But in the end, it's your decision and yours alone whether you testify or not, you understand that?
I understand.
You may talk to your attorney, they may give you advice, but in the end, it is your decision and yours alone, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about this, right?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, do you guys have a motion? Are you ready for recess? And I'll let you talk with your client. I don't know what you're going to do. I just wanted to tell her that and then take a break and see if she had any questions about it.
Yeah, we can take a break, Your Honor, that'd be good.
Okay, let's take about a 10-minute recess and we'll go.
10 minutes recess, right. Let's take a couple of minutes recess. Yeah, I know, notification. You thought she gave out membership. No, very kindly. Erin Hack gave this earlier on. She gave $20 earlier on. Very kindly of her to do so. And the other thing, so fair play, you are the same. You've both been members for 5 months, so thank you very much for that. Loyalty means a lot to me, so thank you. Thank you very much. Oops, it was remember, yes. Erin knows I love her. She knows it. See an advocate. I follow the same as you. I love Rob, but they're always on late. They are for the UK, the alternate corner. We need to get you on with all the other. Yeah, I mean, I do go with some, but most don't like me. So, and the other thing is that they're on so late that I can't join some of them. But yeah, I'm not popular enough yet to get on the mainstream ones. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just plodding along. I am, plodding. Well, actually, Erin, I didn't cover Maya, but Erin and Josie, they both watched it. Maya trial as well. Erin is so sweet. She's also got Paddington and the taco named after her. So I'm sweet back to her. So right, this is the next one. So the state arrested. So now obviously we're going on to defense now. He's just asked Rebecca if she's going to testify. I don't believe she answered yet. So we'll find that out now. Yes, Tim, I follow the case and death case. I've not watched. I'm only halfway through the death case. I'm only up to episode 13 or 14, so I still need to watch that. I do it live, but I just got I stream 6 days a week, except for this week, so I've got time. But I need to go back to the death case. I need to get back to it. So after I finish the Matthew Moore on Saturdays, I'll get back to death, I think. Right, so here we are. We are back now to this. What are they talking about? All right.
So we ready to go back on the record?
I think so.
Right.
I am, right. So I'm at the stage of the trial where I don't hate Amber yet. I still don't hate it. So I'm not going to apologise for that. So I'm not going to apologise for it. But she hasn't testified yet, so I don't hate it yet. It is nearly over. So we have got about, say, half an hour here now of this. Then about an hour and a half of closing statements, and then the verdict. So about just over 2 hours. See it 5 times, Jesus. I'm struggling to even watch it. Jesus. Tim? Fucking hell.
So we're back on the record. The state is arrested in the defense.
Your Honor, we do have a motion on the approach.
You want to argue it?
Your Honor, I think.
What do you do at the Taney County Jail?
Right, I'm not going to go through that because we know he turns it down. So let's go back here. Right, this is defense. Right. Just like, oh, he's usually pretty reasonable though. Yeah, I think I'm a good, I think I'm fair. I don't go with popular decisions. That's why people don't like me, because I just give an honest opinion. So, and I think people here can attest to that, because if you don't agree with me, I don't mind that. So, defense case now, yeah, just wait till long. I know. Yeah, we told her we. That's why I'm here. Need a wife as well, Tim. I'm up at the end. Yes, I'm sure. Everyone tells me. Everyone tells me. So, right. Let's play this then.
You swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And could you please state your name for the record?
Amy McBeth.
And Amy, how are you employed?
I'm employed at Taney County Jail.
And how long have you been employed with Taney County Jail?
September this year will be 12 years.
Okay. And have you, what do you do at the Taney County Jail?
I am a sergeant. I'm a correctional officer.
Okay. Can you tell us some of the job duties that you have at the jail?
Just watching the inmates and feeding them and making sure they have the basic needs they need.
Okay. And is this the same type of things you were doing in May of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And you've dealt with, I assume, you dealt with a lot of inmates, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay. On I'm going to redirect your attention to May 20th of 2018. You were employed at Taney County, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you recall an incident with an inmate named Kathy Hilton?
Only from the report that I got.
Okay. So you don't have an independent recollection of it, but you did make a report of that incident.
So the red Cruella was the adoptive mum. The person sitting at the table is the biological mother. The biological mother. So it's the biological mother who is up for jail for killing Savannah.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you tell me what that incident was?
It was passed on to me that she had...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
You can't say what anybody else said. So what, if anything, did you do with regard to the information you received?
What did I do with it?
What did you do with the information that you received?
Gave it to my corporal.
Okay. And do you know what, if anything, happened in relation to that?
A search was done.
Okay. Did you perform that search?
Yeah, I think so. If you remember, the bones were found on her wedding day. The wedding day was found. I know.
Search? No, I didn't. Okay. Do you know if anything was a result of that search?
Some Xanax was found.
Okay. And with regard to Kathy Hilton, do you know if, are you aware if she was punished in any way for that?
Report says she was on lock.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Did you write the report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As part of your jobs, do you deal with or address conduct violations?
Yes, I do.
With regard to the inmates?
Yes.
Okay. So it's standard that you do that?
Yes.
And did you address this particular conduct?
That I cannot recall.
Okay. But you did a report on this that you recall?
That report, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been incarcerated, I believe, for about 4 or 5 years now. I think 5 years, I think she's been incarcerated.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
Oh, no, so, hang on. She was not incarcerated on her wedding day. I apologise. It wasn't the same day, because if you remember, she was arrested when she was fleeing, or allegedly fleeing. So it would have been after her wedding day and after the bones were found. So, yeah, it wasn't on the same day. It wasn't. It was when her and her husband were going. Yeah, she's been jailed for about 5 years, 4 or 5 years, yes.
Do you recognize the document that I've placed in front of you?
Yes,
And what is that?
that would be the report on that incident.
And that's from the Taney County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And that's a jail incident report?
Yes.
And who does it indicate this report was made by?
Amy Macbeth.
All right. And what was the incident date of this report?
5/20/2018.
All right. And in this report, is it indicated what happened to Ms. Hilton as a result of this violation?
Inmate Hilton is on lockdown.
She's going for a holiday, she said. She's going to Kansas City for a holiday.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I actually told the court which I'm sorry. Defendant Exhibit S. She gave it to me earlier, but.
Oh, yes.
And it was for identification purposes. Now, you said you don't have an independent recollection of this particular event, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. As a corrections officer that's been at Taney County for a substantial period of time now, could you say generally what kind of punishment would someone begin for this type of conduct?
That rule violation goes with a 20-day lockdown.
All right. Now, I have one other question for you, because I think the state's going to ask you about it, but I'm going to ask you. Have you had any write-ups for your
I
own?
had verbal counseling in May of this year for not releasing money in December.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mr. Brown? Thank you. Ms. Macbeth, you have no independent recollection of this incident, correct?
That's right.
And so you can't say if you placed Hilton in lockdown or someone else placed Hilton in lockdown, correct?
I can't say that I personally placed her in lockdown, but
You just notated it in your report that Hilton is in lockdown. Your report doesn't notate that she's placed in lockdown for a certain number of days, correct?
that's correct.
And you don't work 24/7, 365 days a year, correct?
Well, no, I'm not supposed to.
You go home sometimes, right?
I do.
Okay. And so you didn't have an independent observation of Ms. Hilton at all times while she was in lockdown, correct? And how are inmates typically locked down in Taney County Jail, men and women?
If it's anything over 10 days for a male, we have a lockdown pod. For females, we do not have a lockdown pod. They are locked down in their cells and pod.
And do the women sometimes they're sometimes locked down with other women, correct?
Usually it's somebody else on lockdown. We don't typically put somebody into lockdown with someone that's not on lockdown.
Right. So multiple people can be in lockdown at the same time. Multiple women can be in lockdown at the same time.
Yes.
I would like to think that all the policies of Taney County Jail are always followed 24/7 all the time. Is that the case?
No.
No further questions.
I have some follow-ups. So the state asked you about lockdown, and you advised that sometimes they're locked down with other people who are locked down.
Yes.
Okay. For those women who are locked down, are they able to roam around the pod?
Not during the daytime, no.
Okay. Are they allowed to be out in the pod when other inmates are in the pod?
No.
And to the best of your ability, or to the best of your recollection, no, strike that. I have nothing further on.
Mr. Brown?
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know the inside of your jail, I do know inside of Green County Jail with.
3 of them, Mary.
Does your jail have, when you put them in their cells, is it a solid door with a flip down tray door, or is it bars?
No, it is a solid door. We have one cell with the flip down with the chokehold. The rest of them are just solid doors.
So somebody out in the pod wouldn't be able to talk to somebody in the jail cell?
Yeah, they can talk to the floor.
Can they go into another person's jail cell?
They're not supposed to, no.
If they're on lockdown?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they're not supposed to even if they're not on lockdown. So.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And you said they're not supposed to go in their cells, but that means they can go in their cells if they will get caught.
Yeah, we try to keep an eye on that, but you know.
And there's no soundproofing between the door and the pod, correct? So you can have a full-fledged conversation between the door and the pod, correct? And you said they're not moving around during the daytime, and they're not out of their cell. if I'm correct, if I understand you correctly, they're not out of their cells during the daytime when they're on lockdown?
Or night, except for an hour out after everyone's locked down.
Okay, so they do get out of their cells during lockdown?
After lockdown, when everybody else is locked down, they get an hour out to shower and make phone calls and.
Thank you.
But when you're talking about walking into somebody else's cell, that's for people who are in non-lockdown. Their doors are open, but they're not supposed to be in somebody else's cell at the time.
And then they on lockdowns, they're locked behind their doors, so no one will be able to get into their cell.
But you mentioned that they could walk, not to lockdown people, but in general, they're not supposed to walk into any other person's cell.
No, that is a rule and regulation.
I have nothing further.
Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, Mary, we saw them, the 3 witnesses before this witness.
And Your Honor, we did have, I discussed with the state a stipulation on the witness that we would have called, that is Boyd Garrison. And specifically, I believe that the state, obviously the defense would stipulate that Boyd Garrison responded to the Ruud residence on July 18th of 2017 to the fire. And Boyd Garrison's testimony would include that he was the first person to arrive at the property at the first gate. And he would also testify that it was his belief that whenever he first made contact with Ms. Ruud in the truck at the gate, that he saw she had a passenger. And while he could not say with 100% certainty that that was Savannah, that is who he believes was in the truck.
He assumed was in the truck.
That's what she said.
No, she said believe.
He assumed that was Savannah in the truck. That would be it. I would agree to stipulate to that.
Well, let's narrow it down a little bit. Is he saying there was 2 females in the vehicle, one of them being the defendant and one some other female that he was not sure who it was, or that there was just another person?
I think that's fair, Judge, that he assumed it was Savannah, but in later statements he said he couldn't tell whether it was female or male. He could not testify to that, but he assumed that it was Savannah. There was another person.
And I can find, actually, he was deposed. I can allow the state to review this, or I can...
Yeah, it's fine. It was in the deposition. I'm pulling this from memory, so deposition is more accurate than my memory.
Okay, and the question in the deposition was there anyone else in the vehicle with her? And Mr. Garrison's response was, I think there was. I'm about 99% sure there was, but I couldn't swear to it. But I'm just almost positive there was somebody else with her. I thought it was Savannah.
That's fine.
I agree to stipulate to that exact statement.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So, anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Interesting.
Judge, we may have rebuttal. I'm waiting on some information.
Okay, well,
but I think there's some stuff we should probably talk about too in chambers.
Okay. So, we have actually 2 things scheduled tomorrow. We thought it was half-day TPR and half-day bench trial. But then the duties looking at it, they say it's going to take all day. So I'm thinking they have 8 witnesses, they're going to do half a day of TPR.
Yeah.
That doesn't usually happen. And then the Brittany says it's all day. This is all day.
I didn't write it.
And so, going to the closing part, would 12:30 tomorrow? They have witnesses scheduled, like some doctors at 8:30 and 9. Can we do closings, or do you want to do them today? I mean, you were talking about...
There was some discussion about, the reasons we outlined in the room, Judge, that we may want to do them tomorrow, but Mr. Garibrand, like I said, would have to drive from Rolla. He has to go back to Rolla because he doesn't have a hotel anymore. And I do need some time to organize my closing. I'm sure they do too. So if we did them today, I'd request at least an hour to go do that. And our closings would be about 30 to 45 minutes.
I appreciate the consideration, but if you're going to do them at 12:30 tomorrow, that's no hardship on me. So
I was trying to figure out how to get the issues that were raised in the room about doing it tomorrow. I'm just telling you I would do the PPR and then break about noonish or whatever, and then do the closings and tell them to push their people back until 2.
Right.
They're just discussing when we're doing it today or tomorrow. It's today, because I'm going to just go straight there now. Remove that. So, let's go and see it. Hang on then, let me just... Right. Right, here we go. Hey Dirk, I've been listening while on my Walmart adventure. Happy days. Right, let me get it up.
The defendant destroyed evidence in this case, namely the biggest piece of evidence of them all, the body of Savannah. She concealed Savannah's death and went to extensive efforts to conceal Savannah's death. We know that the defendant drugged Savannah. I will argue to you, Your Honor, that the jailhouse snitches that you heard from Miss Wall and Miss Johnson and Miss Hilton are credible. Robert Peete Jr. is also credible for the reasons I've outlined in my argument. Savannah, the evidence showed that she didn't die in the trailer. She died in the burn pile. And I'll recap that evidence for the court. And then there's all of this evidence of consciousness of guilt on the part of the defendant. Now, first off, let's talk about Savannah and her suicidal ideations. You heard a lot of evidence, or rather, the defense introduced a lot of exhibits, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of medical records from 2016 when she was living with Miss Montag. These are, and we went through those records for hours. I think the court heard 4 hours of testimony with Miss Montag on the stand, just recounting those medical records, that many of which she hadn't seen before, because they were in the custody and control of medical and behavioral health providers. Your Honor, these records are just a snapshot of Savannah's life at a moment in time, a very trying moment in time, where she had a lot of things going on in her life that made her stressed out, and anxious and depressed, and she was beginning to act out on those feelings. And none of these records were from 2017. The last record I believe the court has of a hospitalization was June of 2016. Savannah moved to Missouri in August of 17 and died in almost a year later, in July of 17. August of 16 to July of 2017. So none of these records that you see were records that were generated while Savannah was under the care of the defendant. But even if these records were relevant to July of 2017 and her time with the defendant, Ms. Montag was asked on the stand if Savannah had a plan for suicide. She couldn't answer. And why is that? Savannah herself answered that question, Judge. You can look at Defendant's Exhibit E. There is an answer in that exhibit. She told her healthcare provider, "I just say I do to get help." And she followed up that statement with, "I really did not want to act on it," referring to referring to a plan for suicide. Additionally, Your Honor, the defense introduced hundreds of pages of medical records and went over them with Ms. Montag. And Ms. Montag didn't see many of them. Didn't even know, couldn't tell you what they meant. Why is that? Well, Ms. Montag's not an expert on psychiatry or psychology, and no expert testimony was provided to explain those medical records or those behavioral health records. You just have the observations made for and statements made for the purposes of medical treatment to healthcare providers in 2016. These medical records, these behavioral health records, essentially amount to three things. She came in for depression and dark thoughts, she was hospitalized twice, and she was discharged, each time with medication and continued to receive therapeutic services. And again, these records were from times when Savannah was in Minnesota and Wisconsin, long before she moved to the defendant's house in Ozark County, Missouri, where the defendant murdered her and then disposed of her body. In fact, you heard about her time in Missouri. You heard about Savannah's time in Missouri and how she was happy and healthy from multiple witnesses that actually interacted with her during her time in Missouri. Michael Williams, he was one of the first state's witnesses. He was a firefighter. You heard that that the defendant was a volunteer firefighter and that they were familiar with Savannah. And Michael Williams told the court that Savannah was a happy kid. You heard from Robert Peete Jr., the defendant's husband and boyfriend at the time that Savannah was alive. That she was happy, she was a hard worker, and thought that Savannah was acting normal on the night that she disappeared and was murdered by the defendant. Buddy Smart, defendant's ex-boyfriend, testified. He saw Savannah, he knew Savannah, she was a happy kid despite being told to roll around in a pigpen by the defendant. That's despite being hosed down by the defendant, despite being told to jump into a pond by the defendant. Ms. Montag even testified that Savannah was excited to leave her home north of here to come 1,000 miles down to live in Missouri. Your Honor, more evidence of Savannah's happiness and being healthy here in Missouri was State's Exhibit 8, which was introduced to the court. What was State's Exhibit 8? That was a Mother's Day card sent in for Mother's Day of 2017, the last Mother's Day that Savannah and Ms. Montag got to celebrate before the defendant murdered Savannah. The tone of the writing in that card is, again, happy and healthy. How do we know Savannah? How do we know the defendant killed Savannah? Defendant destroyed the body. You know this from State's Exhibit number 17. That was the teeth and the jawbone recovered from the burn pile. There was barely anything left of Savannah Leckie, enough to fit into a bag. That's how terrible the defendant's treatment of Savannah Leckie was. You know from State's Exhibit number 9, that was a stipulation entered into by the defense and the state regarding Dr. Eric Wilson, DDS. He's a forensic dentist, and he would have testified that he found no inconsistencies between the teeth and the known radiographs of Savannah. State's Exhibit number 3, we know from the defendant's own words that she destroyed the body. That she transported the body in a truck up the hill and put it into the burn pile and raked coals over it until it was gone. We know from witness Kathy Hilton that she destroyed the body because the defendant admitted to her that she burned the body after drugging Savannah. How do we know the defendant killed Savannah? Because the defendant concealed the death of Savannah. The defendant destroyed the body, as we previously mentioned and discussed. Now, we talked a little bit about defendant being a volunteer firefighter and a first responder. Presumably, as a first responder, one would know what to do with the body. And it's not throw it into a burn pile. It's called 911. It's to call somebody. It's called a coroner. It's called a sheriff. You're a first responder, a firefighter. You should know that. Defendant, on the morning of the 20th, calls law enforcement. And she claims, can't find Savannah. She must have run away. She's missing. Defendant knew where Savannah was. We know that from Defendant's Exhibit 3. She admitted to burning Savannah's body. She knew on the 20th where she was. She was in that burn pile reduced to a bag of bones. Defendant permitted a massive law enforcement search. You heard from the law enforcement officers and the firefighters. There were law enforcement officers from several agencies: Ozark County Sheriff's Office, Baxter County Arkansas Sheriff's Office, Highway Patrol, civilians, firefighters. Perhaps 100 people are out there on this 81-acre farm, scouring it, looking for Savannah, believing that Savannah had run away. Michael Williams, one of our first witnesses again, said that he had thought that Savannah had run away. That's what he was led to believe. We know that wasn't true, because the defendant knew exactly where Savannah was, in the burn pile. And despite that, she never told law enforcement officers or volunteers that were looking for Savannah, that were wasting their time looking for Savannah, that Savannah was dead in that burn pile. The defendant led the public to believe that Savannah was still out there. Michael Williams, again, testified to the defendant lighting beacon fires. You heard about the beacon fires, that hopefully someone will see the beacon and come back. How could she see the beacon when she's dead in a burn pile, when the defendant placed her in the burn pile? So she led the public to believe that Savannah was still alive, despite knowing exactly where she was. I would point to State's Exhibit 31, which was introduced as evidence. I would ask the court be sure to read State's Exhibit 31. It's a thriller. State's Exhibit 31 is a 17-page rambling manifesto authored by the defendant. She points her fingers at everyone she can possibly name, including people that are thousands of miles away in Minnesota, as being involved in Savannah's disappearance, despite knowing where Savannah was in the burn pile, because she placed her there. She killed her and placed her there. And she says, you could consider me a suspect, but David and Tamil, they're going to use this runaway incident to take Savannah away from me. But she already killed Savannah, and she knows it. She already knows where Savannah is. Additionally, to show that the defendant concealed Savannah's death, State's Exhibits 17 and 18, the bones and the zipper pull. That's all that was left of Savannah. Not a body, not anything like that. 13 teeth, a jawbone, and a zipper pull. States Exhibit 24 through 30, Your Honor. Those were numerous pictures of the burn pile where Savannah was located, including, they demonstrated how large this burn pile was. This burn pile was taller than the law enforcement officers. Law enforcement officers are standing on top of it, holding up a tape measure because they can't get to the top of it, measuring it. And it's stacked with both burned and fresh cedar. Going towards the defendant's concealment of Savannah's death, Your Honor, the defendant omitted the existence of the hydrocodone pills. She never mentioned it to law enforcement until confronted with it. Mr. Pete Jr. freely disclosed this information to law enforcement. The first thing he mentions to, I believe it was Deputy Dobbs. He says that there are missing hydrocodone pills. And when confronted with that information, when the deputies asked the defendant about these missing hydrocodone pills, her response was, "It would make her fear a reality." But her fear was already a reality because she bore that fear. She was the one that disposed of and killed Savannah. State's Exhibit 23, the marriage license. They get married. She gets married to Mr. Pete on the day the remains are located. And you heard testimony that they left during the search to go get married. That marriage license reflects that they got married on the day of the search. And we all know about the legal concept of marital privilege. Mr. Pete Jr. saw no visible injuries on Savannah when he saw her on the 18th and the 19th. And you heard this ridiculous story about how Savannah tried to throw herself into a fire, was injured, and she went out to the doctor to try to get pills for Savannah and not herself. And the defendant goes and tells Robert Pete Sr., "What are you supposed to do when your daughter runs into a fire?" And you heard from the tape, the recording, that the defendant told the state public defender's office that Savannah ran towards the fire on the 18th, and that she had heroically tried to save her. But we know Savannah wasn't injured. We know she didn't try to run towards the fire. And she died, according to the defendant, from taking pills. That's the defendant's own statement. Well, we know there's a little bit more to that than Savannah taking pills on her own behalf and committing suicide. Defendant drugged Savannah. How do we know how the defendant killed Savannah? That the defendant killed Savannah? Because defendant drugged Savannah. We know that through this simple fact pattern, Judge. State's Exhibit 12, we had a stipulation agreed upon by the state and the defense that there was a hydrocodone prescription, that it was filled on the 19th and it was given to the defendant on the 19th. You heard from Jessica Wallen, who testified
let's go, Mexi.
that the defendant drugged Savannah with crushed pills and mixed them with Kool-Aid. Kathy Hilton, who has never met Jessica Wallen, and you can look at the affidavits from the jails that were provided as exhibits to the court. You can look at those affidavits and see they provide the jail state information for each one of those women, and none of them line up. Kathy Hilton and Jessica Wallen don't line up because they were in different jails. They had never met before in their entire life. Defendant never mentions the pills to law enforcement. Again, we know that, and she doesn't mention them until she's confronted with that information. And she already knew about the pills because she admits to them in our State's Exhibit 3 in the recording. The jailhouse snitches, Your Honor, how do we know that the defendant killed Savannah? Because the jailhouse snitches are credible. Your Honor, I've been a prosecutor for 12 years, and crimes born in hell don't have angels for witnesses. All three of these witnesses did not have cases in Ozark County. They are not the best people in the world. They are felons. They freely admit that they are all convicted felons. But they have no reason to lie, Your Honor. They did not receive favorable treatment from the state. They did not receive favorable treatment from Ozark County because they didn't have cases in Ozark County. In fact, all three witnesses, Jessica and Sarah, did not receive any favorable treatment from Douglas County, which is where their charges were out of. In fact, Jessica Wallen went to prison. She testified to that she went to prison for her charges. I believe it was drug trafficking. Kathy testified she didn't receive favorable treatment from the Christian County prosecutor, either as the Christian County prosecutor or the special prosecutor for Taney County, where she had charges. Kathy did not receive special treatment from the Greene County prosecutor. She testified to that. She testified that she pled guilty because she knew she was going to get probation because it was a stealing-related offense and her first offense. And she testified that she doesn't watch the news, that she said she was not in the place for watching the news, and she still doesn't watch the news, and has not followed this case. and that she did not hear about this case again until the state subpoenaed her to appear. That she went a couple of years. She was in jail with the defendant in 2018. And she went a few years before she received a subpoena in this case, and the court could look at its own record and see when a subpoena was returned. This case was initially charged by complaint, followed by a grand jury indictment with very limited details. Your Honor, the original indictment stated she was killed by unknown means. We had an argument about that prior to the beginning of trial, with the substitute information that alleged more specificity that was accepted by this court on day one of trial. But the original charging document alleged that Savannah was killed by unknown means. Kathy Hilton recalls details that are not in the original charging document. She recalls a truck being used to transport Savannah. There's no mention of a truck in the charging document. We heard about a truck. We heard about the use of pills to drug Savannah. Well, how would she know about pills? Pills aren't in the charging document. But the defendant talked about pills. The defendant talked about pills to her lawyers. The defendant talked about pills to law enforcement. Not in the charging document, not something Kathy Hilton would have known. Sheriff Ruud was asked by the defense when he was on the stand about specific media coverage, and nothing in his testimony about that media coverage mentioned anything about drugs or truck. And even though no evidence that lye was used, there's no evidence that lye was used to dispose of Savannah's body. Kathy knew lye was present. And how do we know lye was present? Joe Marcello confirmed it. He had a fear about the safety of his dogs around this property with all of this lye, about it getting into their nose, about it getting on their paws, injuring his dogs. How do we know the defendant killed Savannah? Because we know Robert Peete Jr. is credible. None of the evidence that we present indicates Robert Peete Jr.'s involvement in the murder of Savannah. The defendant actually stated in her recording, her conversation with the Missouri State Public Defender, that you could set off a nuke under Peete Jr. and that he would not wake up. You can find that at page 14. The transcript, the approximate time is 13 minutes. The transcript indicates it's inaudible, but if you listen to it, it's nuke. And of course, the official exhibit is what governs, not the transcript. Mr. Peete himself testified that he's a heavy sleeper. The defendant said in her recording that Peete Jr. was not involved, and she felt bad for him because he relit the burn pile. Knowing the defendant knew full well it was in the burn pile, according to her own statements. That's at page 60 of State's Exhibit 3. Peete Jr., I would point out to the court, is a charged co-defendant. He is also before this court on the same charges. Testified in a first-degree murder case without the benefit of immunity under Section 491-205. He testified on his own free will and volition. How do we know defendant killed Savannah? Savannah did not die in the trailer. How do we know that? Joe Marcello. Joe Marcello testified about his dogs. They were brought out to the property and they extensively searched the camper trailer. In fact, the court asked Mr. Marcello about his search of the camper trailer. And Mr. Marcello testified that the dogs would have an alert, or they would have a noticeable, what he called a noticeable change of behavior on what he referred to as residual scent. Now, he testified that his personal experience with his dogs is that they will alert up to 1 year, but he's also done experiments with grave dirt, 12-year-old grave dirt, and he can put it under the ground, and the dogs will still pick up on it, still alert on it, that knowing that a dead body was in there. His dogs were able to alert to a dead body that's 20 feet underwater, just 30 minutes after falling underwater. He testified that his dogs can alert within minutes of death. Now, the court's question to Mr. Marcello was regarding alerting the trailer. Joe went through that trailer. He talked about the bed in the trailer. He talked about going up and down the trailer. He talked about he was in there with a member of law enforcement. And the entire time Joe was in the trailer, the dogs never had a noticeable change of behavior. They did not alert from anything in the trailer, residual, scent, or otherwise. Defendant in State's Exhibit 3 stated that Savannah, on page 59 of the transcript from State's Exhibit 3, that Savannah was cold and not there when she found her. If she was cold and not there when she found her, the dog would have alerted. It did not. Why? Because she was killed in the fire. Like Joe Marcello said, it's like spaghetti in a white plastic bowl. It never goes away. Defendant, in a recording with her attorneys, stated that she talked to her doctor and found out that hydrocodone couldn't kill Savannah and that it would just make her really constipated. Even the state public defender didn't believe that nonsense. Why would you ask the doctor that? Did the doctor know she was dead? How do we know the defendant killed Savannah? The defendant's consciousness of guilt. We have all of these indicators of consciousness of guilt. Former Deputy Fox testified that the defendant urinated herself, and you saw a picture of that. Despite being told by numerous law enforcement officers, by email, in person, that she was free to go, that she did not have to stick around. And in fact, she did ultimately leave to go marry Mr. P. When she found, when there was increased activity on the hill, you heard Deputy Fox say you couldn't see what was going on the hill, but you could see there was increased activity headed that way. They were bringing more equipment, they were bringing more officers. That was where Savannah was found. When that happened, when that activity increased, when that dog hit on the pile, she urinated herself. And she goes on Facebook to make herself look like an innocent party, that she's being abused and mistreated by law enforcement. And State's Exhibit 32, which was introduced with Ms. Montag, was the defendant's Facebook, complaining that the deputies detained her and told her she couldn't leave and couldn't go anywhere, and that she peed herself and that her rights were violated. No, absolutely not. We know that's not true. State's Exhibit 33, that's an email between Deputy Dobbs and the defendant, recounting dreams about pills and dogs eating Savannah. Defendant 23, that's the marriage on the day Savannah was located. We know defendant went out, married Robert P. Jr. on August 1st, thinking marital privilege. Witnesses testified that they left. Remember, they were told, their stories that, or defendant's stories that, can't leave, I'm detained. I peed myself because they violated my rights. Despite everyone else saying she was told that she was free to leave. More evidence of consciousness of guilt, Your Honor. State's Exhibits 5, 6, and 7. Contemplating the potential charges. The availability of DNA evidence. The charger airplane mode phone off. Found on her person at arrest before charges issued. In this case, defendant was arrested at the Greyhound bus station here in Springfield with what the deputy described as a significant amount of baggage. She's attempting to leave. She attempted to blame Ms. Montag for what happened to Savannah. We heard 4 hours of testimony from Ms. Montag, claiming that Ms. Montag was a terrible mother. I seriously doubt, Judge, that Ms. Montag would have wanted her daughter to die. You saw her reaction at the hands of the defendant. You saw her reaction when she was on the stand and she looked at the last Mother's Day card she got from Savannah and she broke down and cried. Ms. Montag didn't want her to die. The defendant sure did. During her transfer, another evidence of consciousness of guilt, Your Honor, during her transfer from Ozark County to Taney County, when this case was changed to venue to Ozark County, or from Taney County to Taney County, she tells Deputy Dobbs, she says, "Hey, Deputy Dobbs, can I ask you a question?" He says, "No, you're represented. I can't talk to you." She says, "Did they find my daughter?" Well, we know they found her daughter because she knows where her daughter was. And then she tells the defendant, she tells Deputy Dobbs, something evil up there happened on the hill. Yes, something evil happened up there on the hill. She killed her daughter and burned her in fire. She did not call 911 to report Savannah's alleged overdose. Again, the defendant is a volunteer firefighter. She would have known to call the police or 911 or somebody, not take her daughter in a truck and drive her up the hill and burn her in the fire. Finally, Your Honor, I'd point to the act of burning the body in the fire. She didn't bury the body. She wanted to get rid of that body. This isn't a mother having a panic and grieving over her daughter's body and putting it somewhere on this 81-acre farm where she could have buried it and made a little gravestone or whatever. She destroyed the evidence down to bone fragments, teeth, and a zipper pool. Your Honor, at the conclusion, after all of that evidence, the only reasonable conclusion one can come to and meet that the defendant, Ms. Ruud, killed Savannah Frances Lee Leckie. That she did so after deliberation, that's first-degree murder. You have to do it after deliberation. That's cool reflection on the matter by throwing her into a fire after she poisoned her. And we know from Kathy Hilton that when she didn't die in the fire, she beat her until she was dead. She tampered with evidence. She took numerous steps to hide her activities from law enforcement. the manifesto, that she must have run away. Let's search the 81-acre farm. Let's have hundreds of people search. Despite knowing exactly where she was the entire time. And finally, she knew where Savannah's remains were located, and she failed to report that to law enforcement. And I will ask the court to return a verdict of guilty as to murder in the first degree, guilty as to tampering with evidence, and guilty as to abandonment of a corpse. Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's 3 charges: murder, tampering with the corpse, and the third one, which I think was something with fire, desecrating a body, I believe.
Those 4 children herself. She was investigated. I'll start and talk a little bit about Ms. Ruud, about Reba herself. Reba did come from a strange background. What we did hear from Tamil, and also in the 17-page statement that the state's called the manifesto, that she was raised from an abusive mother, and that she had given birth to 4 children, but she did not raise any of those 4 children herself. That had everything to do with she didn't want to be like her mother. She allowed other people to raise her children, and 2 of those children were raised by Tamil Montag. Tamil kept Reba involved. It was an open adoption. There were no secrets about who Reba was, that Reba was the biological mother, but that Tamil and David adopted the kids, and that Reba felt that they would be able to give the kids a better life. Reba herself, too, with her choice of profession, which truck driver. It is somewhat unusual to have a female truck driver. She was working at the Isabella concrete plant and worked just like a man, as one of the firefighters would have testified. She was self-reliant, independent, and was not a stranger to hard labor or hard work. Whenever in Ozark County, her farm was off-grid. It was 81 acres. You had to go off a county road and then another county road, I believe, as the state described it, as deepest, darkest Ozark County. And there was no electricity running up there, but there was a building. The building was not insulated. It was essentially a metal pole barn that had been roughed in for a future apartment. But it was not insulated. There was no air conditioning. There was a wood stove for heat. It had actually bathroom fixtures and things like that, but this was very much off-grid. You did have to run a generator in order to charge batteries to have electric or to fill the well tank so that you would have running water. And Ms. Ruud was finally off-grid. She had goats, and she was just trying to have a country life. During this time, whenever Ms. Ruud had finally kind of fulfilled a dream job and had her property, and she did own it in tandem with her partner, Elmore Guthrie, was one of the times whenever Savannah happened to have some hard times and had this mental health issue and things like that. Reba was aware of some of it, not maybe to the extent of Tamil, who was present during these times whenever Savannah was seen by health professionals or in the partial hospitalization program or whenever she was fully in inpatient treatment. But Reba, it was no secret from Reba that these things were happening. And that comes back to she had a great relationship with Tamil. Tamil thought highly of Reba, thought highly enough of Reba that she thought that her daughter, her adopted daughter, could go live with Reba, and Reba would help take care of these behavior problems, that they could reset some of those behaviors, is what I believe Tamil testified to. Tamil also testified that Reba referred to her as mom as well. They were close. They shared family holidays. They lived together for periods of time, and Reba was involved in her daughter's lives. And when I say her, I do mean both Reba and Tamil, because when they were together, I think they considered each other co-parents. Reba wasn't a stranger, neither to Tamil nor to her daughters. Reba also was aware that Savannah had been diagnosed with autism and with ADHD. When we come to the time around 2015, 2016, 2017, we have a few things going on. Savannah was born in 2001, so she's 14. She's a young teenager, an adolescent. That's one thing that happens, and there's just changes that happen with every teenager during that time. But there were also some significant changes happening with Tamil and with the home life. And that had to do with ending a relationship with a stepdad, Mike Evans, and then Tamil starting a new relationship with Carrie Steves. Tamil testified that she felt the problem was that she was too happy. I think any of us could take that in multiple ways. She stated that there'd been a falling out with Reba over some things that Carrie Steves had posted on Facebook. And the concern from Reba was that Savannah was a Facebook friend and would have seen this adult-natured post to on her future stepfather's page. And that caused Tamil to cut Reba off. Why do I tell the court that or remind the court that? It wasn't over. Reba's concern was for Savannah during that. It wasn't for Tamil's feelings, it wasn't for Carrie's feelings, it wasn't for her own. She called Tamil out on what she felt like was a bad act of parenting Savannah, and it caused Tamil to cut Reba off for a period of time. Reba was concerned about Savannah. Savannah herself, Tamil testified that the Asperger's, or being on the higher functioning end of the autism spectrum, caused Savannah to have some issues. She was socially awkward. She was emotionally immature. She maybe was impulsive or destructive and emotionally immature. She acted younger than her actual appearing age. Some of the other things about Savannah, some of the wonderful things about Savannah is that she was brilliant. She was a sponge for information. The autism would make her share it sometimes, or overshare it with people too, that as part of the social awkwardness. But certainly Savannah, when we talk about disabilities, we aren't talking about someone who was physically disabled. We had Buddy Smart testify, and Robert Pete Jr. was able to testify that Savannah was certainly physically able, or physically able to do things, that there was certainly, the disability was a behavioral health issue only. In 2015, the specific conflict at home was conflict with Mike Evans, that Savannah had made some accusations that Mike had mistreated her, that she was seen by multiple providers, and that's when this diagnosis of depression starts to appear in those medical records. Her performance at school got worse, and in May of 2015, she was placed in a partial home hospitalization at Prairie Care due to suicidal ideation. She expressed at that time that she had a plan to hang herself, that there were dark writings, and there were internet searches that caused both the school counselor and her mother, Tamil, concern. She was on medication at that time. Mr. Brown indicated then in his closing that there were additional notes in there from that Savannah had made statements that she wasn't serious or she didn't really plan to go through it. But I would submit to the court, these are documented in medical records. Medical health professionals took it seriously enough to note it and to place her in a program where it was treated. So to suggest then that Savannah was somehow making it up, Tamil took it seriously enough to get her to a hospital. The people at the hospital took it seriously enough to address it and put it in notes and treat her for it. So I think that the argument that the suicidal threat was fake or contrived is frankly offensive. It was taken very seriously by the people who were there and heard it. After she was discharged from the PHP, or the partial hospitalization.
Hi, John. Hello, John. Hope you're well, John. Nice to see you.
She started attending counseling through Solutions Counseling. And Tamil, her mother, attended most of those sessions. And again, the diagnoses listed at that time included ADHD, autism, oppositional defiant disorder, and major depressive disorder. There was also discussion that Savannah, at that time, in July of 2015, could possibly have borderline personality disorder or bipolar disorder. There were changes taking place in Savannah that were recognized by the professionally trained person and people who were treating her and counseling her for these issues. Also within the Solutions Counseling notes, Savannah had developed a suicide plan, and Tamil had stated that it was family conflict that had caused these ups and downs in Savannah. And Tamil also discussed within those notes that Savannah had become disagreeable and defiant. Also, that one of Savannah's friends had been successful in committing suicide. When we get to February of 2016, Savannah is evaluated again at Prairie Care. And in that time, Savannah stated that she thought daily of suicide. And she was engaged in self-harm and cutting at that time as well. If we go a few months forward, in June of 2016, Savannah ended up in inpatient treatment. It was not partial home hospitalization, it was truly inpatient. And this was the time where her counselor and Tamil were so concerned with the things that she had said and the rapid decline, as Tamil, in those notes, that was a quote, the rapid decline in behavior that led to her ride in an ambulance from her counselor's office to the emergency department, where she was evaluated at the emergency department, and they sent her to an adolescent inpatient behavioral health bed, and she was held there for several days. And again, in June of 2016, Savannah reported daily thoughts of suicide with self-harm and cutting. And within those notes, Savannah had told Tamil that she would commit suicide, if not today, then she would before the end of the summer. Her depression had increased dramatically. Tamil actually told the staff at the emergency department, "I will have a dead child if she goes home today." I know Mr. Brown noted that I was reading from the records, but I'm sure the court would recall that Tamil was certainly a hostile witness. And I did not read things that Tamil was not present for. Tamil, the things I read to Tamil and asked her to answer, she should have been present for and she should have known. Also, as the person who was administering the medications at home, she should have known. And if the state had a problem with it, they could have objected. In all of these instances, Savannah was discharged with medications to take. And Tamil testified that they were taken as prescribed. But when she was discharged from Abbott Northwest in 2016, in those notes, it talks about additional medications and that she had been on Abilify. And she was discharged with risperidone, which is an antipsychotic drug. Yesterday.
Objection, facts on evidence.
I mean, the fact is, the evidence that there was such a prescription.
Right, but not what that prescription, what kind of prescription it is.
It's closing argument.
Thank you.
Tamil had also advised hospital staff that she was concerned because Savannah was living in an alternate reality and there had been a rapid decline in her condition. Despite all of this, well, I'll just again note that Mr. Brown, I think, wants the court to think that Savannah wasn't very serious and that no one really took this seriously and was just trying to get attention, or whatever reason that Savannah was making these statements. I would submit that there was someone who was not taking this seriously. Savannah was hospitalized on June 10th of 2016, hospitalized in Minnesota. And Tamil testified that on June 10th of 2016, she was not in Minnesota. She was not caring for her daughter at that time. She was in Las Vegas becoming engaged to her new boyfriend on that date. Within those notes too, Savannah told the hospital staff that it would be impossible for her to go home on June 10th because her mother was in Las Vegas with her boyfriend. Savannah was quite aware of where her mother was at that time. After Savannah is discharged in June of 2016, Savannah bounces around. She bounces to her aunt Amanda. She bounces to a camp. And then she bounces out to Montana to stay with Tamil's parents for a period of time. Somewhere during that time, the decision is made that neither Amanda, the aunt, the parents, Tamil's parents, I'll clarify, are not the right place for Savannah to go, nor is the adoptive father, David Leckie, the right place to go. Instead, Tamil thinks that we'll send Savannah to get these behaviors under control. We'll send her 14 hours away to Ozark County, Missouri. And she does so after Savannah, without any sort of doctor's directive, has been weaned off of these medications. Additionally, whenever Reba came to pick up Savannah in August of 2016, there was no power of attorney at that time. There was no medical card sent. There were no prescriptions. There was nothing sent like that. She sent a child who had been hospitalized 2 months prior for suicidal ideation to Missouri without any medications or the ability to get any. That's how these behaviors were going to be placed under control. A power of attorney from Tamil didn't come until January of 2017. Tamil was not the only person who had legal custody over Savannah. There was another parent, and that parent had not signed it in January of 2017. Reba, and also Savannah's medical coverage through the state of Minnesota had expired at the end of December 2016. Regardless, so Savannah was uninsured as of January 1st, 2017, and she was 14 hours away from the people that could legally take her to seek medical treatment. The other thing, considering that if the best place for Savannah at that point was in fact Reba, she was also 14 hours from her siblings, from her aunts, from her grandparents, from her dad. She was 14 hours from the medical staff that was familiar with her treatment, that knew her issues. She didn't have a counselor. She didn't have any counseling sessions when she was in Missouri. It just abruptly stopped. She didn't have her medications. She didn't have her peers. The way to get these behaviors under control was to send her someplace where she had nothing. And not only did Savannah have nothing, she did not equip the adult that she was entrusting with her child the ability to seek that help. Tamil knew what Reba's profession was, that she was a truck driver and did primarily hard labor type of things. Tamil knew that it was difficult to parent Savannah and work full-time whenever there was a two-parent household. She applied for the waiver for the personal care assistant based on that she could only work part-time, even though it was a two-parent household, because of the time it took to parent Savannah. And that doesn't make Savannah a bad kid, a bad person. It makes Savannah a child that has those two, the disabilities. There were quite a few people, I think, who let Savannah down in this situation. Reba was not one of them. Tamil testified that Reba kept in contact with her about discipline, and that Tamil, with what she knew, did not have any sort of issues or concerns with Reba. She also testified that she did not go to Missouri. There were times that had been discussed or planned, but if Tamil had any concerns, she had legal custody of Savannah. She could have pulled her back at any point, could have gone to pick her up, could have arranged for her to be taken up to Minnesota, but that didn't happen because she didn't have any concerns. The state talks about and suggests that Savannah was not suicidal in 2017. Well, unlike whenever Savannah was in Minnesota and was being seen for the suicidal ideations, there was legal authority to take her to a doctor. There could be medical records introduced and created during that time because Tamil had insurance and she also was the legal parent. Reba did not have that luxury. One of the things in the medical records is that whenever Savannah's behaviors began to increase, she would start to isolate. She would be upset. Tamil also talks about a rapid decline. Mr. Brown suggested that during the time of July of 2017, Savannah wasn't suicidal. Whenever the firefighters arrived, I'll back up a step here. The firefighters had testified that they all knew Savannah. They'd seen her because this was the Theodosia area volunteer fire department. And Savannah was a junior firefighter. Reba was on the board. They knew Savannah. They did express surprise that Savannah wasn't out there to see them at the fire. But we have, from Reba's recorded statement, she says that Savannah had gotten burned in a fire earlier. And she said that she had attempted to jump into or throw herself into the fire. Recall that this is not a neurotypical child. This is someone who suffers from ADHD. This is someone who's emotionally immature, who is impulsive. This is someone who's on the autism spectrum. And from Reba's statement, that is when her burn occurred, because she caught Savannah and was pulling her back out. Robert Pete Jr. talks about how that evening Savannah and Reba seemed to be having a very serious discussion, and he thought it was about homework. We also heard that Reba was trying to protect Robert. If Reba was being untruthful about something, it maybe was a white lie to Robert to try to not involve him in this very serious problem that she was having with Savannah. When we talk about the firefighters then saying it was odd that Savannah wasn't out there, and Reba said she's in the camper trying to cool off, again, the cooling off thing could have been a white lie from that point at Reba, but Savannah was in the camper. Savannah was burned, and Savannah was in one of these rapid declines. And Savannah was in the camper, and Reba was trying to shield her from that. They also note that Reba was acting odd. Think of this, it was extremely hot. A fire had gotten out of control. Reba was injured, and Reba told the firefighters it had to do with the wood splitter. There was a wood splitter up on the hill, but in reality, it had happened with Savannah. And she was trying to protect Savannah from having to face some of those things there, and also to try to figure out what to do. And Your Honor, I think that's every bit as plausible as anything that the state has tried to present here. And it's actually supported. It's actually supported by the witnesses. It's actually supported by Ms. Ruud's own statement. And Mr. Brown talks about the evidence that was presented in this case to support murder or child abuse resulting in death with felony murder attached to that, which now, as he stated, has gone from unknown means to by burning or drugging. So let's walk through some of the evidence here. Whenever Sheriff Ruud testified, again, one of my first statements was that the investigation itself was odd. And Sheriff Ruud exemplified that. I do not doubt that he is a religious man. I do not doubt that this particular case and many others were emotional for him and bothered him. But Sheriff Ruud, rather than pointing to evidence, kept pointing to thoughts and feelings and what he felt were messages. It was not supported by evidence. That's odd. This investigation has been characterized by they reached a conclusion first, and we're trying to build evidence or support it with evidence that doesn't match. The biggest issue that I would bring up with Sheriff Ruud was his testimony that he was the one on the hill who saw the dog coming up, and the dog signaled for him, and they had a moment where they stared at each other, and what he then realized later was the dog signaling before it bound off, and then he used his walking stick to find a bone in the ashes. It's just not true. Joe Marcillo, whenever he was on the stand, he testified the dogs were never out of his sight. And the dog certainly alerted on the burn pile. And frankly, that's what, based on Ms. Ruud's statement, I think what we all expected. That's exactly where the dog should have alerted. But Sheriff Ruud was nowhere near there. It was actually a separate officer, Warren Wiedemann, who suggested to Mr. Marcillo that that would be a good place to send in the dog. And the dog did alert. Again, it goes exactly with what Reba said in her reporting. Mr. Brown indicated that the dog's failure to alert on anything within the camper would indicate that Savannah was murdered. That's a stretch. That's a significant stretch. What Mr. Marcillo did testify to is that he is a handler of the human detection or human remains detection dogs. He's not a scholar on the exact science of the human remains detection dogs. He knows his dogs will smell things. He knows they're typically accurate. But he doesn't know the exact chemicals. He gave several anecdotal stories, one of which he said that the quickest one of his dogs had ever detected was within a 30-minute time period. However, that was significantly different in different circumstances. In that anecdotal story, that person was under 22 feet of water, and it was with a different dog and with different certifications. Although he couldn't explain about the science of this, he couldn't explain exactly about the science of the smell, and he did state that the dogs did not alert in the camper, but he also did not say that it was impossible for the dogs, that the dog's failure to alert within the camper meant any particular conclusion. What we're missing here, and again, law enforcement had an opportunity to go through there, and and law enforcement stated they had been through the camper. Mr. Marcillo stated that whenever he was in there on August 4th of 2017, that the camper was in disarray. It was messy, that there was a mountain of clothing piled on what he thought was a bed. What we know from Ms. Ruud's reporting is that she stated she found Savannah dead in the camper and was in bed, but that whenever she moved Savannah's body, she took the bedding around from that. We don't have any evidence of the condition, whether it was a before or after. We don't know how law enforcement found the mattress. We don't even know that there was necessarily a mattress or that it was the same one in there. There are other plausible reasons here as to why a dog wouldn't have detected in that camper other than Savannah was murdered by some other means. She could have died in that camper. We simply don't have enough to completely exclude it, which is similar to what, frankly, there was misstated evidence, and the officers seemed to think that the bones and the examination of the teeth meant that Savannah had 100% been identified, when in reality, and what stipulation would say, is essentially Savannah could not be excluded as a possibility. Obviously, that becomes less important once Ms. Ruud's recording comes into play. I understand that the identification isn't the primary issue here. But some of the other anecdotes that Joe Marcillo gave was that he spoke of how blood, if it was on a plastic tub, even if it was rinsed, would still give an odor. According to Ms. Ruud's version in the recording, there's no blood. Savannah was simply lying in bed. Mr. Marcillo also provided information that whenever he was an emergency medical technician, that whenever, and I believe he stated that he witnessed decomposition, don't think that that was necessarily an accurate thing for him to have stated, but that whenever he watched someone pass away, and that they almost instantly turned cold, waxy, and sticky. That was instantaneous. We can't determine how quickly Savannah died in the trailer or in the camper. It may have been a few minutes after death, it could have been 10 minutes, it could have been more than that. But regardless, what Mr. Marcillo could testify to is that his dog found the detected human remains on the hill, which is still consistent with Ms. Ruud's reporting. There are several other reasons as to why the dog may not have alerted in that camper. The state also wants to suggest that when Ms. Ruud urinated herself and then posted it on Facebook, that the only reason that could have happened was because she urinated herself out of fear. I would ask the court to recall that law enforcement, this was during the dog search, and that law enforcement had advised both she and Mr. Pete Jr. to stay out of the area where the dogs had been searching. The dogs had searched in the shop. They weren't in the shop at that time, but they had been advised to stay out of the dog's way and out of the areas that had been searched. The bathroom facilities were also contained in the shop. Mr. Brown also brings up the fact that Reba had stated to Deputy Dobbs that she had dreams or visions and that her fear would become a reality. I would just ask the court to consider how was that any different from Sheriff Reed's thoughts or dreams and visions. It was the exact same thing. The state also notes that whenever she was stopped at the bus station in Springfield, that there were some personal notes in her luggage. She wasn't arrested until, I believe it was August 21st of 2017. She had already met with attorney staff and that they had discussions about potential charges and other legal matters. The things that were found within her notes regarding potential charges and things like that, or DNA, she took notes. She took notes whenever she was at her attorney's office, and she kept those notes with her because she obviously was concerned about the investigation. But let's get to what the state really wants the court to contemplate and really consider as solid evidence, and that would be the jailhouse snitches. There were 3 jailhouse snitches from 2 different facilities. Jessica Wolin was the first one that testified yesterday, and she testified yesterday that Reba had told her that she had drugged her daughter and the drugs had been placed in Kool-Aid. But she also wrote a statement on September 1st of 2017. That wasn't included in there. She kept reminding everyone and trying to state, even though she wasn't asked, that she had wrote it in her statement that she had asked to speak with law enforcement. No law enforcement testified that they ever spoke with her. She also said that she didn't get any consideration from the state in exchange for making that statement or agreeing to testify, but she sure asked for it. And she wrote a letter, and she put another snitch's name on there, and that snitch, Sarah Johnson, said that she wasn't aware, she never signed the letter. Jessica Wolin also indicated that that information, especially during that time when this had been very newly charged, that was the talk of the jail. That was the talk of Ozark County, and that everyone was talking about that. And there was a tremendous amount of media coverage at that time as well. The second snitch that the state put on, Sarah Johnson, she wrote a statement on the same day as Jessica Wolin, but she stated yesterday that she didn't sign it, even though her name appears underneath Jessica Wolin on the second letter. And in that, they were asking for some sort of consideration. And whichever one wrote the letter, characterized themselves as the state's best witnesses. Sarah Johnson also advised that her charges were dropped in exchange, or not, that was incorrect, were dropped not necessarily in exchange for anything from the state regarding that statement, but that they were dropped. And those charges, at least one of them, was hindering prosecution of a felony. And then we come to Kathy Hilton. Kathy Hilton is the only witness that claims to have the full story of what happened to Savannah. She testified that she was raised right and raised to be truthful. And of course, she also revealed that she has convictions for forgery, for felony stealing. She has a conviction for delivery of controlled substance into a county jail, and that she also wanted to do right by children, but she does have 2 prior convictions for criminal non-support of a child. Beyond all of that, Kathy's story is virtually impossible to believe. And that's simply because on opportunity. She arrived in the jail on May 19th of 2018. On May 20th of 2018, she was searched and she was found to have drugs in her possession in the county jail. We heard testimony then that she was immediately placed on lockdown. We heard testimony from Amy Macbeth that typically an inmate that brings a controlled substance into the Taney County Jail would receive 20 days of lockdown. There's also a stipulation from the jail administrator that 20 days would be the standard time. However, neither Amy Macbeth nor the jail itself has a specific record as to the number of days that Kathy Hilton actually spent in lockdown in the Taney County Jail during that time. More importantly, Kathy Hilton herself couldn't recall how many days she spent in lockdown in the Taney County Jail. But what she could recall is that right after she got there, that she and Reba became fast friends, and that they were braiding each other's hair and telling each other stories. Amy Macbeth testified that when an inmate is placed in lockdown, they are placed in a cell, and those cells are solid doors. They're not barred doors. It would be difficult both to speak, that you can hear, but you would have to speak loudly in order to be heard through that door. There's also only either a beanhole or a chuck hole in those doors. I've never tried to do it myself, but I would say that it would be hard to braid hair through a beanhole or a chuck hole or a solid door. She also put in her written statement at that time that Reba told her that the burns on her arm were from when lye splashed on her, whenever she was trying to dissolve Savannah's bones to hide them. That is simply not true. We have a stipulation that Dr. Jeffrey Litt examined photographs of Reba's burns soon after they happened, and he determined from what evidence he was able to review, both medical records and the photographs, that they were thermal burns and not chemical. That also discredits Kathy Hilton's story. And finally, Kathy Hilton says that Reba told her that she hit her daughter after she woke up from being drugged in the fire, hit her in the head with a rake until she was dead. That is not supported by evidence either. The state did find and sent to the lab 2 garden tools, 2 rakes, and there are stipulations that they were tested by the Missouri State Highway Patrol, and neither fingerprints nor blood were located on either of those tools. What we can believe about Kathy Hilton is that she was in jail for a day, not even 24 hours before she was placed on lockdown for bringing drugs into the jail. This happened in May of 2018, and Reba had been in custody since August 21st of 2017. It makes no sense that suddenly, within this short amount of time, that Kathy Hilton and Reba would become such close and fast friends and braid each other's hair, that Reba would sit down and simply recount all of the details of a traumatic event and of her charge to a perfect stranger. It also makes no sense that Reba would have stood outside the door and shouted a confession through. Everyone would have heard. There would have been multiple people coming forward with this story if that was the case. And again, while neither Amy Macbeth nor Kevin Gwynn with the Taney County Jail could testify with certainty that Kathy Hilton would have spent 20 days in lockdown, we still have the issue of just the time period. If she came into the jail on May 19th and then was placed on lockdown on May 20th, Kathy Hilton wrote this statement and spoke with police on June 5th of 2018. From May 20th to June 5th, that's 17 days. if we assume that she had been in lockdown for the full length of time, that's still incorrect. That's still impossible. That's still less than 20 days, and she still would have been in lockdown and would have utterly lacked the opportunity to have done what she says she did. The state kind of posits the question of why. Why would Reba destroy Savannah's body if nothing sinister or nothing bad happened there? And I would posit the question, why? Why would she murder Savannah? What was going so wrong there that she would have progressed suddenly to murder? One of the reasons that makes me wonder why is that in June of 2017, Reba and Tamil were discussing about another power of attorney that would permit Reba to return to over-the-road truck driving and allow Savannah to accompany her. Reba was willing to include her in her life and in her profession and to take care of her. Reba was willing to make concessions and to make changes that would include Savannah. The state also was trying to introduce some sort of evidence of abuse of a child in this case. And they tried to do so with Buddy Smart. What Buddy did testify to is that he had witnessed Reba use a hose to clean Savannah down. You heard Tamil talk about the hygiene issues that Savannah had. It's located within the medical records. There were times when Savannah went into her group therapy classes, either during the partial hospitalization period or when she was inpatient hospitalized, or the staff notes there's a strong odor, or she appears unkempt. Hygiene was an ongoing issue. And again, that using a hose on someone without some sort of additional facts that can be testified to is not in and of itself abuse. They had Buddy testify about the pond incident, and we heard that Savannah had been wanting to jump in the pond, that it wasn't something where she went kicking and screaming. It wasn't something where she was dragged or forcibly pushed into the pond. It also wasn't a day where it was sub-zero temperatures or something where it was truly an inhuman condition. It was something where just, okay, go get in the pond. Go wash yourself off that way, which then led to her coming back and being actually showered in the warmth and being given clothing. She wasn't deprived of clothing or the ability to wash with soap at that point. We were trying to get a point across to her. Even if that would be considered abuse, it's remote in time. Buddy left. Their relationship ended in March of 2017. And the state is alleging that the abuse would have been by burning or drugging, resulting in death. And being hosed down is not burning or drugging. Being placed into a pond or being told to go wade into a pond or dunk into a pond is neither burning nor drugging. And if this hawk pen thing actually happened, that's neither burning nor drugging, and it's remote in time. But he also testified that it had been a few months since there had been pigs, and we aren't talking like it was a concentrated swine operation. We are talking this had a couple of young pigs that were being grown to slaughter weight, and that they were gone before Savannah even got there. Again, very arguably not abuse. Kids who live on farms, she was in the goat pens and she was doing chores with livestock and she was handling goats and presumably cleaning their pens and handling their excrement, crawling through an abandoned pig pen without any pigs in there. I would submit, how is that any different from having a farm kid go clean a stall? It's about the same level of dirt. And regardless, it's remote in time and it has nothing to do with burning or drugging. We also talk about the lie being present. Absolutely it was, but that was because Reba and Savannah were starting to make soap, and they had a website for a soap business. And they were making soap together, and Savannah was very excited about it. If we get back to the, well, why? Why did Reba then say that she burned Savannah's body? Again, here was a woman who was sent a child that her adopted mother, her legal mother, knew had been suffering from serious mental health issues, but was sent to Missouri without any ability to obtain, without medical insurance, without the ability to seek medical care, without medications, without counseling, without anything. And she had no legal rights to have this. It was a weird situation from the get-go. An adopted mother sent the child back to biological mother. It's an odd set of facts, as I said at the beginning. There had been a tremendous amount of stress happen within that 48-hour period. It was hot. They weren't in a climate-controlled environment. Reba had been injured. Reba says that Savannah had been injured, and that there had been a threat of suicide, that Savannah had tried to throw herself into the fire. The fire had gotten out of control. Reba had to contact the fire department, and she knew the fire department members as friends and colleagues out to help her. And this is a self-reliant, independent person. There was a lot going on during that short amount of time. And when it was all said and done, and whenever she found Savannah, it wasn't a good choice. It wasn't the smartest choice. It wasn't a logical choice, but it's what happened. And Reba, in the recording herself, had said that Savannah was upset with Tamil, was upset with David, because neither of them, for whatever reason, the reason doesn't matter, they had not been to see her. It had been a long time since she had seen either of her parents or her siblings. And the person who was taking care of her and who was caring about her had just been injured as a result of Savannah's actions. And whether that contributed to a rapid decline and a suicide attempt, and a successful suicide, that's every bit as plausible as Reba murdering her. There's no motive here. The evidence of murder that the state wants to present is that the destruction of the body must mean murder. There's a whole lot of other reasons as to why Savannah ended up dying. And unlike the state, ours is supported by medical evidence, by Tamil's testimony saying that yes, she was aware that Savannah was suicidal, and that she took it seriously enough to seek medical treatment and hospitalization. It's a stretch, and it certainly goes against everything that we as lawyers learn in law school. We have to lay foundations, that we can't just jump to certain things, that simply because someone says, well, this must have been a murder, there has to be more. There has to be more evidence to support the actual murder. What the state does have, the state has evidence to show that there were abandonment of a corpse. The state can absolutely prove that Reba burned Savannah's body. But that's all they can prove. They've presented no credible evidence of anything relating to a murder. There's far more evidence, not just thoughts and feelings, relating to the other possibility, which is that Savannah took her own life. Reba's response to it was not the lawful one. It certainly was not. But that does not mean that Rebecca Ruud either committed first-degree murder or committed child abuse resulting in murder, or child abuse resulting in death, excuse me. Thank you.
Your Honor, defendant always wants to play the victim. Tamil would take Savannah away from her. Everybody wanted to take Savannah away from her. You can see that in the manifesto. She points the fingers at everyone, except herself. She is the victim of incompetent, overzealous law enforcement. And on August 4th, when they discovered Savannah's remains, she beat herself because of that overzealous and incompetent law enforcement, telling her she was detained when she really wasn't. She wants to play the victim. And today, we're seeing it once again. She wants to lay the death of Savannah at the feet of others. Ms. Montag, and even Savannah herself. The defendant, from the manifesto, Your Honor, the defendant liked to make children. She liked to take care of them. We know this from the state's, from that evidence. She didn't want to raise children. She did this at least 4 times. She made children, abandoned them. Savannah was abandoned 2 days after she was born by the defendant. Then she left others to care for them. She did not know how to be a mother. And she took that out on Savannah. Now, this Wellborn wants to make a big deal out of Sheriff Reed's testimony and him having a vision or believing that he would find Savannah's remains there. But the fact remains, the remains were found in the burn pile that Sheriff Reed said they were searching in, and that Joe Marcello said they were searching in. Here I would point to, there's a lot made of the defendant's, of Savannah's plans, suicide plan, cutting, hanging, suffocation. There's never a documented plan involving drugs. There was never a documented plan involving fire. And I think it's very offensive, Your Honor, that Ms. Wellborn thinks I'm making it up or making light of it. I've had friends and family that were depressed. I've gone through that. I've seen it. Mental health professionals. I'm not a mental health expert. I'm not a behavioral health expert. Ms. Wellborn is not a behavioral health expert. Mental health professionals took this seriously. And that is evident from the mental health records. They gave her treatment. They gave her help. She said she needed help, and that's why she was there. But she also said to those same mental health professionals, I'm not planning on acting on it because I'm here and I need help. And she got it. This information didn't come from Ms. Montag. It came from Savannah. She was the one saying she needed help. And again, there's been no explanation of any of these records. We've read the records. We have the records and evidence. We don't know what they mean. We don't know what the diagnoses mean. We don't know the significance of the diagnoses. The defense would have you believe that that is indicative of her committing suicide in July of 2017, when that is not the case. Again, that's almost a full year. That's over a full year from the June hospitalization. We went from June 16 to July 17. And in between that time, the only evidence that this court heard was that in her time in Missouri, from August to her death in July of 17, was that she was happy and healthy. I would also posit, Judge, that if you look at Defendant's Exhibit E, you'll actually see that Savannah complains the medications that these professionals are making her take and that her mom is administering to her aren't working. They're just not working, and she doesn't like taking them. I think Ms. Montag testified on the stand that she told medical providers that Savannah was someone that was subject to victimization because of her condition. She sure was victimized. She was victimized by the defendant, Rita Ruud. We keep hearing the defense wanting to make this case about Ms. Montag. This case is not about Ms. Montag. Ms. Montag, I'm sure, regrets some of the decisions that she made as a mother because her daughter is now dead. She loved her daughter very much. This case is about the defendant murdering Savannah. And speaking about Ms. Montag, she's not a behavioral health expert either. She didn't know what was in those records, had to be refreshed as to what she said to those providers. And when Ms. Montag saw her daughter's behavior becoming worrisome, she got her help. She brought her to professionals. Ms. Montag's not a behavioral health professional. When they became worrisome to the defendant made her go through a hog pen. The defendant hosed her down outside. The defendant made her jump in a pond. The defendant took away her guinea pigs. You heard that from Buddy Smart. The defendant took away her guinea pigs. This is indicative of a total disregard for humanity, for empathy, and compassion. The defendant is a possessed evil person with evil intent. Let's talk about Joe Marcello. Joe Marcello, the defense mentioned that there are other plausible reasons why a dog would not be protected in the trailer. You didn't hear any of those plausible reasons. They didn't ask him about those plausible reasons. Ms. Wellborn certainly didn't provide it, but Joe Marcello told us why the dog didn't alert in the trailer, and that's because there wasn't a dead body there. That's what he said. He's just the dog guy. He doesn't know the chemicals, he doesn't know the science, but he does know how his dogs operate. He does know he has so many dogs. He's certified as an examiner or an assessor, and he doesn't need to know the science. You don't need to know the science about how this phone works. It works. We know how it works. He knows how his dogs work. And he was able to testify to that. And he told you that his dogs did not alert the camper trailer, and that means there wasn't a dead body there. That means Savannah was not killed in the trailer. She was not killed by means of suicide, by drugging herself. You heard that the defendant peed herself because she couldn't go to the bathroom because they were in the shop and they were told to stay out of the shop. She's a farm girl, Judge. Hardworking farm girl on an 81-acre farm. She never told law enforcement that she needed to go to the bathroom. She just peed herself when they found the bones, when they found the remains of Savannah. You know, the funny thing about the defendant's thoughts and dreams and visions and Sheriff Reed's thoughts and dreams and visions, they both turned out to be true. They both turned out to be Savannah dying and being reduced to bones and ash. The stitches, Your Honor, we heard from Jessica that the defendant drugged her daughter and placed those drugs in the cooler. She didn't put it in her written statement. But she said at the end of her written statement, I have more information for you. And she gave that information. She was interviewed. There may have been tremendous media coverage in this case, but there's nothing in the record that shows public knowledge about the pills. Again, this case was charged by indictment. She was originally charged by Savannah dying of unknown means, by being murdered by unknown means. There was nothing introduced that suggested pills in the media coverage. Jessica Johnson's charges were dropped during prosecution. That's not evidence. She talked about her charges being dropped. Certainly nothing that the Ozark County Prosecutor's Office did, and she testified that she didn't receive consideration, that someone else took the rap. Kathy Hilton, she's bad because she has convictions, and those convictions are stealing and forgery. She's a liar. She has not support convictions. But they have to attack Kathy Hilton, Judge. They absolutely have to attack Kathy Hilton, and I know why they're doing it. They have to defend their clients to the best of their ability. But Kathy, there's no reason for Kathy Hilton to lie. She told you she was raised to not harm children, and she told you that these criminal offenses that she was charged with, she hasn't been charged with anything else. She had a bad time in her life. I suspect Kathy Hilton was probably using meth and went on a bender and committed some offenses. But she's clean now. She showed up here the other day. You saw her, and she is on probation and doing well, and has had no charges since 2018. She was given probation for her charges. You heard that the defense wants to make a large deal about this lockdown, 20 days lockdown, that it's hard and firm. Well, you heard from Amy Macbeth that the jail doesn't always follow the policies, and she didn't know that sometimes offenders serve less than 20 days in lockdown. We heard that through the stipulation with Keith Glenn, the jail administrator, that sometimes if it's their first offense, that 20 days may be reduced. There was no record of Kathy Hilton's lockdown in the Taney County jail records. We stipulated that, and you heard that yesterday. You know, you heard about the lockdown procedures in the Taney County jail, about how they operate. It doesn't really sound like a lockdown, Judge. It sounds like they can talk to each other through the door, they can walk throughout the pod, that other lockdown inmates are housed with lockdown inmates together, and that Ms. Macbeth did not even know. She thought it was a hard and fast rule, but she admitted that they don't always follow the rules at jail with their own guidelines and rules and statute, well, not statutes, but the real base of the case, the state's case, Your Honor, is the fact that the defendant, by her own admission, hauled Savannah's body up that hill in a truck, which Kathy Hilton knew about, burned it, and then lied about it to scores of people. Just scores of people. Everyone heard that. Everyone thought that she ran away. The manifesto, Judge, she points a finger at everyone. She could have gone to this guy. She could have gone to this guy. Carrie Steves could have gone and got him. Carrie Steves is in Minnesota. The snitches corroborate the state's version of events. They corroborate that the defendant murdered Savannah Frances Lee Leckie. Your Honor, after you consider and review all the evidence in this case, I'm going to ask that the court find the defendant guilty as charged. Thank you very much.
And I don't know what the court wants to say today at this point, but we need to take a break. Okay.
I'm taking a dinner back and we're done. So I'll let you know.
Okay, we're ready for the verdict. They didn't read the verdict in court. I mean, that was the worst poster statement ever. That he was really, really bad. Yeah. Oh, here we go then. Verdict. 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 Oh, where's the... Oh, let me go back into it. Verdict. 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 Alright, here we go. Let me close it down first. Let me get it first. Share screen. Yeah, because it was a bench trial, wasn't it? So the judge wouldn't. Do you know what I mean? So that this was like a couple of months afterwards.
Well, we have breaking news in a case that you may have kind of forgotten about over the last couple of weeks. I hate to dampen the breaking news, but let me give you a quick update on what this case is and why we now have a verdict in Missouri versus Rebecca Ruud. You may remember this case. It's the case in which the court heard the case. This was not a jury trial. This was a bench trial. And the judge, Calvin Holden, took the case under advisement for a number of weeks. Just there, you saw Savannah Leckie's mother. She was accused of killing Savannah Leckie, the 16-year-old who had a number of behavioral problems. The curious part of the case was Rebecca Ruud was the natural mom, gave up the child at birth to some folks who basically adopted her. They started having problems with her because of her issues and medical condition when she became a teenager. So Savannah goes back to her mother, who is then accused of murdering her and burning the body. Now that I've set that up for you, let me read the court's order again. This is the judge issuing the decision. Verdict. The court finds the defendant not guilty beyond the reasonable doubt on count 1 of the Class A felony of murder in the first degree. Okay, so that's not guilty, count 1, murder in the first degree. Count 2, Class A felony of abuse or neglect of a child, also not guilty. Count 3, the Class A felony of murder in the second degree, not guilty. Count 4, for the felony of tampering with physical evidence, not guilty, but does find the defendant guilty of count 5, the Class E felony of abandonment of a corpse. So there you have the decision finally down in the case against Rebecca Ruud. She was found guilty of really the least of all of the charges against her, a tampering charge. We will get to the sentencing on that when the judge gets around to it. So your guess is as good as mine as when that might be, but cleared of the top charge.
So there you go. Right. So he just tampering with evidence is what she got made guilty of. Right. You think I was going to end it there? Nah. I'm going all out, guys. I'm going all out just to piss off Erin Hack. So
Filing this motion. That form is available. Everything you asked is
this is a sentencing. So this is the sentencing, guys.
Michaela, click on the stop and let everybody know. Yeah, okay, bye-bye. Rebecca Ruud, case number 1746CR02630. Appearing for the state is Mr. Everbrand and Mr. Goodwin. Appearing is Ms. Ruud with her attorneys, Ms. Wilburn and Ms. Duvall. We are here for sentencing. Mr. Goodwin, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. My intention on how to proceed, Your Honor, would be to start with 2 victim statements. The victim's family, adopted family, are observing the proceedings by WebEx. They were not able to make it or didn't feel comfortable coming to court today. So they've given me 2 victim statements, which I've marked as Exhibit 1000 and 1001. I'd ask for those to be admitted and placed in the court file, and I'll summarize from those statements.
No objection.
Okay, I'll admit them. If you want to go ahead.
Thank you.
However you want to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 1000 is a letter from the victim's adoptive father. In the letter, he addresses many of his comments to the defendant. So I'll just summarize, Your Honor, and say that this letter really expresses the adoptive father's personal difficulty with the loss and with the outcome in the case. I think the court will agree that in a case like this, no verdict would really bring true closure to the family. They are, I don't think, terribly satisfied by the court's verdict. Of course, the state respects the court's verdict. It issued a well-written, reasoned opinion, which we understand and respect. But that's sort of the summary of State's Exhibit 1000. State's Exhibit 1001, Your Honor, is a statement from the victim's adoptive mother who testified, and I would read from that statement, Your Honor. It begins, as you can imagine, Your Honor, I've been dreading writing this statement for years, knowing my words are meant to express my sorrow, the magnitude of my loss, the impact my daughter's death has had on my family's lives, her friends' lives, and me, her mother's life. My last words to you, Your Honor, to somehow put into words what's in my heart, it's an impossible mission to accomplish in words. What losing her has done to everyone who loved her. Everyone she has touched with her larger-than-life personality, her sparkle, her smile. She was loved by so many. Her sister, her brothers, her family, her friends, and me, her real mother. The mother that prayed her into our lives, prayers over her every day, and prayed that my decision to send her temporarily to a woman that claimed to love her, claimed to have her best interest at heart, and claimed to return her to her family, to me, after a short break, tragically didn't. Did God not listen to my prayers? I've asked myself that every day since the day I got the worst call of my life. I thought it was the worst day of my life, the day my daughter went, in quotes, missing. But it was not the worst day of my life. Each day she stayed missing was another worst day of my life. The day I got the call the cadaver dogs found the remains on the defendant's property, that was the worst day. But somehow it was not. Each day that has followed since knowing she died, Savannah's birthdays, putting all of her ornaments on a Christmas tree each year without her, more worse days. Fast forwarding to the last week of June 2022, hearing a recording describing how this woman disposed of my beautiful daughter's body, that had to be the worst day. But no, it was not. July 19th, 2022, 20 minutes before going to my mother's funeral, finding out that the verdict was not guilty for the murder of my little girl, I thought that was the worst day, but no, it was not. Your Honor, I still haven't had the next worst day. The day that I hold what was my beautiful, talented, beloved daughter in a small box. All that's left of her young life. Will that finally be my worst day? Unfortunately for me, my family, absolutely not. Every day that I hold my children as I cry for their sister they lost 5 years ago, another worst day. The day that I finally get to put my daughter in the ground, as they say, putting her to rest, another worst day. You see, Your Honor, this woman, the defendant, I'm being told gets the right to have freedom and move on with her life, and her worst days are over in jail. But soon, mine, Savannah's real mother, they'll never be over. I never would have imagined that I'd simply be writing this with the knowledge that there's been no justice for my daughter. Simply and completely understated. The verdict gives none of my beloved daughter, Savannah's family or friends, any closure, and justice for her young life that was taken from all of us. The victim, Your Honor, goes on to describe a request that she made to bring some personal effects and a video, which is beyond the scope, unfortunately, in Missouri law of what can be done in a victim impact statement. And she describes how she wished she could have brought those things, and that they would be in a box approximately the same size that she would be getting the box of her daughter's remains back in. She goes on to describe, again, the loss that her family has suffered and the betrayal in the victim's family's eyes that the defendant evidenced when she betrayed her oath as a volunteer firefighter. Your Honor, that's the sum of Exhibit 1001, the statement from the victim's adopted mother.
My only response is sort of, that's for the family. I didn't find that she didn't do it. Or I'm just saying that it was not a verdict of innocence. It was the verdict of not enough evidence to find her guilty.
I understand, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
So, Your Honor, as the court mentioned, the court's verdict is for a guilty on the last count, abandonment of a corpse. I want to begin with the statute. Abandonment of a corpse occurs if a person abandons, disposes, deserts, or leaves a corpse without properly locating or reporting the location of the body to the proper law enforcement officials in that county. As the court has just sort of implied, and I think as the verdict outright states, the defendant in this case did much more than that.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the state's request, the range of punishment in this case is for a sentence of 4 years in the Missouri Department of Corrections, a fine of up to $10,000 or any combination of imprisonment or fine. The state's request, Your Honor, in this case is for a sentence of imprisonment for 4 years in the Department of Corrections, the statutory maximum, in addition to a fine of $5,000. And the state arrives at that calculation, Your Honor, by looking at the purposes of a criminal sentence. The purpose of a criminal sentence is to express the community's condemnation of the behavior and to punish the guilty. Looking at the verdict, Your Honor, what the court found that the defendant did in this case, on page 1, the court found that the defendant burned the victim's body on the bonfire on July 19th, that the defendant knew that the victim had not run away on July 20th, that the remains of the victim were not found on that burn pile until August 4th, that the defendant admitted to burning the victim's body, that the defendant hid the fact that the victim was dead, and that the defendant was at the bus station for the purpose of fleeing the jurisdiction once it became clear that the investigation had moved to a point where an arrest was imminent. On top of that, Your Honor, after the verdict, there was a sentencing assessment form. And in the sentencing assessment form, the defendant told the Missouri Department of Corrections, and I want to read from that sentencing assessment report, the report writer wrote, quote, "The defendant justifies her actions by stating that she just wanted her daughter to know that she was loved and that people cared about her." Your Honor, that is a bold-faced lie. The evidence in this case that the court found is clear. The defendant put the victim on that burn pile, burned Savannah's body, and then led this community, law enforcement, and the victim's families through 15 days of hell while they searched high and low in this community, region-wide, trying to find Savannah. And all the time, the defendant knew exactly where Savannah was. You don't do something like that, Your Honor. You don't do something like that if you have the purpose of letting your daughter know that she's cared and missed. You don't leave somebody on a burn pile like a piece of garbage if that's what you feel. And so when the defendant tells that to the sentencing assessment report writer, it shows no remorse for what happened in this case. Given the authorized range of punishment, the facts that the court found, the defendant's obvious lack of remorse in the sentencing assessment report, the state believes that the appropriate punishment under what's authorized by the statute is the maximum.
Yes, Sonia. Yes, it's a different attorney.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was told by Carrie, our victim's advocate, that I would be able to speak my victim statement myself and not have it read for me, and I haven't had the opportunity, and I see that we've moved on from that.
Mr. Goodman? Your Honor, the victim advocate indicated to me that to read the victim statement for them.
I don't mind if she reads it.
I don't have any problem with that, Your Honor. That was a misunderstanding at some point between the communications with the victims, the victim advocate, and me.
Okay, go ahead. You may make your statement, ma'am. You're not
I
talking.
am Rebecca's biological daughter.
Michaela, wait a minute. You're not talking to Ms. Ruud, the defendant. Your remarks are to the court. So proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. I grew up knowing Rebecca and looking up to her. She was someone who came around for Thanksgiving and called every once in a while to check in and say hi. We always adored Rebecca. She was our role model. At no point in time and in knowing her did we ever see a big red flag. I personally never thought she was fit to be a mother. She had her other children taken away from her and it gave us up. But she was still someone we aspired to be like. There was a period of time where Rebecca lived with us because her house burned down in Missouri. During that period of time, we grew even closer and had many special moments shared together. She taught us how to make beaded bracelets. We went on a trip to Minneapolis. Rebecca instilled in our heads that Savannah and I have each other. And even though no one suspected anything, there's still hesitation on our side in sending Savannah away. Savannah was difficult, I do remember that well. She was hard to get along with, and her and I fought often. Did I really think Savannah was going to kill herself? When Savannah cut and barely left scars, she never actually attempted suicide. She never tried to end her life. She never really wanted to die. She was crying out for help. As a first responder, Rebecca should have known what to do with a dead body. Even a normal civilian would immediately know to call 911. I personally do not think that innocent people skip the easiest option, which is calling the authorities and drag a dead body and burn it, especially not a child. If Savannah had killed herself in the trailer, the cadaver dogs 100% would have detected something in there. The body's decomposition process starts almost immediately, and cadaver can pick up that smell within minutes after the heartbeat stops, but they only alerted at the burn pile itself. After the fire where Savannah and Rebecca had gotten burned, only Rebecca was treated, yet she was adamant that Savannah had the same severity of burns. And that's why she went into town on medication, she said, for both her and Savannah. As a mother, as a human being, her first concern should have been Savannah, yet no one was allowed near the trailer. No one can check on Savannah to make sure her burns were treated properly. I remember 5 years ago when all this happened, there was conversation about lye. I remember there was traces of lye in the burn pile, and I knew after research was done, lye can be used to speed up the decomposition process. It was ruled out as evidence, as it was there to make soap that Savannah and Rebecca had made homemade, but I personally don't believe that. Originally, I also remember that there's incriminating content on Rebecca's computer that was also not allowed to use as evidence. No. Another thing that doesn't make sense to me, Robert Pete took the stand during the trial.
Okay, wait a minute. Whoa.
He testified.
Ms. Michaela, we're not going to retry this. You're making a statement as a victim. I'm not going to, there's no...
I'm making my statement as Your Honor, and this is something that I need to get out after my sister was murdered in cold blood. And I do understand your verdict was that it was a suicide and that she is guilty only of improper disposal of the body, but this is something that I've needed to get out for 5 years.
Well, you rehashing the trial is not what part of the sentencing is about. How much longer do you have on your statement?
I'm over halfway done.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. In my opinion, it would have been a huge indicator about a husband testifying against his wife with no hesitation. Whenever inmates tested testimonies, they're usually thrown away and ruled out as unreliable resources. These women were living together for extended periods of time. Topics were eventually going to turn on why they were in. Each witness told a key part of the story, all lining up in what happened, and the third witness eventually ended up telling the entire story of Rebecca. We waited 5 years for this trial, trying to continue to heal and to live, as the date got pushed back 10 times. It finally happens, and my sister's death was ruled suicide. Robert Pete's June trial was August 19th. His trial wasn't said and done though, and I don't understand how his trial can still be on for a murder and a suicide case. I know in my heart what happened, the entire family does, and the whole world does. Looking on social media on this case, everyone thinks this ruling is bullshit. No one believes Savannah killed herself, and Rebecca knows what she did. I was hoping she would brought in the cell for the rest of her life, getting special treatment from fellow inmates when they found out she murdered a child. A helpless, innocent child. Rebecca knows what she's done. She's going to wake up every single day knowing she's taken someone's life. She's going to toss and turn at night thinking about what she's done, hopefully regretting it. I hope she remembers the fear in Savannah's eyes she's burned. I want Rebecca to know that after Savannah's death, I was broken. I tried to kill myself on several occasions and now succeeded on several occasions. And I can't help think that she wouldn't care either way. I apologize, she. But now years later, I've dealt with the pain and trauma. I'm a stronger person than I ever was, and I will never stop fighting for my life, and I'll continue living for Savannah. Rebecca was the one that told Savannah and I to keep fighting for each other because no one else would. I will always continue to fight for justice for Savannah. I will until the day I die. She kills Savannah's physical body, but she lives on inside me with her fury. It's absolute error about this ruling, and I completely disagree with this decision.
Okay, Mr. Goodman, are you finished?
Yes, Your Honor.
Since she brought it up, I will announce that the state has dismissed the Pete case. There will be no trial in that case, so, Mrs. Wilburn.
Attorney, I still haven't had my statement read. This is the date of the adopted father.
It was summarized, sir.
I'd like it read in court, or I could pull it up and read it myself. It'll take me a minute.
Well, let me read the statement, because it's like the last one. I'll edit it for you.
Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as Exhibit 1000. That's the statement from the adoptive father who just spoke on WebEx.
Well, that's basically what you said. I mean, if you want to read it.
I don't know what would need to be edited in there because,
well,
I mean, there's nothing that.
No, what Mr. Taylor did was rehash a trial that I've already decided for the most part. Now, I'll let Mr. Goodwin, he paraphrased, but if he wants to read it verbatim, he can read it verbatim.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
States Exhibit 1000, you may be free in one sense, but you will never be free in your mind. You will have to live the rest of your life knowing that you caused the death of
Hey,
Savannah,
Donna.
an amazing, precious angel that did not deserve the things you did to her. Romans 12:19 says, do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, it is mine to avenge, I will repay, says the Lord. I believe this will be the day, and I believe in the Lord's promises. Leviticus 24:17 says, anyone who takes the life of a human being is to be put to death. Your day of judgment,
Of course.
justice will come. From David and Vicky.
Okay. Anybody else want to say anything?
And I think the court case because it's so much.
Can you view them?
Clinical.
The only one that's not muted is Vicky.
And Your Honor, there were just a few things I wanted to note. One would be in the sentencing assessment report. I realize that the offender's version is rather brief, but I did want to let the court know that the way that the sentencing assessment report was conducted by probation and parole was that probation and parole was remote someplace, perhaps in their office, and this was in the pod where Ms. Ruud, the jail pod where she was residing, and it was in open. Anyone could hear what she was saying. And so I did want the court to be aware of the circumstances and maybe why the sentencing assessment report is rather bare. I realize the state's asking for the maximum 4 years and is also requesting a $5,000 fine. I did just want to note, and I would argue against a fine being imposed on Ms. Ruud for the simple fact she has been incarcerated for a little bit over 5 years, which is in excess of the maximum authorized by law. And certainly, I would like the court to consider that in lieu of a fine. And of course, having been incarcerated for 5 years, she's certainly indigent at this point and would not have the means to repay that. I believe that the court did assess costs against her as well. And so I would simply ask the court to take that into consideration. But largely, the court found her guilty of Class E felony. The maximum is 4 years. She has served in excess of that. And I would just request that the court sentence her to 4 years. And of course, by operation of law, she would get credit for the time that she has already served. So, is there anything else? Ms. Ruud would also like to acknowledge that she realizes she had a significant negative impact on the community, and she would like to acknowledge that and apologize for that. That is what she would like to add to that. And I believe that concludes what I have to say, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Goodwin, anything else you want to say?
Judge, the only thing I would have to say, in reference to this mitigating argument about the sentencing assessment report, Ms. Ruud is going to have to make admissions about what she's done when she meets members in the community. That's the only way she's going to be able to move forward with her life. And so the state does not find it to be particularly mitigating that the sentencing assessment report was conducted when she was in a public setting.
Okay. So judgment and sentence against Ms. Ruud?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Wilburn, by way of allocution, do you have any legal reason why I should not pronounce judgment and sentence against Ms. Ruud?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Ruud, if you'll please stand. By way of allocution, do you have any legal reason why I should not pronounce judgment and sentence against you at this time? Anything you want to say before I pronounce judgment and sentence? Okay. It'll be the judgment and sentence of the court that you be sentenced to 4 years in the Missouri Department of Corrections. Probation will be denied. I'll give you credit for at least 1,790 days. That's as close as I can calculate as to, I know she has at least that many days in custody. There'll be court costs and the DCF. Now, as to the fine, I am going to impose a $5,000 fine, and here's why. I normally don't, I can't even remember the last time I imposed a fine, but there were people that were out there on your farm day in and day out trying to find somebody. They volunteered, you let them proceed. They spent a lot of time and effort in that, so it's a token, in my opinion. The 5,000 is more of a, you don't just get to do that and walk away. You've been convicted of the felony, but this is part of, you put all these people through hell, and you didn't have to. So that's why the fine. Now, I need to advise you of your post-conviction rights. It's my duty to advise you of your post-conviction rights. Under Supreme Court Rule 24.035, a person who is convicted of a felony may seek relief from this court if she claims either that the conviction or sentence violates the Constitution or laws of the state, or the Constitution of the United States, or that this court, when imposing a sentence, is without jurisdiction to do so, or the sentence imposed is in excess of the maximum sentence authorized by law. Rule 24.035 provides the only way by which you seek relief for debuff claims. There is a criminal procedure form 40 available for your use in filing this motion. That form is available to everything you asked them to do before you went to trial. Did you tell them not to do something and they went ahead and did it anyway?
No.
In any way, shape, or form, did they force you to go to trial in this case?
No.
Did they do anything to try to coerce you into anything that you didn't want to do?
No, Your Honor.
Are you completely satisfied with them as your attorneys? Court finds probable cause to believe you're providing effective assistance of counsel. Mr. Goodwin, I think you had at least one motion.
I do, Your Honor. I have two matters for the court. The first matter is I filed a motion for the court to get the victim's remains. If the court's inclined to grant that motion, which I would request the court grant, I can prepare a proposed order for the court's signature.
I will grant that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then the second issue for the court is that the court needs to enter, I believe, an order directed to the Taney County Circuit Clerk's Office directing them to pay the witness fees. The statute provides that the clerk's office is supposed to pay the fees, and from what I understand, the clerk's office is not perhaps used to encountering that, and I think a court order to that effect would facilitate that process.
I will order the witness fees.
No, Your Honor, I'll prepare that the order for the court's signature and file that to the case now.
If you want to put them in one order for the two requests, Ms. Silver, anything else on the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't need a day.
No, you don't take.
So that's the end of it. That's the end of today. So that was the sentencing, not guilty on 4 counts, guilty on tampering with evidence. Area hack. I don't need a foul bird simping after me. I already have my husband. You bunny. Airing the bunny. Look at her go. I enjoyed. It was a drag. The adoptive mother was a drag. I thought but apart from that, I thought it was a good trial. I'm not sure what I think about those statements, like the victim impact statements at the end, especially the one like still blaming him for murder. I mean, like court of law, she's been found innocent. So whether you think she's guilty or not, she's still been found innocent. So I'm not sure how I feel about stuff like that. And the adoptive mother still blaming her. Well, I think the adoptive mother wasn't actually very good herself, so I don't think she can say much either. But I don't know. I liked it. So I'm not sure if you guys enjoyed it. I certainly did. It's something different, something I want to do because obviously American Yanks are celebrating Thanksgiving tomorrow, and obviously yesterday my charger broke. So if it's not one thing, it's another with this channel. But and also I think very grateful for everyone that popped in, new viewers. Really really thankful for that. Let me just check here, just to double check how many we got in the end. So in the end, today we got 17 new subscribers today, which is fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, no, it was a sister statement, but the other one was from the mother. The one that read out, yeah, it was sister. I didn't like that, but there was other ways. And the mother said the same. The mother wanted to bring her statement was read paraphrased. Hey, hey is for horses, and I'll Yankee Doodle tease. I saw almost 50. I think we hit 43 today. I believe it is. Let me just double check. I think it was. Oh, it doesn't say. It was yeah, it's about 40, which is fantastic. I think we average about 26 today throughout the day, which for 9 hour stream is very good. So I'm very very happy with that. And we had 40 consistently. So I certainly can understand system. I can't. Only because, yeah, if she's found guilty, I can, but she was not found guilty for murder. That's why I can't understand it. I don't think she should have been allowed to read it like that. That's all. Was impressive for sure. Like 20 left when been bigging you up too much. Like, no, you get that sometimes. We had like 40 odd here, and then it just dropped all of a sudden. But yeah, if you can, we've been struggling for a while. Well, not struggling, but we've been, plodding along for a while. If we can keep up like in the 20s, 30s with viewers, I'm happy. Do you know what I mean? We just progress slowly. But thanks to everybody that contributed today, all the new chatters and all the new subscribers and everyone. I understand a lot of people feel with their streamers that are not streaming because of Thanksgiving, but please pop back. On Friday we got a stream at 10 o'clock Eastern in the morning. It'll only be like a couple of hours max. I don't want it to drone on because people are on holidays and stuff like that, so I don't expect many people to be here for it at all. It's just I want to get into Brian Koberger a little bit. And just discuss about DNA and give some examples and stuff, that's all. So, and it's just for those that maybe don't have anything to do on Friday, just to pop in. So I don't expect many, if any at all, to be there Friday. It's just a short 2 hour max stream, and even shorter if there's not many people there. So, and also we'll be shopping for batteries, Erin. So yeah. And I'll be doing Thanksgiving as well because I'll be eating Thursday leftovers on Friday. Can't wait. The leftovers are nicer than the day itself. Yeah, chatters and lurkers. I mean, we've got 20 here now, and there's only like 4 people chatting. So, do you know what I mean? There's a lot of lurkers here. So, which if you're lurking in a good way, and I love you. If you're not, I mean, there's a couple of people that are just disliking all my stuff. Those people I just don't like, even though they're engaging. But still, lurkers, more than welcome, just chat. I know it's hard sometimes to chat, but also I just thought about it as well. Some people don't have a YouTube account, so they can't chat. They can't. They can only they can only watch. So some people I used to be like that for years. I didn't have a YouTube account. I just used to watch what I wanted to watch. Never spoke or anything. Then obviously got my own account and started, chatting and stuff then. But leftover. Oh, the tits. Yeah, I can't wait for that. So so I'll just give you a quick rundown. So I got my turkey. It was in the oven, so got it out. It's not fresh. Fresh turkey for Christmas. So got my frozen turkey. got my smoked bacon. Or don't have an account, many don't realise it's free. Yeah, that's true as well. Got my smoked bacon, which I put the smoked bacon all over the turkey, butter it up, put the turkey over, stuffing, like, you all love a good stuffing. Get stuffing in there. Oh, dude, frozen still. No, it's not been out today, so it'll be thawed tomorrow. It's only a small one. It's not, I'm only having me and I think my parents, maybe a couple of nieces, maybe. But yeah, it's only a small turkey. What's up, mate? Okay. OCD. No, so yeah, no, we do it this way. It's fine. It's been out all day. I don't even know what home slice is. It's been out most of the day, so I'll put it in tomorrow. It's only a crown. It's like a turkey crown in it. It's only small, enough for a couple of days. Put butter on it. Put the stuffing in there. Erin likes it good, and then put bacon over the top of it. That'll go in the morning. Then got my yams, which are, what do you call it? Sweet potatoes. Got my carrots. Got my parsnips. All going to be roasted. Going to have some roasted potatoes as well. Got my potatoes ready, obviously, tomorrow. Prep it for mash. Gravy from the turkey, fresh from the turkey. Stuff it in the turkey. And then what else? I've got applesauce and I've got cranberry sauce in jars. I'm not making them homemade. In jars ready. And going to do cauliflower and cheese instead of macaroni and cheese, because I'm the only one that really likes macaroni. So it's going to be cauliflower and cheese instead, which, that's the same thing. Corn from a tin with some peas from a tin. I won't eat that. My parents will eat that. I'm a massive fan of that. And bread rolls, baguettes. I got small baguettes. I got as well. You triggered? What are you triggered for? Why are you triggered? It tastes like juice. We got my stuff in is it's loose stuffed bread, obviously. I've got to put some onions in it. That's it, and parsley. That's it. Rolled out today, homemade. Right. So what I'll say though is, for you guys, Yankee Doodle come to town, ba 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 ba. We all but the homemade. Jesus, Jonathan. Clover, I got. Because you will be eating raw turkey. What the hell are you talking about, Jonathan? It's tiny. It's literally tiny. You don't need it. It's going to be out all day and all night. It doesn't go in till bloody what? It won't be in till about what, midday tomorrow. Raw turkey? Are you fucking nuts or what? Turkey only takes a couple of hours. You guys are nuts or what? Thawed a turkey? I'll get up tomorrow morning and you'll be thawed. Unless it's a Cornish game anything. I'm not. Hey guys, this is not my first rodeo, guys. This is not my first rodeo. I think you're thinking about big turkey. Guys, I have a big turkey Christmas time. This is not Christmas. This is like a small crown. Honestly, this is going to be... I could check it now. It's probably thawed. It's not going to take any time. What are you guys on? I've cooked a few... Yeah, I've been on a few rodeos, Eric. Don't you worry about me. I'm fine. I understand how to cook. My family, we take it out the day before. And it's absolutely, granted, if we had a big turkey, Granted, you'd have to be out a little bit more than that, obviously. You'd probably be out for about 2 days, if not longer, to be fair. This is literally a crown of a turkey, a small part of a turkey. Yeah, look, Thanksgiving for me. Yeah, what's her name again? What's her name again, Nunya? Forgot. Mackenzie, is it? Yeah, I will. What's her name again, though? I forgot the name, sorry. Yeah, butter. We do butter. Butter inside and outside. Yeah, we do. I'm just waiting for Nunya to tell you. I think, because I've sang Delilah, because I've sang about 5 different happy birthdays today, I forgot. So, well, hang on, I'll do it twice, right? So, first time in English, second time in Welsh, okay? First English, second Welsh. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Delilah. Happy birthday to you. Now for the Welsh one. Pen-blwydd hapus I ti. Pen-blwydd hapus I ti. Pen-blwydd hapus I Delilah. Pen-blwydd hapus I ti. Way! Happy birthday, Delilah! Hey, awesome! Happy birthday! Which is my birthday now, I was that age again. You see, everyone said happy birthday to Delilah. Erin, Hack, Jonathan. When they tried to speak in tongues. Right, I'm going to end the stream because he's all to my head in now. Just remember, my Thanksgiving, right, is Christmas. Christmas is when I got the big turkey, all the trimmings, everything. This is more of a, I'm trying to, buy into the American culture and, and all that shit. So, I've just noticed it's been 9 hours stream, a 9-hour stream, guys. So, I'm going to have to, it's midnight here, actually, it's exactly midnight in 30 seconds. So, she's famous now. Awesome. Jonathan, everybody post your pics tomorrow in Discord. What you got? I'll try and post my stuff. I'll put some videos hopefully in there if I remember. So put your stuff in there. Watch the Lions, watch the Cowboys. Then bang bang, Niners gone. Bang bang, Niners gone. I'm gonna watch that in the morning and then stream on Friday for all these special people. And Jesus, what the hell is this? I don't really understand what happened here. Don't fumble the ball. I won't. Happy Thanksgiving. I don't understand that. Whoa, who did that? I don't understand. See Friday, 3 o'clock, SEN our time. Only for an hour or two. Sorry. No one did. No one did. I don't really understand what that means. I think there's a glitch here somewhere. Ingrid, June, Nuffata's got a repeating one. Mary, Ashley, Dennis, no. I think there's a mistake. No, Josie yesterday. Monday. Josie gave him yesterday. No, there's a glitch somewhere. They're not new members. They're not members. No, they're not. I've got it here. Josie gifted 5 on Monday. She gifted 5 on Monday. Very nice of her. But no one's gifted any today. I got new members, 0. So it's something. Do you know what that is? Just probably, I think it means that their memberships are running out, I believe. That's what I think that is. It is the bot. It is the bot. But anyway, look, love you, happy people. Have a great Thanksgiving, everybody, especially you Americans. I love you all. And Erin, obviously, thank you to you for that. $20. Here's a bot. No, this is so. Stream Element is a bot. Apparently, it's not a bot. It's just Stream Elements. If someone becomes a member, it's supposed to show who's a member. You know. Yeah, but it's not a bot. Don't start that because everyone actually generally thinks I've got a proper bot. It's like it's not. It's just telling people when someone gives me PayPal payment, it comes up. Like Jonathan, when you did it, it came up, didn't it? There we are. Thank you, Nunia. Thank you. Right, anyway. Happy Thanksgiving. UK dialect sometimes just type less. America, America. Fuck yeah. Right, with that, as always, yeah, enjoy your days, guys. And with that, free Zachary Anderson and see you all on Friday. Thank you very much. Love to you all. Bye bye. I can't see how to become a member. Yeah, if you can only do it on your laptop, and if you're on your phone, you can only do it through Safari. I think there's a join button underneath here somewhere. You can only do it on a server, whatever you call it. You can't do it on the app or anything like that, or something like that is what Josie was explaining to me. So yeah, either PC, laptop, or your phone, but through the server Safari thing, and not through the app. So, but if you become a member, happy days. But don't worry about it. And if you can't figure out, figure out. But with that. Base, there we are. I'm going to end it. Free Zachary Anderson. Thank you, lovely people. You're awesome. Take care.